Starting a little late today. I guess that doesn't matter to VOD viewers because you're watching the VOD anyways. But like last time, we are going to start with one from YouTube. It's a Dazzle game, Divine. All right. Let's... Could have typed all this stuff in ahead of time, but what can you do? Surely not be prepared. Couldn't be me. All right. And then our hero today. Boobadur, Heart Run, what's up? Okay, this Dazzle said, I'm peeking about Divine 2 in the last few weeks. Very proud of my gameplay mid to late. Frustrating team mistakes later on that maybe I could have adjusted better too. I do wish I could have punished Necro 4 more. Ooh, we hate the support Necros. TA did not like the way I lane, so maybe some work there. Okay, cool. So let's take a look at the laning stage and then jump into maybe some quick late game stuff. It sounds like you felt good about this game, but maybe there's always a little bit more that can be improved on. Let's see how long the early, if there's enough to cover in the laning stage, maybe that's where we'll go. But this one's from the this is from the VOD comments. So again, VOD viewers, if you're not able to join the live streams, you can leave a comment on any of the, preferably the most recent one, I suppose, because those are the easiest for me to find. But leave a comment on like the YouTube VODs for the replay streams, and we'll start with one of yours. Okay, let me get my timer. All right, for your lane, if the other lane doesn't need the blood grenades, you can start with 2. But otherwise, I would split it between supports. Looks like you're gonna go for a smoke up with the team. With Night Stalker, it's awkward, but you guys have the Pudge. You won't need this clarity right away. Dazzle has really good right-click animation. You should definitely fill out some Iron Branches. So, for example, Iron Branch instead of clarity. Oh,
Zuki_Big Daddy gifted a tier 1 sub to say _PKM.
Thank you, Zuki Big Daddy, for starting us strong like always. Thank you so much. The Foo Horizon Strider. Randy time, what's up? How you all doing? Oh, smoke broke, so we'll know someone's there. By the way, I would try to let Pudge lead on some of this stuff. Granted, you have the Observer, so kind of get it. Your team is not on the same page here. Okay, that's not really 100% your fault or anything. The most you can do is kind of like call it out. Like if you see someone and Pudge is going for it, you got to be like, guys, focus, because yeah, they just kind of like slip past that. Anyways, that's not really your fault, so let's just zoom forward. I was saying the items, yeah, definitely get the Iron Branches. We've lost a guy. I would just ditch this. Go to your lanes. TA should go top. Start doing that stuff. You guys can go bottom for this. There's no way we're fighting over this. So just standing here is kind of a waste of time. And if anything, more likely to backfire on us. Coming back for this. Well, I guess this might work. Would they expect us to put a second one? Maybe not. This might be some big mind games, but you're going to be quite late to lane. You have to TP now at this point. I probably wouldn't recommend doing this. Like, if you do the Sentry, go ahead. Sentry and leave. Leave it for OD to clear out, or put the Observer down, like, on this side, so it's less likely to be killed when they put a Sentry in the same spot. But now... You've spent a lot of money on the mid lane, and this is actually OD versus Storm. You shouldn't need to invest this much. Like, OD is supposed to win this matchup, so I don't know if you have to invest this heavily when they don't have... I guess you didn't know it was going to be a Necro 4 at this point, but they don't have good supports to help Storm, so I don't think you actually need to invest this much. And now, the double Sentry, which I thought was for the Sand King, ended up being used all here. So now Sand King is going to get a free lane, and it's actually also good for TA, because TA is going to meld, right? So double reasons we want to win this lane, the Sentry War in this lane, and it's ended up going in a mid lane where it doesn't really need to be. Plus now, if any of these camps are blocked, right? We already needed sentries for the camps, plus the lane, and now 2 of them are in the mid lane. So... that's going to hurt you a lot, and I would just not do this stuff if you can ever tell, like, your lane has invis heroes, your team or the enemy team. Like, the sentries in the lane matter a lot. So now it's going to be really hard to punish Sand King. Hopefully Necro did not block these camps. Okay, you body block the hard camp, which is good. You don't need to throw that blood grenade, because if you don't have a sentry, there will be no way to kill what's his name. I think you put this a little early, and then it turns out this camp is actually open. Did I miss it? Did you kill one? I don't think so. So this is actually unnecessary. So that's my biggest critique for you so far. Three sentries that are, I don't think, quite necessary. And then you're actually playing a smoke at 1 minute, which is actually, this is wild early. I don't think you're going to need this at all. So I think a lot of your early money is being wasted a little bit. The clarity, some unnecessary blood grenade usage. The first one is like fine. This one, I know you can't kill him because you don't have detection. It's also level 1, so it's really hard to kill him anyways, like from full health. Sometimes we're wrong in the blood grenade, so I'm not going to make as big of a deal out of that one, but definitely the sentries are going to hurt you in the lane. This is a lane where TA will kind of handle it a lot on her own if you just give her vision. For example, this should be that actually is a Sand King kill if you have the lane. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going to vomit, guys. Necrophos position 4, putting an observer by the small camp. Not even in the small camp, by the small camp. I'm gonna hurl. This is disgusting. Disgusting. Not from Dazzle, from the Necrophos. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, man. Okay, so then the 4th sentry goes straight in the middle of the lane and then is actually killed first. Now, theirs actually was also in the middle of the lane, so you don't see it punished. But for example, you're a Divine making your way up to Immortal, so you're going to start playing against better opponents. You're going to play against people like me, and people like me are going to put the sentries in the trees, and you're going to lose your sentry 100% of the time versus anyone doing that. If it's in the middle of the lane, it's going to be luck-based. Where it is, like theirs could have easily been over here that you have no access to, then they kill yours. TA was close, but I don't think she even got it. Yeah, she didn't quite get it. You want to put yours in the trees. So in like even just behind this tree is a huge step up from in the middle of the lane like this. In this tree line is good. Back here is good. If I was like the off lane, I'd probably would have put it in this tree line versus the TA. And actually, if I was you guys, I'd probably also, like with you, I would have ran over here at the start of the game, put a, like if we weren't smoking. If you're smoking, that's okay. I probably would have run over here, put a sentry here, because I know Sand King is going to use W in the lane. And it's very rare to check. This is the least common place to check for sentries. This and this are, you put them in the trees. People know they're in the trees, but you still got to go find them in the trees. So they're good, but often found. So I like putting things in here because it beats everyone who just puts them in the lane, like you and the Necrophos did, or it was Sand Kings. I don't know whose sentry that was. But that means now 4 sentries have kind of gone and died. This one ended up working out because they put an observer here, but that was not supposed to work out. And just to like hammer this home, so here's your net worth. So when we lose a lot of sentries for no real reason, like this is what happens, right? We're already falling behind a couple minutes in. So that's why we want to be conservative with sentries, but like really put them in a good place to maximize the value, best chance of surviving, and do the most for us. And then Sand King has this amount of CS just because you guys can't punish him every time he's gone invis. And the one time we had one, it ended up in the middle of the lane. Stacking is good since we don't have much else to do. If you do this pull, you probably need to do a half pull there or have the camp stacked, because actually this lane will now shove out again. So then this one's back in the middle, which means it's likely to die again. But also, look where this sentry covers your own tower, which you don't need, right? So this is, again, a sentry that's like not really... It's I don't know. Can someone mathematically calculate this? This is like 4/5 value, maybe like 5/7 value, something like that. I don't know. But like, we don't need any of this, right? And odds of needing this chunk are a little less as well. So really, bumping this up here would be a lot better. You could fight. It could check any sentries, so like be in this area to look for this stuff first, kill their stuff, but then also covers more of the lane you need. Good stacks in the downtime. The stacking would have been great if we just have a little better sentry usage in the lane and better stats to poke with our auto attacks. You'd have done great here. Never condoning flaming, but I kind of see what TA is saying. I think you didn't have the right priority for the invis heroes. And you actually use a smoke to go home, which is very strange. You can just walk home. As for why we can't punish the Necrophos or other heroes, thinking again about that net worth I showed you when you were like several hundred behind, it's like you had like a quarter, you had 25%, wait, what's the right way to do this? 25% less net worth than Necro, right, at the time, due to like the sentries, the early smokes that you don't need, stuff like that. And that's going to make it harder to punish the lane. That is the time. But, oh, this is very dangerous angle. You can't be saved. You're the saver. So make sure you come around this way. This is a wild top lane at this point. What is happening? It's 4-on-4, 8 minutes in. Ooh, I don't know if they fixed the replays crashing. All right, we're going to play a gamble here. I'm going to try to jump forward because you said you were happy with your mid to late game. I'm going to take a look, see if there's any extra advice we can give you. If the game crashes, we'll move on. But if otherwise, we will find one late game example for you. We're in. Okay, what do we got? Going for pretty late Solar Crest. So I'm gonna critique the items a little bit here. Grave, not that any of these is particularly bad. These are all like fine Dazzle items, but I don't think they're optimal for this game. So first, you guys have 2 saves versus Necro ult in the Grave and then Astral. So that's actually pretty good. Items that help you deal with that, like make it easier to make sure we can Grave in time. Aether Lens, Force Staff, Blinks, things like that, those could help. This is a support Necro, so it's like, okay, maybe it's a little less important than usual, but at the same time, the ult is still the ultimate, right? So countering it could be good. So while other supports, I might say you got to buy a Glimmer. You could get away without the Glimmer because you have Grave. At the same time, if there's another reason you might need Grave, then you could consider getting a Glimmer to get like the option of, oh, a Glimmer for Necro ult, and I can save my Shallow Grave for something else. This game, I think it's okay if you want to get, if you don't want to get Glimmer. With that said, it's a pretty good Glimmer game because there's so much magic damage, so I wouldn't mind it. But I also think you could instead go for something like Force Staff. It would help make sure you're in range for the Shallow Grave, but then it's also really good versus several of these heroes. So first, Sand King comes in with the Blink, Blink, Burrow Strike, Epicenter. Glimmer could help absorb some of that damage. But if you actually get out of range yourself or teammates, or because you're not in range because you're able to stand further back because you have the Force Staff to come in as needed, then you don't take any damage. You don't need to reduce anything because there is no damage being done if you are out of the Epicenter, Burrow Strike range, all that stuff. So Force Staff's good for that. It's good for kiting Troll Warlord. It's good for getting away from the ultimate here. Storm Zip in. Activating the zip is what really burns a lot of mana. So the more you make him zip, the better to waste his time when he's looking for you. So he zips to you and you Force Staff. He's got to zip again. That's good. And then again, getting in and out of the Necro stuff. So Force Staff could have been good. I am okay with the Holy Locket heal as like a pseudo counter to Necro ult, you know, like burst heal. I'm guessing that's some of the idea, plus it's naturally good with your stuff. So I'm kind of okay with that one. With that said, no one on your team, besides the Necro ult, no one on your team is like super mana dependent for like the burst heal from Holy Locket being useful, like someone like Storm or someone like Medusa. And then the actual healing is like, it is kind of good just in general, but also TA happens to be one of the heroes that like doesn't care as much because she has refraction. And then also their damage besides the actual like burst stuff from Necro is very consistent. So rather than getting a flat amount of health back from Holy Locket, disengaging will actually save you from more damage. For example, the Glimmer or the Force Staff not taking damage compared to like I heal 300 but then Troll hits me like 2 more times in half a second and then that heal is gone. So I think something like that would be a little better. I think if I was playing this game, probably something like Force Staff Blink or Glimmer Blink I think would be really good. If your team was winning, you could just do the Solar Crest, but the Solar Crest is only really going to be useful versus Troll, and then only going to be good versus Troll, but it is good with TAOD and then Night Stalker. So that's why like your team has to be winning to get the Solar Crest early if you do that. At this point, it's kind of late. Okay, enough about items. I'm going to talk a little bit here about your positioning because you did end up dying. So you're on the front line. I'm too scared to go backwards because that's been crashing a lot of replays. But if you guys on YouTube, you guys can rewind to verify this later. So Dazzle was kind of here farming and the rest of the team was like in a line. So in these kind of situations, you always want to be in the back as Dazzle and you're in the front on the enemy's half of the map. And that's going to lead to you dying first. Like Sand King initiated on you and Storm followed up. You are the save. These guys will not save you. So you shouldn't be farming in this way without a lot of information or knowing they're dead, which is information. And you should be further back. Your team should not be doing this while you're dead. I mean, Sand King was dead too, but you guys had like scattered and were on the enemy's half of the map and stuff, so it's not the best. Okay, Roche is coming up, so I don't know if I love this because it won't help you with Roche. And you had one here, so that means 2 of our observers are on hills. Checking this side is okay. Pudge put one here too. This is also gonna die. If you guys want one here to like see them pushing up, it should be back here because it's very likely when the enemy comes up, they're gonna put a sentry somewhere around here. And then no matter where they put it, it's going to kill this observer. But anything around here, observers see farther than sentries, right? So like you put the observer here, and then any sentry in this area is not going to cover this observer, and this observer is going to see up to here as is needed compared to this observer, which sees a lot of this, sure, but then all of this is wasted because of the high ground, and it's very likely to die. That one's not on you, but I will highlight. Okay, let's think about your positioning as we look at this fight. This is your grave range, so I just need to make sure I can grave. Their damage is pretty quick, but the quickest is Burrow Strike Epicenter. Everything else is a little bit slower outside of like a point blank Chain Frost. You know, everything else will take time. So you don't literally need to be on top of TA. You could, for example, be behind these trees, and then as you see you're getting low, walk out into the final range to cast the grave. Unless Burrow Strike is not used yet with the Epicenter, and like, oh, in the 2 seconds it takes me to walk over, she dies. It's been used already, so we're kind of good to like hug back if she's not dying right now. But in this case, it kind of looks close, so, you know, well, let's get a little closer. You don't actually need to attack. I don't want to see you do any auto attacks. Unless this is a like easy win fight. At this point, they're pretty committed, so I guess you could. I also think you could just Nothel projection in and then Q. Okay, so we Grave first. Good. Now we do the Nothel projection. But you could probably do that a little further away, because now Nothel projection spellcasts are from pretty far. Or like point blank, as opposed to like being from far. Okay. Alright, so this fight worked out in the end. Someone should go check Roche. Oh, you guys have TA actually, so I guess you know when Roche is going to be up. Alright, this should just be high ground, and then you stand behind TA, keep healing her up. Okay, see, you put your own sentry in this area, you know? So right now you're standing out in the open. You should be behind a tree somewhere. TA is the only one I care about, so this is how close you need to be to TA, and this is how much you're overlapping. So this is all the extra risk you're taking. I know some of them are dead, but it is still good general habit to do this. So you don't need to be this close. You can be somewhere further back. If you're trying to Shadow Wave, it's kind of okay, but you can also target the ones in the back and it'll bounce forward. Right. As Sand King is close to respawning, you definitely need to reposition further back because this guy could buy back. You don't know that. So reevaluate. This is pretty good. Distance-wise, this is really good. But now let's think about, I can move it, right? I can be here in the open versus here behind a tree. I can be here in the open, here behind a tree. What's up? Okay. The leftovers are in the fridge. Okay, you guys are just going to Roche, so you don't even need to smoke here. You should be outside the pit, because you are #1 priority to be found in fights. You and OD are the #1 priorities. You're easier to kill, so you're probably going to take first priority if you had to pick one, Storm and the Sand King. And then Roche, when it's happening, is the other priority. So we are currently all lining up into Roche. Like, hey, if your 3 choices that you have to like, oh, pick and choose, where should we go? We got to split up. Don't split up. Hit all 3 of us in one go. All of us are in the pit together. So OD does damage to TA. So like to the Roche. So if he wants to take the risk, that's fine. But we definitely should not take the risk. So we should be like back here in this area and here. Or if you have the Blink or the Force Staff, you're like over here, behind here, back here, right? And then you're so far in the back, it's really tough to get to you and find you. So they're forced to go into here. And then you can easily Blink, Force Staff, use Grave, things like that. Here, I'm really worried you'd be killed together with everybody else. Yeah, so this was not really on you, actually. Pudge kind of initiated a little further ahead than necessary. But you do kind of see what I was talking about, which is when you show, they will find you and kill you. So that's why like the passive positioning behind stuff is very important. Even if this one was kind of like your own team forced it rather than you. Okay, guys. I think that's good for this one. So if you guys want to type in some match IDs, let me know who you're playing, any questions, all that stuff. We can start picking from the people here on the stream. Hey, Esteban, I'm doing well. How are you? Glimmer's so annoying when you're trying to ult as Necro, isn't it? That's why it's such a good item versus Necro. It should always be the first thing you consider. But Dazzle is, you know, someone who has something against it, so he can think of something else. All right, you can totally be killed, right? As soon as they know where you are very easy to kill for a Storm, Sand King, all that. So as we wait for everyone to respawn, you should just wait in the fountain. Or if you have to push other lanes, you could maybe do that. But like Storm could also zip over here and kill you. So I'm really just like waiting in the back. So like really think like Am I defending this? No. So this is all just kind of risk. This seems like, aren't I pretty far back? Like, yeah, but haven't you seen people die here all the time? And we're gonna see if that's you. Right now you are just at, okay, so like right now, this is kind of dicey, but I would coin flip it. If this guy just goes for it to get you, because he can triangulate, right? He can see where the Nothal projection's coming from now. And he just sends it, or if he's like, I shouldn't do it. Now, whether it's right or not, because like these guys are close to respawning, debatable. At the same time, could he kill you in 5 seconds, in 8 seconds? Probably. This is like a 2-second zip into 3 seconds of killing you. Maybe he forces you to come back and grave yourself, and then he like zips back out, you know, but it's kind of dicey. And this isn't really going to stop anything, this like Nothal projection. Look at Troll, not care about your Nothal projection. And now we don't have it for the actual fight. Oh. Positioning. Pick your favorite. TA. That's a good default. OD's not bad either, but I mean, he's kind of far in, so notice you could be on high ground protecting TA right now. Kind of move in close for no real reason. This distance is pretty good. But it looks like it won't matter this fight. Let's see. We got a whole bunch of people. All right, let's just start going down the list. Horizon, yeah, I think you're here all the time, but I don't think we've actually ever done a replay for you. Oops, gotta move this down a little. Okay. Sand King 3. And this is an unranked game. And you said, pretty rusty on core due to a 1-month break and not usually playing cores in general. You here for monster hunting? Is that why you're back? Lane felt awful, but managed to recover. Big props to Windranger. Wanted some tips on maybe recovering faster, or if my build was correct to go for. Also, maybe some inverse tips, how to play against Sand King. So actually, the last replay is a great follow-up into this, because we kind of talked about the laning into the Sand King, right? Sentry War matters a lot for the Sand King. You can do it yourself. Your support, hopefully, should be the one doing it, right? But let's say you're going to be over here, you know, so sentries I like. Let's say I'm playing against the Sand King and I'm in this lane. Again, I like this area a lot. Doesn't really matter where, though you can kind of see where if you put it here, it's like kind of easy for them to see it. Like they step here and they see it. So like a little further in or some kind of behind these trees is kind of nice. But even over here is better than like in here. Here or here is okay. But if you put it here and you're thinking about blocking the hard camp, there's a lot of chance that things like overlap unnecessarily. And when the sentries in the lane matter a lot, you want to avoid that unless you are low on sentries and you need to like min-max it, but then you also have to try to protect those sentries. You can also try to double dip, like say you're in the safe lane and you're blocking this hard camp, you put it here to give you some vision into the lane, and then your other lane sentry could be like over here. Now, if they put a sentry here, they will potentially get both. But if they are like usually unblocking the camp, putting it somewhere on this side is pretty common. And then again, thinking about the lane sentry war, putting it like further to the right as well to also look for sentries in this area is good and would avoid this one. A lot of those same principles are the same from the off lane, but instead of putting yours as far up, yours are more likely to go in here because these are your safer to get to spots, right? It's usually easier for you to defend it. If you can get the lane to shove out right away because you do some kind of body block trick, creep aggro trick, and the lane comes out, then you don't need to worry about the lane sentries as much until it pushes back, and then you can kind of think about it. Yours are more reactionary though. They want to preemptively see you so that they can harass you in the lane. And then once you kind of know where the sentry is, you wait for a good time where we shove the lane in or whatever, you get to kill something. Then you look for the sentries. Cause you don't, if there are no sentries in the lane, it benefits you. If there are sentries in the lane, that benefits them. You don't need to like preemptively look for a sentry that may not be there, because then you will lose yours and then you'll be on the back foot. It's better for you typically to reactively kill sentries than preemptively look for them. Oh wait, let me get the timer going. Okay, so who are we actually landing against? Silencer, and was that a lion? A little wacky. Okay. So here, let's do some creep aggro. I'm kind of scared to go back, but you've heard me talk about it before. If you do this like body blocking at the start, you could get this. If you let the creeps meet naturally and then aggro the creeps out, you can try to get them under your tower. Double range, so it's going to be pretty annoying for you. Good habit, click them to look for sentries, and you'll have a rough idea, you know, what you're dealing with. I'm not going to worry about the actual last hit timings, since you mentioned you're a little rusty, haven't played in a bit. If you want to body block, try to like let one through and body block the others in the back. The Guardian Ward. Okay, just a heads up to anyone in that bracket. Against Invis heroes, absolutely don't use a Guardian Ward. I don't like the Guardian Ward in general, but like when there's Invis heroes, there's so many sentries in the lane that observers anywhere in the lane tend to die all the time. So whether it's here or here or here, whatever, like against Invis heroes, Sand King, Bounty, those type of stuff, you pretty much never want observers in any of these like hot spots for the sentries. Yeah, here's where you just have to like step in, creep aggro back, because it's close. It's really close to the tower. So if you walk in, aggro off of these guys, pull these back, these will go under tower, and that's what will start the lane pushing out. Hitting your own creeps is like not bad, but it won't have the same effect as going under tower. So we are just kind of like missing a lot of CS here because of that, like not using those kind of tricks and not being able to get the lane back for whatever reason. In your case, we're missing some tricks, but at a high level, you could be doing the tricks and then they could be doing tricks as well. But you can see as a concept, as a melee core versus two ranged heroes, it's very annoying when the lane just balances out in equilibrium, right? So you are the one who kind of wants to either A, at least have it balance out here, which is to your favor, because you get the tower, but also if the lane keeps going back and forth, then they never get a chance to harass you, because it's moving up, they have to come up here. Oh, for me, thank you. T, thank you. When it comes up here, you know, they're running up, they don't get to harass you as easily, you get the benefit of the tower. Then you shove a big wave back, they can't really stand and harass you a bunch because there's a whole bunch of creeps, so it's gonna push into them, it goes under the tower, and then you're free to like do pulls, and then that causes lane to come back here, and then it shoves back out, and so there's never a chance to just like sit, balance, harass the melee hero all the time, and you never get to hit back because you're the melee hero. When you are the double range lane, you're more willing to like sit at equilibrium, or melee versus melee and you're the stronger one. Like anytime you're the stronger one who can do more damage, through casual harass, that's where sitting at equilibrium is okay for you, even if you're the off lane. But if you end up taking a bunch of harass because you're weaker or because it's like 2 ranged heroes, then you want the lane to be either sitting here or moving up and down a lot. And then whatever tricks you decide to use to do that is up to you. For example, pulls, creep dragging, whatever. But yeah, like that's what you want to aim for. Where do you put them then? The observers? Good question. I should round that out. So let's say you were the Radiant team, you've got observers, and you're like, oh, but there's a Sand King here, there's going to be a whole bunch of sentries here. So, looking at mid lane, Sniper's actually not going to rotate that much. So, 2 observers in mid is actually kind of unnecessary. On the top side, you think about like, are the supports going to rotate? Like Shadow Shaman's going to rotate or Wind Ranger's going to rotate? Wind Ranger's actually pretty fast, and especially if Sand King is dragging the lane back, then she could rotate mid, or she could be stacking this. So if we think about that path, then it's either through here, maybe she's playing here, and then she goes through here. So one good spot is right here. I like this one a lot. If you're looking for people rotating out, you'll see them go through this area. It'll help you a little bit with the lane, because you can kind of see people sometimes do pulls and stuff. It doesn't quite see through here, so that part you'd be playing in the dark. You could then put it here. This one's kind of funny. High risk, high reward. A lot of sentries will actually see this spot, but you don't see this spot unless you like walk over here and like sometimes walk over here and like cut certain trees and stuff. So this spot, even when you use it with an observer, is actually hard to see, and that one will catch a sliver through here and then through here. So then you are likely to see Wind Ranger cut through either of these paths. You could avoid this stuff and then just stick it further in the river, stick it over here to see it. Or you could give it to the top side, right? Like this lane could take the observer and use it in the lane. Again, not the guardian spot, but like further out in the back to snipe couriers, whatever, if they want a lane ward, because top side, it doesn't look like there should be sentries in the lane. There's no invis heroes here. It doesn't really matter. So will the observer help you that much? Kind of depends, but will it be more likely to survive and therefore give you value at some point compared to down here? Yes. So I would either put it to look for the roaming heroes, which will be out of the lane sentries, or just let another lane take it. What were your other questions? You are back for the Monster Hunter. Nice, nice. Recovering faster. Okay, so let's zoom through the rest of the lane, because it does sound like, okay, we kind of lose the lane, and we've seen why. We're not using enough aggro tricks. But then you mentioned, okay, Wind Ranger helped you recover. It looks like getting some kills. So the nice thing about Sand King is that your farming speed is pretty fast if there are stacks for you. So if your lane is going poorly, you could ask Wind Ranger to stack for you. You could try to do it yourself as well. We were talking about shoving the lane, and then like what do you do after the lane is shoved? We could stack ourselves. You could stack this hard camp, and then at some point do your own pull, and then just sandstorm here, right? Now, they might be able to contest this a little bit, which is why it's kind of nice if Wind Ranger stacks this stuff or this stuff, but whatever, beggars can't be choosers. We just need to recover, then we're just gonna like jungle, stack, jungle as best we can. So here, this is actually pretty good. You don't need to do much, right? This is a big wave shoving in. Unfortunately, you have a hard time balancing waves because of Caustic Finale, but you don't have to go crazy with like Sandstorm, Burrow Strike. At least make it stay here for a little bit, and that would free Wind Ranger to go do other stuff, which she could be doing now. It's actually too late for her. Conversely, let's say the lane timings don't make sense at this time, but let's go back in time and say it's like 5:30, maybe it's 6:30, right? And we're thinking, okay, I'm recover mode, so I don't need to sit here. I could nuke this wave out with Sandstorm and then run over here and do my own stack. It's a little bit up to you if you think you'll get more farm through sitting here and you think you can do that. But if you've been losing the lane, For example, even as you try to hold the lane here, they might just harass you enough to then dive you. So maybe holding the lane here is not good for you, and you want to just deal with the creeps, get the farm you can, shove it out so that they like back off, and then you go stack for yourself. You're kind of seeing it actually, right? Even though the lane's in a good spot, we're taking a lot of damage from the double range lane that has been winning up to this point. So we're gonna miss the chance to stack now because we're here. This is where Wind Ranger should go do it. If you can call it, oh, nice on strike. If you can call it out for your support, I mean, that's like the most you can do is like, please go stack whatever. I'll be okay here, you know, that kind of stuff. Okay, here. So there's another creep wave coming. There's one that's like around here right now. So you want to make the call depending on how strong you feel about the lane. If you think you can kill that creep wave quickly, sandstorm, you know, stinger, everything you can do to kill it, and then leave. Go stack, go jungle, come back here, jungle one camp, stack the other, farm it, come over here, farm this, walk back, you know, that kind of thing. Here's the next one, and if we sit here and wait for last hits, we will not have time to go stack. But if you nuke it out within like 5 seconds, then it's 740, and then if you have boots, maybe you make it to like, yeah, you're probably, maybe this one is your best bet. You could also attempt to stack this one, you know? Looks like Wind Ranger's at least headed off to maybe do it. She looks kind of like she's farming. This is why the Sentry War matters, by the way, for Sand King. So like, okay, if I'm standing here, they're beating the shit out of me and it sucks. But if you can just Sandstorm, clear the wave quickly, and then like disengage out with your Sandstorm, and they can't hit you in Sandstorm because you're invis, then that's how you're able to shove the lane out and then go back off sooner. Felt like that camp was too contestable. It does depend on what's happening. If you think it's too contestable, that's okay. But I will also say these guys don't have a great way to secure stuff. Like in terms of, all the creeps are getting low, better nuke it. The best thing they have is Earth Spike, and Earth Spike isn't that much damage. Silencers is very slow damage, right? So you actually have the best AoE, and as soon as you nuke one thing and the Caustic Finale starts going, it's like a chain reaction and kills everything. Or Wind Ranger can help you secure it with a power shot, and her power shot is a lot better than Earth Spike. So I would say they can contest it in the sense that if you're all standing here, they can harass you out. But if you time it well, like you stack this, shove in a creep wave, Silencer's going to want to stand here, and then you run up and farm this. And by the time he runs out, they realize, like, there's a few seconds delay before they realize what you're doing. There's a few seconds for, like, Line to finally be like, Silencer, I need you. And then Silencer runs over, but he has to stop to, like, get a last hit every now and then. We're hoping to have finished, like, at least half to more of it by that point. What are your thoughts on Nyx's impact in the laning stage?
ZQuix Jakiro, ZQuix Meow, ZQuix Jupiter, ZQuix Hef, ZQuix Chick Maiden, ZQuix Chick Protector, ZQuix Fiery Chick, ZQuix
in another life. Another middle of the lane sentry, guys. Move them into the tree line. Thank you, Joy K. Nyx's laning impact. By the way, guys, I saw a couple of people have donated for the guaranteed replay, so we will get to yours. I am recognizing you guys. We'll give a little bit more feedback here on recovering and then move on. Kind of like this. You see how, like, oh, we're dealing with the lane, so they're not bothering you. If this is a stacked camp, if this is a triple stack, if there are 15 camps here, it doesn't matter to Sand King, right? Because of the way you farm. So that's kind of why this works. When they get distracted by a little bit, in this case, the lane is just meeting. So it's not perfect for us because we're actually potentially missing some CS. But you can imagine if you were laning here originally and then you like shove in the wave, so then now Silencer is dealing with the wave here. That is what gives you enough time. And then Lion, you know, by the time he comes over, he's like, Silencer, you know, walk over. Like, you're done. You're done with a lot of it. Nyx's laning stage sucks. So if you are paired with a strong laner, all you need to do is stun for them to finish it off. Great. Otherwise, you are looking to do all sorts of weird creep stuff. Body blocking, creep dragging, stacking, roaming for runes, all that stuff. Because your lane sucks. Like there's no way around it. There's no like play better. Like you just lose. You're meant to lose. Who is Aurora? Aurora is the The dog. Crystal Maiden's dog. Speaking of Auroras, anyone see the Aurora last night? Apparently some people could see it. Or I guess a lot of people, but I didn't see it. I know we're past it, but I did the calculus, and that sentry wasted 34.88% of its area. Thank you, Colonel Pike. That's the value we need. 34.88% waste low. That sentry, I didn't even notice when it was gone, but now it's gone. 34.88%. I think it was the one over here, right? Oh, we need a new calculation. What is this waste? This amount is fine, guys. This amount's fine. Like when you have stuff here. Yeah, the one we saw earlier, which is like wasting a huge chunk overlapping with the tower, that's definitely too much. If it's small like this, then it's no big deal. At this point, it's not too bad, I guess, because you managed to get some kills. The recovery path doesn't actually change that much. You're just looking for shove in lanes and then farm. And a lot of the path will look like this. You'll let them shove in a lane. You'll come over here, sandstorm. For example, they're doing this. You know, like you sandstorm, kill off the wave, and then you're like, okay, bye. Right? You come over here, you jungle, you keep an eye on the lane. You stack this, come over, shove it out, repeat. That's like the very defensive version. Offensively, if you win, you know, you shove this, farm this, then you can creep drag. You can like drag it over here, sandstorm both. Drag it all the way around to here, sandstorm both. That's when you feel really good about yourself and that you can't be punished. That's got to be like 6.28%. Yeah, just like eyeballing it a little bit, yeah. Okay, let's get this one. So this one's from Esteban. Should we get Panda Express or Carl's Jr.'s? I haven't had either of those in years. Joy says Panda Express. I guess it depends what you feel like. Carl's Jr.'s has the like curly fries, right? I like those curly fries. Or am I thinking of a different place? Is Carl's Jr. the same as Hardee's? It depends on the place, right? No, that's Arby's. Arby's is the same as Carl Jr.'s, or Arby's is the one with curly fries? Carl's Jr. and Hardee's are the same and don't always have curly fries. Jack in the Box has curly fries. Jack in the Box has somewhat of a notorious reputation. For those of you that don't know, they are the textbook example for food safety because they had a very bad outbreak back in the day, but they actually had a really good response to it. So they are used as the correct way to handle food outbreaks and how you should learn from it and improve upon it and take it seriously. But not everyone in the public got that part. A lot of the people in the public just remember that like they had the food outbreak and have the negative opinion, but they actually handled it like very well. They're literally in the food science examples of this stuff. Fun fact. Maybe not so fun. Depends on your definition of fun. Forgot about the next question. Now, didn't we say his laning stage sucks? Isn't that what we said? You just have to like creep cut, creep drag. You have to do all the equilibrium tricks in the book because your lane sucks. And then give your offlaner a level advantage. And then if they're a strong offlaner, you connect back in,
and like stun for them and let them do the rest of the job themselves. Like say it's an Enigma, right? He can do most of it. His Eidolons will do all the damage. They just need a stun and then like some body blocks. That's what the Nyx can do. And then otherwise you just get Equilibrium in a good spot for him and then block camps and then you go roam and stack and stuff like that. So it's like the McDonald's hot coffee case? No, I'm pretty sure McDonald's doubled down, started a smear campaign against that lady. So for example, a lot of people, and myself included at the time, when you heard the story, they were like, oh my God, she didn't know coffee was hot. Like, she's so dumb and she's suing. The system's broken. The reason she sued McDonald's is because there's a safety limit on what coffee temperatures are supposed to be, and McDonald's was way beyond that. And that's why she didn't only get burned, but she got like severely burned. Like, we're not gonna, not to be graphic here, but she had like, that was a really, really bad burn. So she sued because they were beyond the safety limit. But McDonald's started a smear campaign of like, oh, can you believe this lady like didn't know coffee was hot? So now we all think it's dumb, and it like protected their mental image. So McDonald's case is actually the reverse of Jack in the Box's food outbreak. They took it really seriously, and they were like, they really learned from it. I don't know about it now. I don't know where their ownership is now, but at the time they did. And McDonald's was like the other way. Okay, timestamp 51. Food science facts with Zach. Okay, let's do this Weaver one. I saw someone ask about Venomancer replays. Maybe we'll have one. Monday, we actually did cover one. I forget the rank of it. It was the very first one we did on the YouTube VOD. And I talked a lot about like the Plague Ward placement on that. Beyond that, we've done Veno replays in the past, but I couldn't tell you like which VODs they're in. But definitely the Monday one has the timestamp to it. To the very first, you don't even need the time. Like within 30 seconds, we get into that Venomancer one. But I don't remember what the rank was. I know you asked for like Divine Plus potentially, but cannot recall. If you have one to like bring in, maybe we can do that one. But first we have to do. Oh no, this wasn't. It was ancient. First we got to do this, and then another one from people who donated. Thank you so much, supporting the channel. This one you asked, we did okay in the early game, so maybe some advice in the mid game. Okay. Okie doke, okie doke. Let's graph. Yeah, it looks like your team pulled a slight lead. You were doing well. You're still at the top, but I think you can actually be higher. So maybe we can look for some of your farming stuff in that mid game, and then classic Anti-Mage at the top. So let's not crash. Ooh. Okay, I am open to the Desolator. Not bad on the Weaver anyways, but compared to the Maelstrom build, which is the other thing you would do, Anti-Mage is naturally resistant to some magic damage, so the Maelstrom's like already somewhat countered by him. So I kind of like the Desolator for that idea. And then you'll probably need the Shard right after to boost your farming speed. You don't want to get involved in too many fights while you're farming up the Deso. Because if you think about it, if the fights are easy and convenient, you can do it. But after the Deso is done is when you actually want to fight more, because that's when you're going to have the Deso charge build up. Fights before then, if it gives you a bit of money, great. But if it forces you into a weird spot, it forces you to do too much, that's where like maybe you just AFK jungle could be better. So I'm kind of open to this. Let's see where you go now. Because I want you to try to farm aggressively and safely
So if you were the one pushing top for your team, I don't mind. With that said, they have a lot of heroes who could get you killed if you're not careful. They could trap you in the arena, fissure into all the chain stun, hex, like blink hex instantly. It's early enough that he probably doesn't have it quite yet. It doesn't look like he's going for it anyways. But there is some risk to you, so you do have to be a little careful. But if you have some wards down, stuff like that, you could do it. At the same time, you're the carry. So if you just AFK jungle your own lane while while your team pushes the enemy half of the map, that would also be okay. And then after you have the Desolator, you join in. I leave that a little bit up to you, depending on how the game is going. But right now, I am looking at like, wow, we sure got a lot of space down here, guys, and we gotta head over there. Do you have a job? If yes, can you give advice on how to make Dota vids or streams on the side while still being able to work? I did. Currently, I have quit my job. I am full-time on this. Let me finish this Weaver replay, which I didn't start the timer, so about 10 minutes from now, and then we can go into that a little bit more if you don't mind, so that way I don't get like too sidetracked on it. But I can share what kind of worked for me. It is tough, but we did do it for like several years, so I can share how that went. Yeah, notice since we like jumped ahead, how many times you have been with a bunch of teammates, and this Desolator's really slowing down, which is why when we looked at the graph, I noticed like, okay, 4,200 is pretty good, and then you doubled the net worth by 10 minutes, but that's actually not that great. You actually want to be a little more than that a lot of times. It depends on the game, so sometimes it's okay. But essentially, like when you were dirt poor and couldn't do anything, you got 4,000 gold. And now we actually are like leveled up, we have item stuff, and we still only got 4,000 gold. So that's telling me we're not farming as efficiently as we can, and I'm starting to see it. Like you keep going with your team, which means we never get farm priority. Now I'm gonna go ahead and guess what you guys feel is that, oh no, there's an anti-mage, we have to push quickly. And that is true to a degree, but do you actually need to win the game at 15 minutes? No. At 20 minutes? No. We have time. So a lot of times people push too early, worried about like, oh, our late game, like, we're going to lose the late game. Medusa, Spectre, all that stuff. We got to go, go, go. But this is actually like slowing yourself down. You want to push with a really strong timing. So for example, I think this is the second time you guys pushed up to this tier 2 tower. So we spent like 3 to 4 minutes here going for this tower. I'm just like spitballing because I know we jumped ahead. But like it takes a lot. If you push too early as a team, even when you have a lead, oh, we're 6k up, you're still a 6.5k Weaver. So you're trying to take a tower with these items. If you don't come here and you jungle really quickly and then you come here with a Desolator, you can do that in a single push. Like one good fight, push up here, you take the whole tower in one go. So the idea of playing fast is good, but there are still certain timings you should hit first and then play fast off of those timings. You don't have to play fast before the timings because that actually slows down the timings, which then slows down the game. And I kind of feel like that's what's happening. Like you guys keep grouping up as 5, trying to take a high ground right now, but it's 15 minutes into the game. So isn't this going to be quite difficult? There are times you can do it. It's usually like Chen, Huskar, those type of heroes. To do it super early, you need one hero who is really good at taking buildings, like the Huskar. Weaver with a Deso could be that hero, but we don't have the Deso. So that's what I mean. Like we are here way too soon, and that's why we're not farming, and that's why Anti-Mage is. What would be better is for you guys to just be like splitting the map, farming effectively, build up a bigger lead, get the Aegis, get the Tormentor, stuff like that, and then you can do like one massive push into the end. This kind of early push can work, but it can also backfire because no matter what lead you have, you are trying to push a high ground without without a ton of items. And so the high ground just naturally has advantages against that. You guys actually did get a good chunk of this tower, but it's still pretty tough. Okay, so for example, now we have the Desolator. So previously, we had to push mid a bunch. Here is one fight that kind of went our way, right? We chase the Anti-Mage out, we get the Queen of Pain. I think you guys can just like finish this, right? Outside of like certain echoes and arenas and stuff, you could just like hit this with the Deso now. Hit this with the Deso now. Hit this with the Deso now. The Deso. The Deso. All right, look, the team got it anyways without the Desolator because they're more farmed. We won a clean fight. We have more items between the different heroes. Oh my god, it's Jakiro with the Maelstrom. What was this? This is oh, it was Invoker support. It was like mid Jakiro or maybe offlane Jakiro with mid Necro. How funny. Anyways, the Deso would have sped this up even more, but you got the idea. Even without the Deso, it took your team one push to take this tier 2 this time, as opposed to several pushes earlier, which means instead of all 5 of you reducing your own farm, beating your head on a tower that is statically strong. Let me repeat this idea. This is the very first video I ever made. There are dynamic power levels and there are static power levels. The buildings don't scale, right? The buildings are just a flat power level that you must become stronger than to take. That's why a level 1 hero takes a long time to fight this tower and fight this tower. If you are a level 3 hero and the enemy DC'd and they show up to lane, right? Your level 3 hero is really good versus their level 1 hero. So when you fight like out in the map, you easily kill that level 1 hero. But then when you're level 3 hero who's like, I'm super strong versus the enemy, you walk up to even the tier 1 tower, you're like, damn, this tier 1 tower is really strong. Because the relative dynamic power levels of the heroes changes throughout the game, but the static power levels of the towers are always the same. So you need to not only pass the enemy heroes, you need to pass the towers, and then you need to pass the combination of the towers and the heroes when they work to defend it, which is what this is. When you guys have like a 5k lead at 12 minutes and you can like crush the enemy here, you can crush them here, you can crush them here, all of that is fine. When the enemy heroes sit with their static tower, it suddenly becomes a lot harder because you were stronger than the enemy heroes, but you weren't stronger than the tower or the tower plus the heroes, which is the long way to go about saying why you can't push too fast depending on your lineup. And only a couple lineups, usually it's like aura-based zoo lineups that can push that fast. I would agree you guys should go for Roche before attempting the high ground. Not your team, though. So because they left the high ground a little bit, you guys got some kills, but it did cost you your support invoker. But now here's the dive, and look at the tower hitting pretty hard, right? Kind of scary. Fortunately, you guys do have some good early heroes, so this is sort of working. Uh-oh. Anti-Mage is here. Anti-Mage got to farm the entire time and then TP back. That's the defensive benefit. So now it's like a pretty even game, right? Even though we have this. This is what happens a lot when you try to push too quickly, is that the enemy just out farms you because they aren't grouping as 5, and then they TP back to defend the final, like, okay, we shouldn't lose barracks for free, so they TP back to defend it, and then a lot of times it works out because of what we are seeing. Like, you didn't build up that big of a lead. Like, 5k is not bad, but like 5k to push the high ground this early is not a bunch. And then they're able to get a defense, get a bunch of gold finally, and then it's an even game again. So then here, we're just trying to force Roche too soon. Or like, it's a good time to do Roche. And if you had done Roche earlier when you guys had like the like 5 to 7k lead, you probably could have blindly done it. But now we have thrown on the high ground, so it's an even game. And I know you don't know the exact net worths in the game, but you have a rough feeling. Like if you can lose a fight here and then you give a bunch of gold to them, you can probably now lose a fight outside the base. This is something to just get a feel for as you play more. You don't need to know the exact amounts, but you need to know roughly how strong they are to fight you. And once you throw once, you can usually throw again. And so then you need to find people before you just force Roche like this. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you for calling for Roche and your team doesn't do it. That's natural. Like, that happens all the time in pub games. The thing you can control is earlier, don't join your team before you have Desolator. Desolator or Maelstrom or whatever your farming item of choice is, your job is to, like, explode in net worth so that when you do join your team, you then speed up the actual pushes, whether it is the Roche or whether it's just pushing up to buildings. You want better farming pattern, better like discipline on knowing when to join or not. This is getting scary. Don't see a lot of heroes on the map here. This is always a dangerous area because they can look at you from the high ground. Yeah, try to push one more wave, but like look back to see what's happening. I think you come back a little sooner. I'm scared to go back and crash the game. Your team could have possibly just not fought the tier 2 until you force someone to come back and then you TP back. If you can call that out for your team, whether they listen or not, that's good for you. Okay, I think the main thing to take away from this is that period where you were running with the team, and you should keep farming up in that time. But then also the Roche fight could be good. Is Desolator a farming item? To a degree, it's... Everything is a farming item. That anything that boosts your damage output is a farming item, right? Desolator on its own is more of a fighting item, but usually not enough on its own to just like non-stop fight. You still take smart fights and build up the charges. But for Weaver, although the Desolator itself is not strictly the farming item, the Shard plus the Desolator is the farming combo. So if you go for that, you usually do both. You get the Desolator into the Shard, into everything else, and that functions as a farming combo. If we took Roche before, do you think it was enough to win the game? If when you had like the 5k gold lead and then you guys did Roche first, and then you look for a pick-off and then go high ground, that could have been enough to end the game, even with the mistakes from earlier. Because with Roche, you'd be, let's say you were at 5k. You get Roche, 6k. You spend 3 to 4 minutes farming and looking for a pickoff. By the time you find a pickoff, then you go. Now you're pushing high ground with Aegis, with one hero, enemy hero dead, and at that point, you probably have like a 10k lead. And so now you can see how that's a lot easier to go for, rather than the 5k lead, 5-on-5 fight that you guys actually did. That would be the best way to approach that end. Pick up Roche, pick off, then push. Yeah. Pick off and then Roche is pretty much it's like the safe play, correct play, like 90% of games. Anytime you're not sure, go for that. Okay, we have another one from Safaku with this Omniknight game. So I'm going to type in some of this info here. Someone earlier had a question about making videos, or just general content creation, I suppose, is the broader element of it, while having a job. And I will say it is tough. I guess it depends on exactly the type of content you create, but and I suppose on your job as well. But yeah, it's not easy. I am now far enough removed from my job that I will say, because elements were remote, when I didn't have stuff in the job to do, I would often be working on video stuff, or at least brainstorming, right? Like, even if I was in the office and couldn't literally do work, I was thinking about like video ideas and like, how would I present stuff? All right. Especially my stuff is like educational presentations, essentially. I can practice that in my head while I'm showering, while I'm cooking dinner, while I'm doing other things. I was thinking about the content. And then finally, when I have like a moment to sit down after work, on the weekends, whatever, then you have to like power through and do it. It does kind of burn out a lot, which is why you have to be pretty motivated to do it. Because you'll be tired after a job doing, depending on your job, I guess. But it can be tiring. So it has to be something you want to do and that you find some enjoyment, fulfillment from. To some degree, like, you simply must power through. Because if you do have a full-time job, it's not easy to be like, yeah, this is like perfect. I'm rested. This is the time to do it. Maybe the weekends, but to some degree, you just have to do it. I was a food process engineer. So essentially at the lab level, people would make products. You make like 2 products in your like home oven, whatever, at the lab. And then it's like, okay, we like this. We need 7 million of these to sell, so we have to go to a factory and create that. So then that was me. I helped go like take the formula from the lab and then, okay, can we make it on our processing equipment? Oh, we're going to have to do it this way. So you guys, can you consider that when you create this? Like, can you work with these kind of materials? That was what I did. Definitely not on one of the monitors while working. Oh, that's good. Shh. I won't tell on any of you if you don't tell on me, right? We're all keeping each other's secrets here. Shh. Shh. Don't let my employer know I use the Guardian Ward. They'll fire me for that. Everyone, we're all cool, right? We're all cool. Would you say the market around Dota-related content is saturated, or are there gaps which people can fill up? I actually think there's tons of gaps. Now, I know Dota is not as big as League of Legends, for example. And I am a little bit out of League of Legends at this point, like, 10 years at this point. But even 10 years ago, I feel like League had a bunch of content for every different role, everyone doing their different takes. Like, even if it was repeat, like, honestly, it's like they repeat their stuff. Right now, let me ask you, if you don't like my content as support, totally fine. You don't have to actually answer this. Who is the next biggest person you can go to? There's actually a lot more smaller content creators doing support stuff right now, which is cool. But at the time I started, who do you go to, right? Okay, you do like my stuff. I want more support stuff. Zach can't make a bunch of videos on his own every single day. I would like another support content. Like, who's the next one, right? Oh, not support. Who are my top 3 off-lane content creators that I can watch like every single day? Like, do we have that many, right? There's actually tons of gaps for Dota content. The issue is it's not very financially viable, right? Like, I am relatively big as a support content creator, and if I didn't cast, I am at like minimum wage, a little over minimum wage, more than that. At this point,
I would also be like doing more videos consistently, right? But like as a full-time career in Dota, that's not a lot. So a lot of people are not going to bother doing it, especially in like America at the least, like talking about that. There is all sorts of content that could be created, but getting the amount of viewership you need to make money in a game like Dota is quite difficult. And there's a lot of people who start and then stop. I've seen that, like, since my channel's been going. There's a lot of people who start making videos, they run through a lot of ideas, and then they just kind of like burn out, or it's not quite worth it. ZQuixotix is the number 2 YouTube. Oh man, that channel's dead as heck. Oh, one day I'd like to. Time restrictions. Time restrictions. I want us to get... I think the dream goal is we get to a point with an editor. I can churn out Dota ideas pretty quickly at this point, but actually turning them into videos is the hard part. At some point, gotta bite the cost of an editor. Hope the channel grows big enough to be self-sufficient to pay for it. And then after all that's done, then maybe there can be like genuine variety content. So you're saying there are certain opportunities, but just not good enough ROI for people doing it. It just has to be something you want to do and not financially. And at some point, most people will burn out. For example, right now, the most recent one I know of, there is a guy doing like these Dota 2 PowerPoints, and it's catching on. It's actually, the videos are a lot better viewership wise than mine, right? So will this continue forever? Maybe. It's very popular right now. Will he eventually run out of ideas, and then will he want to continue doing it, depending how much money he has made, depending how much commitment the videos take? I don't know, right? But like, that's where a lot of smaller content creators, and I still think of myself as a smaller content creator, but that's where you get to. Like, you have an idea, it's kind of working. His is actually finding a lot of success right now in Dota. Will he eventually run out of ideas and then want to keep doing it? Maybe it's not making that much money, and then he's like, I do this however many hours a day and I get like $5 for it. Why am I doing this? You know, at some point you burn out or you don't. And a lot of people will burn out because the money will not be there. But he came out with his fun, like, memey PowerPoint, and then boom, it's there, right? Like, people want the stuff. It's just whether the content creators want to continue doing it or not. And with that said, not everyone's content pops off and continues. There's a lot of people putting out content that just doesn't like connect. Okay, we can keep rambling on about that, but let's actually Omniknight feedback here. You said you lost about 5 in a row. You've got a lot of games of Omniknight off, but you've lost faith after that. So look at some of the fights and how you're doing. Okay, real quick. Let me take a look at the graph. Okay, we are pretty rich. Okay, pretty standard build. Haven't really thought about if it fits this game, but let's go off of that. So let's jump ahead. Let's see when you're done with the Radiance. Good call. You could maybe just TP to your own tower and then start jungling. But kind of a minor thing there. So we are just going to power farm till our Radiance. Stack this. Okay, maybe we got to get to the tower, actually. You could have done Ancients there, I think. Do the Ancients to finish it. But I don't actually play much Omniknight, so maybe it sucks. I don't know. It seemed doable.
Okay, now that you have your Radiance, you want your team to play with you, so ask the supports, the mid, to back you up. Just cause problems. Easy with one slow from a teammate. If they don't come, then we'll just push as safely as we can. Right now, a lot of people are missing, so I'm kind of getting scared. Okay, well, actually you see Quap mid, so I guess it's fine. Buy your own observer sentries if needed, if your supports aren't coming over. Yeah, like, I'm starting to get scared now, so if you back off, it's okay. I say that, you're now kind of running in again, so I'm kind of scared again. At least you're in the jungle, not in the lane. But this is where I would want to place my own observer or sentry somewhere. And, like, these guys are playing in the wrong spot. Like, why is Leshrac and Venge going with the Drow, who, like, has a Yasha? You know, Drow wants to just farm and catch up. It's not on Omniknight, right? But as it, you know, the team, the most you can do is, like, please play around me. I am the 8,000, almost 9,000 net worth Omniknight with a Radiance. Get away from the 5,000 net worth Drow with a Yasha. And support players watching, like, you guys also need to identify, like, who should I be with? I should be with this guy. I didn't want to be with him when he was working on the Radiance, but the Radiance is done now, so, like, that's the guy to be around. And if you are the guy, you have to say, I'm the guy. Like, I'm super strong. Play around me, please. You can't always force it. Like, sometimes they don't listen, but you have to at least say it. You have to tell people that you are strong, because they may not know you are strong. They are not the Omniknight offlane player. They don't know your timings. You have to at least declare it. And then at that point, it's off of you. You know, if you did it, you won your lane, you got the right item, you asked people to play around you, and they don't listen, then we will adapt and we'll do what we can by ourselves. But you need to at least say it, and you can't blame your team of, like, not doing things with you if you don't communicate that. Like, look at this. One hammer was third of OD's health. Imagine any slows or stuns to let Omniknight do 2 more hammers, which is a total of 10 seconds. Because you hit once, 5 seconds, hit the second time, another 5 seconds, hit the third time. Omniknight needs 10 seconds to kill a hero. So here is about 2 seconds. You know, here's another 2 seconds. Here's a slow for, what is this one? This one's actually a pretty slow, pretty short slow, but then it's like low cooldown, so you can use it a lot, you know? Dead shot back, you know, is some amount of time, the slows, the Atos, right? All these should just be enabling your strong heroes, and Omniknight should not be doing this on his own. This time, OD got you. I think you just probably didn't think that could happen to you. Once Repel is down, though, you should have used Repel to probably back away there. Hunted? I haven't seen that. I haven't actually played Dota. Alternatively, you can go to them. Like, if you see them somewhere else, you can go over. But we need to consolidate the Omniknight power with the control of the other heroes. Like this, except, you know, land the dead shot. But even that was enough for Omniknight to finish the job. We don't want to be jungling. This is where we want Drow to be. You can stack it for your team, but then you want to come to the lane. I'm scared to rewind. You do this stack, and you just come to the lane and push and have the supports behind you. Like, they're actually here, but you came to the jungle, and now you're moving this way to jungle more. To go here, no, I'm fighting. I have the Radiance. I even have the Echo Saber, and 2 supports were here. So we're all going to go in together, and we're going to do things while Drow stays here. I think we wasted about 30 seconds with that movement pattern. Now we're moving top. I feel like we haven't done much for the last minute now. not perfect, but stuff is happening and Drow is farming. Wait for abilities. We can go farm now. You should rush top rather than jungle along the way. After the... not quite losing the mid fight. It was kind of tied, but you should rush to another lane to like force him out. And here we can maybe... We should be able to finish the blink before the ult is up. Never mind. They found us. A lot of people were missing. I probably still would have taken... I don't blame you for taking that risk in a pub game, so we're not going to sweat that. Okay, we respawned. They're smoke top, so we rush top. We found him. That's fine. You should have dust, by the way, versus Clinks. Just kind of lost a Clinks kill for that because Leshrac TP'd in. I don't think he has one either. Yeah. Should carry detection. Okay, we are with the right heroes. You're not gonna catch him easily. You should just turn on the Shadow Shaman there. Yeah, I think this fight's actually not bad, but you just have to change your focus from Clinks because he has the teleport and he's pretty fast. If you can get him, great, but then like once he got away, you just gotta like turn and like bop the Shadow Shaman. Yeah, this jungling's really dangerous. You should be leaving. It's 4 versus 3. Got our blink though. Kind of worked out because they did 2 things at once. They came up here and came over here. So that was more an enemy mistake than like we should have been here, but it does work out. Like we capitalized on it. Okay, Drow's going bottom, so you guys can push out top. This is actually a weird time to smoke, but should at least push out lanes. So you're jungling, like we have a kill, we have the advantage, and then you as the strongest hero are defensively jungling. So like you have to be pushing out lanes after a good fight. I mean, that's not the greatest fight. I know it's like a Wind Ranger kill, but like someone's gotta go. Like, look at this. Great. You know, we died for it, but we got 2 more kills. So we kind of want to do that kind of stuff. We don't want to be like in the jungle as the strongest hero. Time to run away. Yeah, you can maybe use Q on this lane, but if you're too scared, that's okay. Let's just leave. Okay, 4 of them are showing like this. Drow player should just keep pushing the top instead of now jungling. This should be already being killed here. And you should be careful of walking up because they're surrounding this area. They could be moving in at any moment. Okay, everyone on the enemy team is missing. They were last seen, 4 of them in the bottom half. So the most dangerous is the bottom half. Currently, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in 5 different locations. Which is to say, if they go top, they will succeed. If they go mid, they will succeed. If they go here, they will succeed. If they go here, they will succeed. If they will go here, they will succeed. So there are no losing plans for the enemy team if they are grouped up. Plus, they have an invis hero scouting ahead. And we are like this. So as a team, we are all making a massive mistake. And it takes one, like any one person can call it out and then ask people to group. Even if the whole team doesn't group, Omniknight can come be near Leshrac. Omniknight can be defensively waiting, like near the Muerta. Omniknight
Omniknight can like wait in the tree so that when they do kill Leshrac, Omniknight immediately pushes the lane. If Omniknight pushes this lane now, Omniknight could be the one dying, and then these guys aren't pushing lanes, right? So it doesn't really matter who you are on this team. Now is the time to like play safe and group up. Now let's see if anyone does it. Omniknight is backing up. And if it turns out they're not grouped, by the way, like, oh, well, Zach, they might also be scattered, then we should be doing something. We should be grouping. It's just like, which team groups up first and goes? Okay, so, like, I don't love that we're all grouping mid around Drow, but if, like, that's where they're grouping, then that's where we're grouping. So now we are going with them. See, we're a little late, so we've already lost Muerta. We might have still made it in time. And then because we were the first to do stuff, the fight looks like it's mostly going our way. Okay, maybe it ended up a little even, but we lost supports and they lost cores. So I would still call that, I would call that overall a win for you guys, and it essentially comes down to our team grouped up first. And then you could have even been there just like a little bit sooner, maybe save the Muerta, and then have even better control for the rest of the fight. Which, if I had to guess, we're not going to watch all of it, but if I had to guess for the rest of the game, that's essentially going to be what determines it. Like, whoever groups up first and does stuff will probably win the fight. You are pretty bulky, and the melee guy who's going in first, you really should carry detection. Like, you need the dust versus the clinks, and you should backpack this bracer. And in fact, I would actually even consider the gem at this point, because catching clinks off guard because he's running up too far will just win you the fight. Like, he has so much of the damage output. If you take out clinks because he's like running over here thinking he's invulnerable, and you see him with the gem and you just blink on top and then hit him, and then he runs away and then you harpoon him, like, you can almost solo kill the clinks, let alone if you have any teammates nearby. We are TPing into jungle, though. Okay. Pop quiz. Do you need to push out top? This will actually push on its own. It will be very slow. But because it's... I don't know. Actually, it might go this way a little bit, actually. But because you have so many creeps coming in, this wave is about to die, but the next wave will come fortify, so you're going to build up 2 range creeps here. And then, because 2 range creeps do a lot of the damage, they'll kill more creeps even as the next wave shows up, and then, like, then there'll be 3 range creeps. This wave is actually pushing on its own. So here's the group, like, here's the team that's grouped up, and then we teleported here and ran top, which means, again, if we think about the enemy team grouping up and going first, here is success, here is a success, and here is a success. So we need to at least be the ones to come to here and have 4 heroes here, then be like, Venge, please come to us. You know, let's go and do things. And we hope to run into the enemies that are scattered. So then they were first. They got the kills first. And then now you're jungling. So, like, if we aren't with the team and we lose the fight, you have to be in the lane and you have to be shoving it out. And then you have to get out, like, once the appropriate amount of time, you know, like, oh, I think they're going to TP here. So you have 3 seconds, you know, like, push a lane and then blink out, TP out 3 seconds. I think they're going to come through the twin gate. So, like, push out, run this way. Now we're losing. They're going to take our tower, and then we're not threatening this tower. And we're also not, like, walking over. We're planning to TP over, but if we're planning to TP over, we should be doing this. Could Twin Gate cut the next wave? This is why Venge, you know, shouldn't be in here. We're not ready to fight, so your team actually shouldn't be here until we actually fight. So now, despite all their heroes being here for the last minute, like, this is where our team is, you know, on our own half of the map in the base, and not pushing out other things, jungling, you know, cutting waves, anything like that. If you actually see them run through here,
do you want to fight? It's 3 heroes versus 5. And now I know OD's top, but like there were the rest of the heroes in this area. So you don't actually want to stand here. You're like looking to see an opportunity that doesn't exist. I look a little silly now because it worked out, but tactically, I stand by that was not a good, it was not a good idea. We see how close it was. Omniknight almost died. Slark almost died. That was very, very close. I knew it. I was right. Saved. I mean, sometimes things do work out, so like, you know. But I still don't think you should walk up here for the reason I said. Like, it's more slighted against you than it should have worked out. And then we'll, you know, in theory, we lose that fight and then we lose Roche. That should be what they're worried about. Like, we lost that fight, we lost Roche. Here's the scan. Are we doing it? No, lol. Okay, guys. Type exclamation point. Just don't do that. That's an old one. I just need the match ID. You don't need to type exclamation point replay. We need the match ID, who you're playing, any questions you got. Match ID's got to be from the last week. One day exclamation point replay will be back. What are we doing there? Okay, to close this out, Omniknight is a lane bully into fast Radiance. And then because Radiance is a good team fighting item and Radiance has no stats really, right, to make you stronger, it works on Omniknight because you have so many natural abilities to stay alive when you have the Radiance. So when you finish the Radiance, and then all your ensuing items are all about fighting with the team and then saving your team and like being really strong as a team. So the more you play away from your team and the more you end up jungling, you're missing the point of the Omniknight off lane. You're supposed to be win the lane, chill till Radiance, or if you decide to go Echo Saber, like, I don't care. Like, whatever the build is, you hit that power spike, Radiance or Echo, and you're supposed to be a strong team fighter that people group around. If you have to go to them, then so be it. But, like, that's what we need. And in this replay, we're seeing a lot of cases where that's not happening all the time. And a lot of times you are pushing off on your own at the wrong times. Like, if we're not in the fight and we lose, then okay, now we split push off on our own. And then those are the times you're actually falling back and jungling. And then there are times people are grouping and then you're going away. Like, you have to go to the team. If you want to be a split pusher, you need to play someone else. You need to play like Dawnbreaker, and then you can split push a lot and then like ult in. But Omniknight like has to be involved in these fights with this build, especially like right after the Radiance. What's the schedule now in terms of playing versus coaching? Lately, we've been doing Monday and Wednesdays for these replay analyses. And then I still, if anyone's interested in signing up for coaching, I can adjust certain days, but the defaults are like Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, in theory, are playing days for the stream. And I'm kind of more in a streaming mode than video mode. But actually, it's worked out that the last couple Tuesdays have been no stream because we play badminton in the evenings with some friends. And then if anyone signs up for coaching, then the timing is weird. It's like, do I do a stream before and then coach and then whatever, coach and then stream and then badminton? I gotta like cook before different stuff. So Tuesdays lately have been like video work days, which you'd be like, I haven't seen a video come out. Yeah, that's weird. I've been in a slump. I have made a lot of half videos and then gone,
I'm a piece of shit. This is a piece of shit. No one's going to watch this. I've wasted my day. I hate what I've made. That's happened for several Tuesdays in a row now. Eventually a video will come out. Eventually a video will happen. Are you streaming 4 days a week? In theory, it hasn't always happened though. I know, I'm a little bit in my head. I know a lot of you are actually very supportive on the videos, and I appreciate it. I don't know. I had a run of about the first year. I made like a video a day, which is kind of crazy. That was absurd. After that, it was more like 2 to 3 videos a week in phases. It has been on the decline. And then lately, you can really tell there's like a video a month, maybe. I guess it was bound to happen at some point, right? It's not that this didn't happen in the past, but that I felt required to put things out. At some point, we were going to hit a creative slump and like really critique our own self. And I think that is like in full force now, where I do a lot of stuff and I'm just like not happy with it. I don't feel it's concise. I feel I repeat myself too much, or I'm like, I can't think of a good thumbnail, even if this idea is good. Yeah, I don't know. That's why like the videos have been so all over the place. Clips from the coachings kind of have been happening. Those are the videos that are more recent, like the Axe video, the recent rotation video. So we do get some stuff out of these streams. The Smurf video, for example, I did a whole Smurfing video. It's about 40 minutes. And then I'm like, nah, this sucks. I'm gonna redo it again. I'm gonna redo it like a third time. I don't know. There's like an expectation in my mind, and like none of the videos are meeting that expectation. And I have a hard time releasing it after that fact. That's why I think like if we get an editor, it will help with that. Because one, the editor can help fill in the stuff that I can't do that I'll be happier with. But also, I'll just hands off. I'll be like, this is it. It's a video. Like whatever the editor gets, it's a video. And I am not the one looking at it, hating like what it becomes and then wanting it redone. Been inhaling your videos. Thank you. Thank you. I hear your voice while playing Dota. Don't put that Guardian ward. I'll ban you from the channel. I hope you hear that. That's the voice you need to hear while playing. All right, let's do this one. I've been hearing you flame that Pugno ward in my head recently. That's another one you should hear. Wait, is this my 7th Cliff ward in a row? What would Zach say about this? Yeah, the Smurf. I am not smurfing. It's we found an account that is being boosted. The video that I made is pretty educational, but I just think there are things that could be cut out, things that could be said more concisely, add in other examples. That's what like gets to me, is like I want it to be more, but then the amount of work it takes to make it more is a lot. I also you develop different symptoms over the course of your life. I have ADHD. One of the ADHD symptoms that I have seen on the various, if you've never had to do this,
when you have mental problems in America. You go and you fill out a survey, do you want to die? And then you have to be like, no, check that. Otherwise you're put in a different queue, you know? Or if you want to be seen faster, yes. Fill out the rest, whatever, you know. One of them for ADHD is, do you have trouble finishing the final? I get, the more I realize as I get to the end of final projects and things, I do struggle to finish. That's actually where a lot of videos go. The first 2/3 are done, and then the final third, I get the motivation creative block, and I'm like, I hate it. It's over. Why are we doing this? I don't want to do this. Like, it's getting to me more and more as I guess get older. But I never had that problem before as much. I mean, it would come up on occasion like anyone has, right? But like, it was never so much that I'm like, yes, on the survey, 5 on the struggle to finish things. Oh, you have to check no? I check yes. I'm just kidding. Yeah, you check whatever you need.
So small, the world will hardly.
The irony of the ADHD surveys. This is too much to read. I can't finish this. What are you talking like? I'm gonna be here forever trying to go through this survey. Damn. Okay, we're doing this Lion 5 agent. Wait, let me focus up, guys. Focus up. Stop talking about ADHD. I haven't played much position 5 in a while, and I find myself out of position a lot in lane. I feel like I should have made more rotations, but protecting position 1 and killing position 3 was maybe a better move. Okay, so we'll look at the lane. Look at the lane. I would go back in time. I was reading your comment, so I didn't actually see how that developed. Let's just go from here. But yeah, depending on what you see, you should be careful of that. Like, oh, maybe I didn't see enemy heroes and I still came in on my own. I should have been careful. You have started with boots first, but you're gonna have some issues because of that. So one, you have an Ursa. You actually want to get involved in more fights, because Ursa, he can do it. You know, it like depends on the matchup, but Ursa versus Centaur, you can get kills here. So we need to fight, but boots are not a fighting item. Boots, unless you are a melee initiator like Clockwork and you need to get close to do things, you don't actually need boots for a lot of ranged heroes, because at some point you stand still and attack and you use spells, and the boots are 500 gold that don't do anything. And so when you can just like pot shot for free, and when the moment comes you just throw the stun, you don't ever need to get close to make things happen. The move speed won't benefit you as much. So things like Iron Branches, Fairy Fire, Magic Stick, all of that would help you a lot more. Blood Grenade to actually get kills with Ursa, especially because this is a Centaur, and then either techies, so a bunch of burst, so we need to be a lot healthier than 516 health, or it's Pugna, who's going to be auto-attacking nonstop, blasting us. Like, no matter what support plus Centaur, there's going to be a lot of harass here. So you actually want to bulk up on items, and the boots won't do as much for you. If you reverse double melee heroes who don't have a gap closer, boots could work, because you just constantly keep your distance and never give them a fight, and then you don't need the stats. And I'd be open to that. But this is like some range stuff that when they harass you, you're gonna have problems. All right, so here, I'm gonna back up, block this, come back here, and now play the lane. But now look at the creeps. Look at the creeps. So if we're here sooner, you stepped away, you missed a couple creeps to be part of, to deny, to harass Centaur while he's going for last hits. He can't fight you back. Techies attacked Ursa the whole time. So you could be in the lane the whole time. And then now, as we are done with most of the creeps, right? 3 out of 4 creeps have been dealt with. There's 1 creep left. Now you could walk up and sentry and come back. Or you could even put the sentry in this corner. We could never leave the lane the whole time, just drop it and then still be laning, depending what you think needs to happen. But typically, if you haven't blocked this at the very start of the game, try not to do it in the middle of the laning phase. Do it like in between creep waves, which is like right now. Same if you're position 4.
It's like if you left to go body block now, or like to go sentry place now, but like there's a whole bunch of creeps happening. That is conceptually what we're talking about. Okay, this is a good pull though. Ursa should be more careful. Let's see if he dies without us. Look at Ursa ruining his own equilibrium. So as you see them killing things, you need to attack your creeps a little bit more. Or sorry, attack the small camp a little bit more. Because now this wave is just going to push out again. Okay, but they see you. They see you. They may not pay attention, but at a high level, they will be checking you a lot. And this is just in the lane now. They're going to see it happen. Plus, you actually blocked this camp. So there's a high chance they put a sentry over here. Now, actually, more sentries are up here, to be fair. But it could be here. And then here would actually get this. So this needs to be further. But you also need to place it when they're not literally looking at you. Nah, they didn't see that. Yeah, they were blinking right at the moment, I'm sure. Both of them blinked. And they probably never clicked you. Jokes aside, they probably never clicked you. So you actually probably are good. Until you go higher up. And then it's not good. Way easier to hit the Centaur than the Techies. Just go for the Centaur. Plus, Ursa can help you. In fact, you can just mana drain the Centaur. Just stand here and mana drain him. You know, what's he going to do? He's going to back off. Or he'll charge in, and then Ursa will be there, right? You don't even need to stun him. Just let him walk away and drain his mana. And then he'll miss some CS. Like, time it as a ranged creep is coming up or something. A banner creep. And then just start mana draining him. Like, do it. Like, you could do it now, a few seconds ago, and then he's gonna be like, do I stick around for this melee creep? Or I'm gonna lose all my mana, you know? So then he'll back out, or he'll get it, and you'll get more mana. Or you do it, like, ignoring the current creep equilibrium. You do it now, and then he's like, I need this banner creep, but, like, all my mana's gone. Whoa. Also, don't do this pull, because this is what's happening. You're gonna be dove here, or you're just going to take a bunch of creep harass if they're not brave enough to dive. But they actually should dive. Techies should, like, go in this tree line and blast off onto the Ursa. And then Centaur will stun, and then Ursa will die here. And they can do it now, too. They can do it, like, from here. Yo, Techie, do you have blast off? Do you plan on using this ability? Ah, there we go. So this is why we need to bulk up. We need enough stats to not be killed by the blast off and all this stuff. And why you also just want to, like, stand near the creeps so that when they go in, their AoE abilities are going to hit the creeps. You might be drawing creep aggro from, like, harassing Centaur, but then when the sticky bomb hits you, you're going to stand next to creeps. If this guy tries to do stuff, it's going to be in creeps. When he blasts off, it's going to be in creeps. So even just fighting in the lane, you're going to be here. And then you would just keep draining their mana over time, and then, like, they can no longer be aggressive. Okay, we need to attack this kobold camp, like, nonstop. You have one melee creep that's about to die, and then a range creep. Except Ursa has dragged it away. And not dragging it this way. Okay, so we have two separate mistakes happening. You are doing pulls that don't always need to happen, or you're not trimming them correctly, like focusing your melee creeps or focusing down the camp, depending on, like, what's happening. And then Ursa is also just, like, no cares, dragging creeps around and getting them killed off. So you're both individually making creep equilibrium mistakes, which is why the lane keeps going up really far. That's going to make it harder for you guys, because you actually want to be here so that Ursa can, like, run people down, and it helps your positioning. Instead, we're going to keep moving up like this, which then you're going to go pull, and then Ursa's going to keep being on his own, and we're going to keep bouncing back and forth like this. Get the centaur. Get him. Duel 1. Wow, what the hell is this? That's sick. All right, get out of here. Go row. You got the centaur kill. There is an observer that I have critiqued, but it's still here. So let's go on and get out of here. Let's walk over. We're a little late for the rune, but it actually looks like it's still up because Queen's checking it. Never mind. It has been taken by OD. But you could be here attempting a gank on OD and then walk back in time to help Ursa. Or you could twin gate help top. Like, this lane's pretty pushed up. You could do a sneaky TP, run in, get this guy. All right, and then hit this melee creep. Hit this melee creep. Oh, you want to try the Wisdom Shrine? Okay, okay. Ursa, then you gotta be back here. You gotta be jungling the small camp or doing boglets. Can't be up here. You'll be killed. Blast off into all this stuff. Success. And now you guys go for Centaur. Techies ran this way. Try for Centaur. Even if you don't kill him, just like send spells. I know this guy's 2v1. But now is not a great time because now there's a bunch of creeps. We're half health, he's full health. Like, this is a weird time to go aggressive. Maybe you're not, but like, just to paint that picture, this is a strange time to go aggressive compared to here. But if we had done this one, even if we don't kill Centaur and then we get pushed back here, now it's like half health Centaur, half health Ursa. Maybe we could do it. You're fine to do 8 minutes here, because Ursa can drag this under tower. The creep wave will be like right here, and then you can do small camp stuff. You could go for the 8-minute power in there. But you don't want to do this pull. Like, if you are here, see how this pull keeps forcing Ursa to tank the creeps, and then you harass. A lot of these pulls are really limiting what you can do, actually. No flame, but I gotta make it clear. You need to envision what creep equilibrium is, and then pull based on that. I think you're doing a lot of pulls that aren't quite necessary, and it's actually hurting you a lot. Because Ursa keeps being harassed by creeps, and he has no good wave clear. Oh, nice bait on the blast off. Let's go. That's pretty sick. Like here, this equilibrium is very good, so we would not do a pull. You would actually leave the lane now. You would like go to stack something, go through the twin gate, come top. This is a good time to leave. Buy an observer and a sentry to place in the lane. Not like literally in the lane, you know, but like somewhere further out. In particular, you're looking for techies. So actually, if it is in the lane and you just place it from out of sight, I will accept it. You need to see one side of the lane so Ursa knows when to be careful of blast off while you're gone. Because that's how he'll die. He'll be blast off, stomped, and then like finish the burst into the kill. So you just need to know where the blast off is. All right, when you respawn, we want to walk somewhere else. I don't think I ever started the timer. Oops. Oh, well. Itemization advice. This is pretty greedy in terms of like, I rush Tranquils and then I rush the Blink. So fill out your slots at the start, get those Iron Branches, Magic Stick, things we talked about. You don't actually need the move speed in the lane. You only need it to roam, which we haven't done yet. And then, like, as you can see, at some point you can rush the Blink, but that means all these slots are open, so we can have things like Blood Grenades, Magic Stick, 2 Iron Branches, like all sorts of combination of stuff. You don't even have to finish the wand. It can just be left at a Magic Stick.
And that's okay. Okay, we are walking out of here. That's good. Get him, get him, get him. I think you got to try to lead with the Hex there. Like, just run straight at him in Hex, or Earth Spike from the low ground, or from the high ground to the low ground. I like the idea, though, even though we didn't get him. Now we go top. That's okay with me. Got my innate going. Let's get this guy, get this guy, get this guy. We need Abaddon a little closer before we try to get this guy. So, I know I was saying get this guy, but actually you need Abaddon to come closer before we get this guy. Because a lot of your crowd control went into nothing. Like, it was just you and Omniknight, but you guys aren't very high damage. But, I will say, even though we're top losing heroes, Ursa is on his own farming, right? So I'm happy with that. You are in the right place. You're just in the wrong, like the execution was wrong. But the macro play is correct. Finger him. Nice. Lion is too funny. Like, whether this works out or not, Ursa is continuing to farm on his own. You're farming, right? This is a really hard kill to get. I actually don't care about this tower. See how you, like, are running around, kind of doing nothing for a little bit here? Maybe you're trying to bait the Queen of Pain play, but you could have another 100 gold plus on Ursa. Like, for the time you, like, ran in circles here, you could have just farmed this hard camp and then farmed this small camp. Even if Queen of Pain is coming, then you're just waiting for the lane. After the tower kills it, it'll push out to somewhere here, and then you'll be done with this, and you'll come back to lane. Queen of Pain will be, like, waiting here to come in. You don't actually need to, like, hey, guys, I'm dangling under the tower. Come chase me out. This is also pretty tough between these two heroes. This is not the easiest combo to kill. And, again, for the same reason I was highlighting why it's good you guys were going top, even if it doesn't always work out, drawing attention away from the Ursa to the Dragon Knight. Like, we could just do that. Queen of Pain could go top. I don't hate going bottom, but just saying, like, Ursa will farm fine on his own. And instead, now we're, you know, drawing 5 heroes on our side. And this is what'll happen if it doesn't work, right? So, everyone came bottom, and Ursa, instead of just farming smoothly, which, by this point, he leaves... 100 gold, 60 gold, pushes out the lane, 200 gold. Maybe you're not doing ancients yet, you know, it's like 60 gold, repeat, come back up here, right? All that consistent money, and instead he's gonna like split 4 ways with everybody up here. And Dragon Knight is the one taking towers, farming camps. So what was the Ursa 200 gold ahead of the Dragon Knight? He just shot up. He is now ahead by like 400 gold. And if the fight does work out, right, then Ursa will kind of catch back up a little bit. But it's catch back up, right? He's actually even with the Dragon Knight, even though he got 2 kills. Ursa had to get 2 kills to match Dragon Knight being left alone for like 30 seconds to a minute. And there's no guarantee Ursa gets 2 kills. So that's why it's typically better, unless you're really confident in being able to get the kills, which maybe you guys were. But I would say it looked a little harder than that. If you are confident, you can come, make the play, and then leave, and it's okay. But if it's ever unclear, it's going to backfire. Okay, resubmit, guys, resubmit. Match IDs, who you're playing, questions you got. I will let this keep going for a little bit. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna fill my tea and my water. Let's see. So we got some laning stage questions. Actually, there's a lot of laning stage questions here from different heroes. I'm gonna start. Where should we start? What ranks have we covered till now? Let's mix it up a little bit. A lot of divine and ancient. Okay, let's start with the Herald one and make our way up again. We'll do a couple of these laning ones in a row, because even though they are different heroes and you'll have different considerations, you kind of think of both, right? Like, as a ranged hero, in this case, we're going to start with this ranged apparition. You have some considerations, but then if you play against another ranged hero, that's one thing. You play against a melee hero, that's another thing. So as we cover these different laning considerations for ranged melee heroes, stuff like that, hopefully it'll build it out for all of you. So we'll start with this Ancient Apparition one. While it's downloading, in case we don't get to everyone, but I see some different questions coming up. Mendoza, your question about, like, had a bad start on your Ogre off lane, so then you just went, like, Aura bot and followed TA around. I'm assuming TA had a good game. That sounds fine to me. I think that it could be good. We'd have to potentially pull up the game and look deeper, but at least as a possible plan, that seems okay. And then I saw someone else say you are returning to the game as the Slark player. Your early game was bad, especially when you're being bullied in lane. What's the most important thing I need to do to improve first? Slark, if you like Slark, I mean, it's fine, but if you're returning to the game, you might want a sturdier hero to start. Let's say you're playing carry. Someone like Dragonite, Wraith King, Sven, Luna, Gyrocopter. Those kind of heroes are stronger in the lane and have better farming speed naturally. So if you are rusty, it's not as punishing. Like, okay, I had a bad start, but I can just jungle fast and recover. Slark, like, if you don't balance your lane well, you can easily fall behind, and then you have to hurt yourself to farm. So your farming speed sucks until you're level 6. So it can be pretty tough. Excuse me. So I might recommend that. If we'll see who else, like, we're gonna go through a couple of different games here, so we might get to your game and be able to give you more specific advice, but at least for now, I will throw that out there. Okay, Ancient Apparition, you said, how do I play? I kind of assume my carries will be worse than me, so I want to start with some extra damage. I'm okay with that, especially for Herald. You don't even have to do, like, a Null Talisman. You could just do, like, a Fairy Fire, Circlet, another Iron Branch, but I don't mind going for the Null. And you actually even still have some money, so I would buy a Fairy Fire, and then once you use these Observers and Sentries, you're going to have the slot open. So then you'll have, like, what are we at? 2, this is 5 damage, and then 9 damage with our starting items, which is a lot. Okay,
blocking this camp, totally fine. You don't actually need the observer here, and if they come block this camp, you're going to lose this really quickly. You actually, as the ranged hero, and you want to be careful about this, but at the same time in Herald, you'll probably get away with it, even if you reveal the observer. If you stick it in the lane, somewhere like over here, that'll actually help you more as the Ancient Apparition, because if they get close to you, Ancient Apparition is usually a squishy hero. So if they get close to you, that's really bad. You want to keep them at max range, your attack range, and just poke, poke, poke. Your build is going for it. You kind of already have that mindset. So even if you don't reveal that you have the observer, but you see them going this way, then you know, like, oh, I'm going to stand this way. Coincidentally, I'm moving away from them. You stand over here, you see the clockwork, the enemy support, like, okay, I gotta like sneak around this way and get the guy, and you're like, oh, coincidentally, I'm gonna go stand on the right side of the lane. Isn't that crazy? You can use the observer to help avoid the enemy heroes, and then just poke, 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 poke nonstop. This won't really help you. You'll know the camp is spawned or not, but that's kind of it. And it's not that hard to check this, because like if we're poking and we're standing here, we'll see it. If you're like under your tower, like you just back up a little bit, you'll see it. High level, courier delivers items, path it to come stand here, and then go back. Like there's a lot you can do to check that camp without needing to put an observer there. Yeah, you already had a good trade. You don't have to go for more. I'd be careful of this. Both of you. Ogre shouldn't really take that risk. Like, he just saw 4 heroes here, and then he's like, yeah, I'm going to walk in here. Really dangerous. You also don't know, like, maybe Ogre's doing that because he has teammates here that they're missing this, and then you're walking up, then they'll kill you. You should probably just go around and be in the lane. But anyways, it looks like we are making it to the lane without too much trouble in the end. And bless. Anti-Mage managed the lane while we were gone. Actually, he's messing it up a little bit now, which you can potentially help with. This guy's actually so far out of range, you're actually good. You could just turn around and start hitting creeps to make sure this stays, because Anti-Mage actually did mess it up at the very end. He was doing such a great job, and then he cooked it. Project SMG, yo, thank you for the sub. Welcome. Whack, whack, whack. And then once you're done whacking, hit your own creeps. Hit this one. Yes. Excellent. They're pretty far. So, you don't need to chase, because we're actually in a decent spot still. But you see a lot of creeps are building up. So here is where you want to just like hit any of your creeps once they go below 50, and then get ready to attempt a pull here at 140. I'm going to say 147 because that's what I'm used to, but I know this one's actually later now because they moved to things. It's now like 120-ish. 122 is still fine. But you don't need to chase forward. If you go forward, we're trying to look for trouble, and we don't need to do that. So you've hung around. This is good. None of those creeps ever drop below 50. You actually have 2 options here. You can keep pushing with Anti-Mage, because notice, if you stayed in lane, you'd hit level 2. He's level 2. They're still level 1, because this is the 3rd wave, and their 3rd wave is dead. Your 3rd wave is still alive. In fact, all the range creeps are all still alive. So if you want to try for an aggressive play here off this level 2 timing, you could. Your heroes are not very good for it. So if you just do this, I don't mind. And hopefully, like, with better balancing, you guys would never have pushed to begin with. Here, just keep an eye. So this pull is fine, because you push a lot of creeps forward, but just keep checking in. Uh-oh, tower is hitting it. So actually, these creeps are going to die pretty fast, so we gotta have to have these creeps die, and when these creeps are all dead, switch it. When these creeps are all dead, I need all of these creeps dead, because the amount of time to walk back to here is about the time it takes to walk from here to here. And that's the timing we're looking for. So right now, we gotta, like, I need you to check in. Uh-oh, they're all dead, right? So that's why we have to be looking up here to see what's happening, to know if I should be sitting here waiting for last hits, if I should be hitting my own creeps nonstop, or if I need to be hitting the small camp nonstop. I don't know which of those choices to make.
unless I keep looking over here and I see how much damage the creeps are taking. Is the enemy starting to like nuke out waves they're not supposed to, but it's Herald, they're gonna do it. You know, like what's going on? I don't know, and because I don't know what I need to do here. And because we didn't do it, like we didn't hit this is now gonna go under tower. Now technically, good carries will run this around, and you're gonna need to wait till you're like 8k for that to happen consistently. So he is gonna bring it under the tower, and now you guys are gonna push out again, which means the whole idea of this pull is because, we shoved the lane, let me try to fix it, let me do this pull, but without the correct follow-up and keeping an eye on how quickly things were dying, now we're just gonna end up pushing again. So the pull denied one creep, I think, which is like not bad, but again, we're gonna go up, so we could have done both. We could have denied a creep and kept equilibrium here, like actually fixed it. Okay, see, this one's below half, let's hit it. You're currently looking to like harass an ogre. Is this ogre stopping Anti-Mage? No. Anti-Mage even reflected counterspell. So Anti-Mage is actually in a pretty good spot with a suspicious amount of last hits and denies. Not that suspicious yet. But we could have helped like kill some creeps there. And now we're kind of like waiting here, but there's not much to do, right? So now you're backing up to body block, but that's like kind of minor. And you can just be in the lane constantly harassing or hitting your own creeps. I think that's the step you're missing. If you're gonna get the null talisman components, by the way, usually you finish it. You actually went for a wand. If you get the magic stick, that's okay, but you can just leave it at a magic stick and then 2 iron branches and then get your null talisman. You don't actually need the full wand. It's hard to notice that while playing, but noted. Yeah, I know I'm kind of like saying like, oh, just do it. I recognize that's the part that's going to be a little tough. But here, okay, so like here's the habit you want to build. I hit this. I can't back up because again, we'll crash. Okay, as you're waiting to do the pull, you look over. Either like move it through here, click over here, whatever, right? We look, we then double click our hero to snap back. We hit the camp, we pull. If you can build the habit to check again, because sometimes in the time you looked, they have now used a nuke, and then you go, oh shit, I don't want to pull. Press S to stop your hero from moving further into the lane, turn back around, all that. You can do it. We now connect the pull. Okay, third time, look again. Has anything happened? No. Based on what I see, I have a little bit of time. I don't have to kill these creeps instantly. I can hit my own creeps. Let's do this. This kobold camp sucks, so we're not going to be able to do this too much. But let's say one of the creeps got below 50, click it. Your hero will start hitting it, and you don't have to do anything else. So then we look again. Okay, has anything happened? Uh-oh, look at this. They're starting to push in kind of quickly. So now I need this camp to die, so now I switch. Now I just attack nonstop, and then, kind of keep checking in what's happening. And it'll take a while to build that habit, but if you do build it, it's good. Okay, moments like this. Oh, we didn't crash. Amazing, I did it out of habit. So moments like this, Anti-Mage is farming under tower, and these 2 melee heroes are actually standing back here. So my question to you is, are they stopping Anti-Mage from farming? Yes or no? No, because they're so far back, right? So then do I need to do anything to them? No, because they're not doing anything to Anti-Mage, so I don't care what they're doing if they're back here. So as a support, especially one who could die, like when you're kind of squishy, right? When you start to move up like this, we're just asking for trouble, because I don't actually need to do anything here, but I might put myself too far out, and then I will come under fire, and Anti-Mage doesn't want to help me because he's farming creeps down here. So here, you just like sit here, and then here's a creep you can hit. Just hit this creep, kill it off a little faster. Potentially, if you think you can go stack because the timing works out, then you can do that too. You could run down here, stack the Boglets, stack the Ancients. If you think that's worth your time and it works out, then go ahead. But this, to me, they're so far back, I don't have to do anything. I can do something else. This is the risk, by the way. One, drew range creep aggro, which is going to reduce the amount of damage being dealt to our creeps. but then any harass you do might draw the next creep wave, especially when you have damage over time stuff like Ancient Apparition, which means now the next creep wave is running this way, and things are about to get a little messy. This is actually working out quite well for you. Unintentionally, it's actually quite good. These guys will have a really hard time killing Anti-Mage, so if you get an Observer and place it, you'll be in a good spot. This one is not bad in terms of protecting Anti-Mage, but two critiques. One, you blocked this camp, so at any point, now it's been a while and he hasn't done it, so maybe he's not going to do it, but technically at any point, Ogre Magi might unblock this camp and he might put his sentry somewhere here, and then he'll kill your Observer for free. He didn't even know you put it, but he'll get it. But if he's paying attention, he'll actually know you put it because this creep is following you, so they actually see you. And if they're looking at you, if they're clicking on you, they're gonna know you place his Observer. This is Herald. They probably didn't see you do it. You could have probably typed, I'm warding here, and they may have missed it, but still a good habit to keep in mind. If the enemies see you, if your daytime vision, if the creeps are near you, be careful about placing wards, because we want them to live. That's the whole point. I need it to live so that I can leave this Anti-Mage alone. If it gets killed, then I don't feel good about leaving Anti-Mage alone. I'm still going to do it, but like I'll feel worse about it. So placing it from out of sight is critical to feeling good about this. I was trying to keep them low as possible and hit them every chance I get. It's a good idea, but there is a limit of when, like, I don't actually need to go further. So that's what I want to advise you on. If they aren't actually stopping you from farming, or not you, but your carry, then you're actually good to go and you don't need to do more. Let that be the limit of when you don't need to look for more harass. And just hitting your own creeps will also be meaningful. Because part of the reason you're harassing the enemy is so that A, they can't stop you from farming because they're too low, which if they're not in the lane, then you're good, right? But then two, oh, can I kill them? I'm trying to build a difference in terms of health. We're healthy, they're low, so then we can kill them. But if we don't chase too far and we need something to do and we hit our own creeps, we are denying XP from them and gold because they can't get the chance to last it. So rather than a health difference, maybe we're all full health, but we're level 3 and they're level 2. Or I have finished an item, my Anti-Mage finishes power treads, and they don't have items because we've been denying gold, right? That's also an advantage which we can now use to kill them from full health, even if we didn't get the harass in. So harassing as Ancient Apparition, really long range, great idea, but there are other ways to be useful, and that's kind of what I want to throw out to you here. Okay, I think up to here is probably pretty good, because like you guys are already winning the lane at this point. They haven't really done much to stop you. I'm just going to zoom through here. At some point when you don't think Anti-Mage can be killed and we put our Observer to keep him alive, we want to try to go do other things. Whether that's stacking, whether it's going for runes, stuff like that. Technically, in Herald, it is not as important to roam, and actually staying in your lane longer is perfectly acceptable because lanes go up to 15 to 20 minutes in Herald. So if you stay here longer, that's okay. But the good habit to build is to at least think about rotating, and if you ever think someone is a little too good for Herald, for example, Kez seems to be winning mid, you don't know his exact amount of losses, but if they look suspicious, then getting a Smurf a rune or a really good player for some reason a rune is worth your time. Whereas the typical Herald mid is not worth your time. But if you ever get a feeling, you know, I'm not throwing out accusations here, but like if you just, you know, it gets a little too good here, you might as well help yourself. It's how it goes. Sometimes they're on your team, sometimes they're against you. So you can come over, stack for them, get power runes, or just like twin gate over, mess with them top. You could probably kill this Lich, right? If you twin gate over, come here, cold feet, hit him with the chilling touch, he'll probably just die. Here You saw Ogre kill your stuff, so coming to get it is fine. But when you put your sentry, always remember the minimum it will take is 2 seconds. Like, you instantly see the sentry, and then you attack the sentry twice. Minimum 2 seconds, up to 4 seconds if there's an observer. And then if you have to look for stuff, add X amount of time on top of that. So when you place your sentry looking for the enemy stuff, you also have to ask yourself, do I feel good about wandering this area for 10 plus seconds to find the sentry, or are they still in the area and could threaten me? And then worse, they push me out and then kill my sentry. So when Ogre kills your stuff, but I don't see him yet, and I don't see Underlord yet, I'm okay with you just waiting here, because, like, it doesn't really matter that they sentryed here yet. We can wait. And then once I see them in the lane, now I feel good about sentrying and looking around and then getting it. If you're in a rush for some reason, like, oh, I was trying to get it before the 6 minute in case he was blocking it, then that's okay. I think in this case, it was going to be a little too late anyways, but, you know, if you thought you could do it, that's fine with me. But always be a little careful at, because we don't want to put the sentry and then just get it killed because Ogre's still here, or worse, we get killed because Ogre's still here, and then, like, Underlord's actually there too. And then looks like we do get a little baited here. We step up a little up too far. One more Ignite should finish the job. Here, I think if you actually just keep running around, you're probably okay, but you're still winning the lane overall. You just, like, one overextension there. Not the end of the world. So here is where they just burnt a bunch of mana on Anti-Mage, so even though I died, I actually feel okay if you leave the lane and go somewhere else. Maybe help this guy, maybe help top, I don't really care. But I think that could work. Is Slark about to kill this guy? Oh my goodness. Hilarious. Okay. Solo kill Underlord. Anti-Mage didn't even want to help you. At this point, by the way, Anti-Mage actually wants to use this camp. You don't need both these observers, by the way. This is where you're going to bring too much vision here, and now Kez is going to have to play without an observer because you're using, like, multiple down here. Now you might say, like, oh, my mid never buys it, so go place it for him, right? It's going to be better for you and your team than for, like, 2 observers here. But also, Anti-Mage is at the point where he wants to start pushing in the wave and then, like, jungling this stuff. So by blocking this camp, you're actually going to reduce Anti-Mage's farming potential. Will he do that? I don't know, but he should do that. And then, like, this stuff he can do on his own. This is where it's like, on paper, if you weren't Herald, I would tell you, like, we're supposed to leave because, like, oh, we do pull, so, like, help Anti-Mage can just do it himself. Okay, well, like, what am I doing then, right? Like, that's how it should feel, and that's why you can go somewhere else. But in Herald, there's less rotations, and Anti-Mage and your carries will often be like, I don't know what to do without my Ancient Apparition here, and so then you can, like, stick around longer. But I think this guy should be fine without you. I'm gonna, like, let this play out, and we're gonna see when you end up leaving this lane while I scroll up to go find another laning question that I wanted to get to. Okay, 11 minutes. That's actually not too bad. I missed exactly how you got here because I was looking at the chat, but we are in another lane. We can start doing things up here. We're gonna move to a soft support Guardian game, also asking about the laning stage. And potentially the way this bounty should play in this upcoming replay is maybe how this ogre should have been playing this lane, because they haven't really been doing much. But that's why, like, these laning questions together, I think, might be good. I hope we can download it, actually. I just typed all this stuff. What if we can't download it? Oh, we can. Phew.
What's the line looking like for paid number of reviews? There's actually not any right now. I'm just picking some from the chat from earlier. No problem. I'm glad we were able to help, Cesaro. Hopefully I didn't butcher that name. I think that's an L at the end. I was going to say Caesar. It might still just be Caesar L, but maybe it's all together. Cesaro. Oh no. Oh no. This one's me. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to help you out here. Okay. Let me fix the timestamp real quick. Okay, so for this one, tragic Bounty 4 game. Felt lost and confused and ended up being useless. Okay, actually, I just realized, I don't know if your question was about the laning stage. For some reason, when I first read your thing, it was about the laning stage. Maybe it wasn't. But I am still going to go into the laning stage first of all, and then we'll go on beyond further. Feel like I should have left that Witch Doctor Sniper. Oh, maybe. Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. If you're going to start with boots on bounty, that usually means you're not actually planning to play the lane, which means you can also skip the tangos to start. You can buy like Blood Grenade, Sentry, Observer, and I would say if you're starting boots on Bounty Hunter, you're looking to snipe couriers. So you should grab the Observer, start Invis, like run over here and either place the Observer somewhere in this area or somewhere in this area. Because there's a Night Stalker, it's a little bit more awkward because they're going to be able to see you. Like in the same way, if we look at our map, there's a lot of like daytime vision. Same thing for them. This Night Stalker, like his team, if we imagine like where can we place this without being spotted, it's going to be quite tricky. So I would say probably like running over here and then placing it in the lane is maybe your best bet. Or hold it, invis, run over, scout, seal the bounty, whatever, and then like plant it as it turns to night and then run over. Or body block, you know, don't even need to place the observer, whatever. Different options if you think your lane sucks. Most of the time there's not a Night Stalker, so then you can just run up and place it at night. Although I would still take invis. Okay, so you're actually getting Janata to like run up and hit people with Janata, but then let's think about what you're gonna play the lane into, because you are position 4 bounty, right? Maybe, okay, well, looking at it, it's maybe not super clear, but I would guess Weaver or Sniper, and then possibly the Witch Doctor, which is all ranged heroes, which means you're gonna have the hardest time walking up and hitting them with the Janata. Technically the boots will help, but then like you will be in kind of a bad spot. So this is one I would just play for equilibrium and not worry about Janata. I might just skip Janata completely, because throughout this game, when are we ever really gonna hit them all that much? You're mostly gonna find people for your team and then like stun and burst. I'd probably just skip Janata. She's actually a very strong offlaner if you give her good equilibrium. So like all you have to do down here is some of the equilibrium tricks. Body block the first creep wave, drag the next one, block a camp, pull. Like that's all you're planning to do with the boots. And then as the Witch Doctor or whoever is like running around chasing you, you're way faster with the boots. And then that's also why you can skip the tangos, because like I'm not taking any damage over here killing couriers and shit. If you are going to play the lane, then you want like magic stick, some iron branches, stats. Because like look at our health. We have 538 health. We have really good armor, but no health. So all your iron branches actually go a long way because the effective HP with the amount of armor. So a blood grenade, iron branches, fill out the stats, magic stick. But if you think the lane sucks and we're not going to do that, then the boots into avoiding the lane is a good way to go about it. All right, so like right now we're good. 3 creeps pushing forward. They are deniable. Hopefully Death Prophet will manage that. Let her pull it back, and you just need to make sure this camp doesn't spawn. You have the boots, so just like run over and body block. Instead we're over here, but what are we really doing? Nothing really. I see Death Prophet's just gonna push out the lane for them. No big deal. Easy come, easy go.
But I think you should still block this camp, since it's good anyways to like take away a camp from them. And all we did was like stand behind Death Prophet watching her farm. So you can kind of tell like I had the space to go do it. Creep's still pushing forward. Kind of worked out, though. We are going to be double killed, so maybe it didn't quite work out. This is the issue with starting Shuriken. Going 1-1 is like max damage aggression, but it will be harder. Usually, Shadow Walk plus Janata is like if you've been using Janata, which is much easier versus melee heroes. And then if you're playing versus ranged heroes, you want the Shadow Walk to gap close. But then, like, you don't need the Janata, you want the slow from Shuriken. So usually go, like, 1-0-1. This is usually, like, spur of the moment. We need, like, a bunch of burst damage right now, which is harder to force into two ranged heroes. Like, your trouble is you keep taking damage as you run in and out. But if the boots help, but so would Invis. So that you can close the gap with Invis or get away with Invis. And then they'll need to, like, Sentry, and then you beat them in the Sentry War, and then it's, like, free. I would recommend, like, adjusting that way. And then I think you got over-aggressive here. Too excited for Sniper. But you guys are in good equilibrium. For Bounty Hunter support players, your lane is better than some of the other melee heroes, like Nyx. Nyx's is really weak, but you don't massively change the way you play. Your number one consideration is still creep equilibrium on Bounty Hunter. And then the threat is that if you have Invis, they never know if you're in the lane or rotating mid. That's why like taking Shadow Walk early is pretty good, why winning the Sentry War mid is, or in the lane is good, and why getting Equilibrium is good. Because once the Equilibrium's here, it's like, wait, well, Bounty doesn't need to be here. So mid, like, what if he's killing mid? Oh, so maybe I can run up. Oh, but now Bounty Hunter's actually here, and he stuns the Sniper, and Death Prophet runs in, and you slow with Blood Grenade, and Shuriken Toss, and then the Sniper dies. So the next time the lane's here, he's like, okay, Bounty's here, I'm gonna, like, wait back here. But Bounty's actually, like, over here, or he's, like, killing a courier back here. It all starts with getting Equilibrium to come up, so that's the way you want to play. More than, like, forcing fights, and, like, oh, I want to trade with this guy, I want to trade with this guy. Step one is like Equilibrium, and then you could think about trading, but you could just do what we said, which is like go roam, get runes, whatever. Lotuses you're pretty good with the Shadow Walk. You just sit there invis the whole time. I thought Bounty lane was all about Janata. That's the tempting way to play Bounty, but it only really works versus double melee heroes, or at least one melee hero, because then you can Janata a lot. Put it another way. 12 gold steal is fun, but it's not the end of the world. 70 bonus damage is nice, but it's every 9 seconds. So essentially, when you walk in and you Janata someone, let's just talk about the damage, not the gold. When you walk in and you Janata someone, it's like you got 2 auto attacks. If you auto attack more from there, Janata doesn't really help you because it's on a 9-second cooldown. So from there, you're just getting like regular attack damage in. So a lot of times what you actually want to do is just Janata once and then back out. Come in, Janata once, back out. If you run in and you Janata someone, you get your 2 auto attacks, and then you back out and they only hit you once or twice, you're good to go. Because you have such high armor and a melee hero damage block that if it's only 2 attacks back to your 1 Janata, you've probably broken even, if not pulled ahead. If they ever attack you more than that, like 3 auto attacks or more, you're actually going to fall behind in terms of Janata damage because you walk in, you get the 2 hits, but they hit you while you were running in, and then they hit you while you're fighting them. And then when you run away, they hit you a 3rd time, they hit you a 4th time, depending on the heroes. And if they have double range, they're both hitting you. That's why Janata becomes really tough. And the gold steal's like, okay, cool, but now I'm having to spend all my money on regen because I keep taking so much damage. Which is why then, like,
Shadow Walk helps a lot, because rather than being hit while walking in or walking away, I can use the Shadow Walk to just surprise them, hit them from invis, they're stunned, and then I walk away and they hit me once as I run around a tree. Or I pop out of Fog of War, I hit them with Janata and immediately go invis, they never hit me, and then like I got my Janata proc, I wait for it to be back up with Shadow Walk, then I hit them again, and then Shadow Walk's back up, so I Shadow Walk out of the lane again. And then I'm like building up Janata damage. That's easiest to pull off versus melee heroes. It is doable versus ranged heroes if you want to try to play that way, but a lot of times you don't have to, and you can just go Shuriken Toss and Shadow Walk and max like 4-1-1. Some games you can just skip Janata. You can just go like 4-0-2, 4-0-4. Like you don't even need it. For a lot of pub games, you can get at least like 1 point. It's fine. Death Prophet's pretty sustainable on her own though. And then like mid is a very rune-centric matchup. They're both going to build bottles. They're both going to try to kill each other. So for example, it's 340. I don't usually tell you guys to go for the water runes, but Bounty Hunter, especially one that starts boots, is one that can do it. And then like, look what we're doing. We're like capturing a watcher. I'm like standing here while Sniper's looking at me. You know, I'm really not doing much, but I am super fast, 370. So you can actually come steal the water rune, tell Quap to go top, wait here, Quap gets top, you see Storm come bottom, like you both jump him, you kill him. That's pretty meaningful. Currently, I'm just watching the Death Prophet and then like occasionally tanking a tower shot, you know, like what am I doing? Not much. Because it's up here, it's a little scary to leave her on her own, which goes back to like, I need to pull the lane back here so that I can feel safe about leaving Death Prophet. You are going to try to block this. I would recommend somewhere over here just because it's harder for the enemy to find. Unless you're looking for this kind of stuff, then it's kind of okay. I think he actually missed the sentry that was in there. Which doctor roamed over before we did? What in the hell? Does Bounty still have the tech where if you attack during invis fade time, it doesn't break your invis and your attack gets the bonus? I don't think you get the bonus anymore, but you still go invis. I kind of something about it changed. It used to have that tech, and I remember something changing, but now I can't fully remember what it was. I think you stay invis. I don't think you stun, but maybe we have to double check that later. Okay, I'm not gonna rewind at risk of crashing it, but notice you had like a creep or two there and then you killed it, but you didn't need to kill it because you're pretty healthy. You have high armor, melee, tangos. You could have held that here for Death Prophet to TP back to, and then she could have stayed here. So like those are the equilibrium considerations, like all the little tricks to keep the lane here so that Death Prophet can stay here and then I can leave. And it wasn't perfect, but we had creeps there, and then we just kill it for no reason. That's going to force me to feel like I need to stay in the lane because Death Prophet pushes up further, and like, oh, I got to help her, you know, like I don't want her to be on her own. But like anything I can do to keep it here is what will then free me as the bounty hunter to be in the mid lane right now at 6 minutes in this kind of matchup. Look how low this guy is, right? Quap does not have enough to kill him. He has enough mana to be okay. If she gets a rune, she could kill this guy before he has zip. As soon as this guy hits 6, it's going to be really hard to kill him. So there's like a key timing here that we as a roaming hero could be at, and is often something we want to think about as supports. Roaming heroes especially, but why even someone like Witch Doctor can go. On our side, someone like Ogre can go. Because this is a huge timing to determine how this mid lane will go if Queen of Pain can end up... What the hell are they doing? They're like not farming. I don't know. But the point is, usually there's a key timing to determine how the mid lane will go and which one is going to give up and stop playing and which one's going to like be able to go help the side lanes. And that's where we want to be. And to be here and feel good about our lane, I need it to be here. Okay, we trade on the Witch Doctor. That's not too bad. Who got the rune? She got a shield rune in the end. Hey, we go hard. Happy Wednesday. Oh, thank you for tuning in. I'm happy to do these. I felt like I should have taken it to get anything. There are times you can do that, but by moving around, that will usually pay off more. So for example, okay, we kill this creep, you know, 1 creep of XP plus like 35 gold. There are times to do that. But at the end of the day, it's like 35 gold, you know? This rune, in terms of regen, just for refilling the bottle, is almost 200 gold for the team. So, like, maybe I don't get it, but, like, the team gets 200 gold. Plus, then the actual rune for the Queen of Pain. If we get an assist, that's worth way more than the rune. And the thing with Bounty Hunter, this is something really important for Bounty. I love Bounty Hunter, okay? I'm gonna drop some Bounty Hunter knowledge here. The thing with Bounty Hunter, a lot of people are really tempted to like, I'm gonna get Midas, gonna get Ags, gonna like do damage, gonna get gold, amass money, you know, stuff like that. Janata hit them all the time. And it is fun. But Bounty Hunter at its core is like a vision scouting utility hero. You don't need to be strong. Your team needs to be strong. And at some point, we do hope a bunch of money will influx in and we'll become rich. Even that money is meant for the team. So for example, this game, by enabling Queen of Pain, even if I am underleveled and I am poor, all I have to do is like find the storm jungling here and Queen of Pain can come over, scream, blink in, scream, kill the guy with my stun, you know, like I don't have to be high level and to have money for that. Even if I don't get the track gold, right? Like, we're killing Storm, and that's good. Later, Spectre's going to be the one doing stuff. I just need to find the Witch Doctor by running around Invis. I can run around Invis as early as level 1, and then I even start with the boots, but even without boots, like, I can run around and see people for Spectre to come in and kill. I don't need to be strong. I need Spectre to be strong. I need Queen of Pain to be strong. So the way you want to approach the lane and your itemization, like what you do, is that it's like, how much can I help my team? Because I don't need that much. The main thing I need is that at some point I want to hit track, not too late, but even if it is late and my team is good, then that's okay. Like, oh, we don't get more money for track, but we're also already 2K up. So, like, it's okay that we don't have track because we're already ahead, you know? Hello, Hef. Delivered here. How you doing? You want to sit? Oh, he's leaving? Rare. Trying to knock my drink out of my mouth. That right there is actually, you could do Tranquils this game. Tranquils plus Orchid, if you were having a good game, is pretty solid. If you're having a rough game, you could still do Tranquils. Arcanes in certain games are okay, because this guy's gonna like randomly assassinate you. You're gonna get hit by the Maledict. I think Tranquils into like 4-staff, or Arcanes into 4-staff could be a good defensive build. You want to run around Invis, by the way, when you're doing this kind of stuff. You can also invis on your way up. Like, you can invis and then TP. In fact, you can TP and then invis, I'm like 99% sure, but currently doubting myself. These kind of fights, this is where hopefully your team is ahead, and then even though you are under-leveled, you show up in the fight and you win the fight because the cores are strong, and then that's what pushes you to level 6, and then from there you're like good to go. But why it's okay to end up under-leveled in these fights if like the Queen of Pain is a level or 2 over the Storm, and then like Death Prophet's doing well, you know, like all that stuff. I thought I needed mana boots for my team. That's fine. If you thought you did, I'm okay with that. Bounty Hunter can do either. He can do Tranquils or Arcane boots. It depends on the game. In this game, I would have been okay with either one. I wouldn't mind Arcanes if you're doing better. If you're struggling, I would do the Tranquils. Don't wait for last hits here. Just shove this out. We are trying to get 6 quickly, but also we are an invis ganking hero, and currently I am visibly farming. So I am at the opposite end of what I want to be, and that's giving a lot of relief to Storm Spirit, who should be worried about getting invis stunned, and then silenced, and then yelled at, and then like Spectre ult, you know, like he should be scared of that, but then he sees you here and he goes, oh, it's fine. You know, like I'll just keep hitting this tower. So if you ever do farm waves, you want to do it as quickly as you can. Use the shuriken to like go through the creeps, kill the range creep, the banner creep first. Even if you don't finish the wave, that's okay. But if it is a farming time, you know, like try to get it as quickly as you can. That's just the important thing, like get it as quickly as you can, which also this is a dangerous part of the map. So we want to do it quickly so we can get out of here. But in general, even in safer parts, like even it's back here, I don't want to just sit there waiting for last hits. Cause like if it takes me 30 seconds to do it, then the enemy team knows they're safe for 30 seconds. But if I take 10 seconds to do it and then I run out on the map, in the 20 seconds, I could literally be anywhere on the map by that point. So then they all have to feel nervous depending like how long I've been gone. He's got to be scared because from here, I could be here. You know, the guy jungling and like a couple of my heroes are missing. Like, oh, what if they're smoke ganked and Bounty's looking for me? Like they all have to be scared if I am out of sight. But I'm the one who's going to go first. Like it's not going to be the Ogre. Ogre's not going to be like leading the charge. It's me doing shit like this, you know, like, haha, get this guy. I mean, some of this he zipped into all you guys, you know, so like some of it was hand delivered, but like that's conceptually what we want. I want to be the one starting that, stunning from invis, and then Spectre comes in with an Orchid. Like that'll be the plan later on. If you're scared, then we don't even want to like be here. Then we just want to be like here. Because back here, I'll show you with Queen of Pain. This is XP range. So if you are scared to be here, you just want to be like under the tree line and getting this XP without even showing yourself. But if we are trying to get our level 6 as supports, or just like farm in general, you want to do it in the most useful way possible. So if I'm farming, it's because I think it's safe and that there's nothing else to do, but that I got to do it quickly and force someone to come here. So for example, I saw Storm top, Sniper was dead, and I think we had seen someone somewhere else. That's why I was okay with you farming mid and taking the risk, but why I want to do it quickly before they have time to come back over and all that. If you're not sure, then that's okay, but then you want to do it safely. You just want to be like hiding, throw a spell safely, all that. But if you do know it's safe, you want to like rush out, do it quickly, and then go hide again. So like here, we're not with the team. Sometimes it happens. Okay, we got to get back with the team because I have everything I need. I have track, done. Like that's it. I just needed track. So now I only want to be like running with people. If I find people up here, it doesn't matter because like the people who need to do anything about that are over here. This game, you do have Spectre, so maybe it's going to be okay. But first, she doesn't have her ult right now, so I do need to like be with these guys. But that's okay. The fight ended, so let's shove this quickly and then start looking around invis. This is where you want to be holding observers and sentries, smokes, dust if needed. We have the smoke, so I'm pretty good, happy with that. But let's clear this quickly. You're mostly attacking there. And then we're gone. We're out. We aren't quite ready to do this. Just come here to defend your team because they actually stuck around too long. But now let's get out. Ogre's dead. We leave. We're waiting for Spectre, Haunt, Shadow Step. And then Queen of Pain has Sonic Wave plus Dagon. So I'm interested in playing with her. Death Prophet with Exorcism is really strong, but this is on cooldown. So I want her to farm, and I'm interested in finding a play with Queen of Pain. Probably not on the Night Stalker, but like any of these supports, Sniper, they could be easy enough. Yeah, there I think you had like the save my buddy syndrome. Should just let Ogre die there. As we respawn, it doesn't really change. I want to be with Queen of Pain. Spectre will join in. And then because we're going to be making the plays, I might as well bring the observers and the sentries. Don't put these defensively, because what's the point? We're looking for a deeper play. You can bring the Ogre. We got to swap that, though. We got to smoke into this stuff. You can capture this and then smoke them. Okay, we de-ward first. Smoke and then go. She actually has Exorcism by this point. Maybe you guys were waiting for the rune. Probably could have given that to the Queen of Pain. At least use them to scout. Okay, we found the sniper. So you can go, but they've got to come with you. If they don't go, then like going to the sniper is pointless because you won't do anything to them. Again, ignoring the fact that you have a Spectre in this game. They are on the way, so it's not bad. Is why like if you could have smoked first, you found sniper here. Even if you lose sight of him, you know he's somewhere down here. So you could smoke them and then run in to go look for it. And you should be invis this whole time. Okay, great. Killed him. Didn't have to use Sonic Wave. Still have Exorcism. No Spectre, but that's okay. So we can keep looking for stuff. Looking at the map, we can attempt this Night Stalker, or we could maybe go push mid and then kind of like reevaluate what's happening. Bottom is still available and Night Stalker's here. So I think that's fine to like try to get him into this tower. And here's our deep wards. That's good. But you don't want to be doing this. You need to be the guy like getting to Night Stalker. You should be running over straight to him in this. Leading the way. We're like the last one to the Night Stalker, which is reverse. Okay, made it in time at the last second. He's coming. And your deep ward is giving me another target. So this is why we want to deep ward. These are the follow-up kills now. And now you still have Sonic Wave. So like you and Queen of Pain can now run along this edge. And I know which doctor is here. If he's trying to defend, like, oh, as people respawn, we can defend, right? He's trying to come along back here. You guys go kill him before they're back up. And I can do that because we place the deep ward. If we didn't have the deep ward, I miss opportunities like this to keep getting kills with the bounty hunter. Do I need to help them clear these creeps? No. You know, there's 3 cores here. Everyone is here. So why am I also in the lane now? Now Storm knows, oh, I was a little worried about like invis stun, and then like Ogre walks out of the trees and stuns me, and Spectre haunts in at that point with her Orchid. But actually, here he is. And if I see Ogre, I'll have time to zip away. It all comes from you scaring him. So every time we show, he stops being scared. You guys definitely don't need to smoke at the objective. Just go invis and like look around. But at this point, they're all ready. So now this is kind of hard. Looks like it might be fine because Storm does not care about his team. He doesn't have a teleport. What are you doing over there? Now we can chill. Because now we used all our big abilities. It wasn't as clean as it could be, but now we can relax a little bit. So now if you show in lanes and farm, it's kind of okay. I don't want to do that too much, but if it does happen,
it's acceptable. I gotta say, for having 3 points in Shadow Walk and being an Invis bounty, you sure are visible. You just run around in Shadow Walk. Just turn that on and walk around. I keep it to escape. I'm terrified all the time. Okay, but that's the neat thing about leveling up Shadow Walk. Level 1, it's a 20-second duration with an 18-second cooldown. So it's really hard to get value out of this. Once you level it up, like even by level 2, it's 25-second duration and 17-second cooldown. So you use it, and then after 17 seconds, or towards the end of 17 seconds, you're still invisible. You can hit someone and then go invis again to run away, or the way that you would use this with the Spectre, for example, to like min-max onto Storm or Weaver, you would be invis with the cooldown available, you would hit them, you would go invis again, and then you would hit them again to stun twice, and then you silence. And now you've like min-maxed it, as opposed to like invis here, run up, hit the guy. Now I'm waiting 14 seconds for the invis cooldown, so I can't use it to get away. I can't use it to double stun because I used it too late. So that's why you actually want to be invis like all the time on Shadow Walk. But at level 1, it's kind of expensive because it's 50 mana every 18 seconds. But as you level it up, now it's like 50 seconds every 35 seconds because that's how long the duration is. Maybe you have to use it sooner if you absolutely need to because of the fights, but you can be walking around like for 100 mana every minute, just permanently invis, and then like stand in a tree when it's fading, recast it, and then run back out. You can track from Shadow Walk without breaking it. You can't ward, so that is one consideration, is like if you're trying to ward, maybe you don't go invis because it kind of messes you up mana-wise, and can mess with the cooldown, but otherwise, like, part of the reason he just Shakuchi'd is because he saw Ogre and you. Now, you just place this. Let's ignore that. Like, that's where if you're Shadow Walked, he doesn't know to be scared yet because he doesn't see you. And then you track him, and then he might Shakuchi, but now I see him because I'm tracking, you know? Man, you guys love this. Okay. Smoking is usually for, like... There's a couple different uses. First is like, I want to go find, I am here, and I don't know if there are observers and sentries here. And even if I walk up and I put a sentry and I kill that stuff, that's letting them know that I'm coming through here, so the sniper I'm looking for is going to leave by that point. Like, on this deep ward, like you see sniper, you know? And if we walk through, they might have a ward that sees us. So we smoke into this. If you're just pushing up to objectives, you don't really need to smoke because the tower is never going to be surprised that you're here. The tower is here no matter what. So you just like walk up and you push the tower, and that forces the rotations and the people to come to you, and we take that fight. And we take that fight because that's what we want. We want them to come fight us. If you don't want them to come fight us, then we don't do this. But like, that's why like walking up to a tower and then smoking away is actually anti-synergy. It's very strange to see a bunch of heroes at a tower and then they're gone. And you're like, well, what are they were right at the tower. What are they doing? Like, they're not hitting the tower. I guess they're looking for something else, guys. I guess be careful, right? It's kind of giving it away that like we came to an objective and then we disappeared into the mist. Like, even if they don't actually see you use it, it's very strange. All right, get out of here. This is where you just want to be like smoked and running. Or sorry, not smoked, shadowed. Shadow walked. Duel lost.
Okay, I think we've talked a lot about Bounty Hunter now. Let's do I got suckered into it because I like Bounty Hunter. We went way beyond time. Oh yeah, you could use smoke defensively in a couple situations, though typically using it aggressive is a little better, but defensive smoke is fine too, depending on the situation. I wouldn't, well, I don't think Bounty Hunter is as... would I count him in like Mirana, Pudge, useless for? I think there's others above him. I'm not saying bounty hunters don't play that way sometimes, especially when they go real greedy. I think he's more useful than that though. Than the like classic, I don't want to play support, I'm gonna pick Pudge. I'm gonna pick Mirana, launch arrows. Those are like true classics. Is bounty in that realm? I feel like nature's jungling is more above bounty, you know, of like, ah, damn, Pudge Mirana are banned. Like, I guess I'll nature's jungle. Bounty Hunter's floor is higher than Mirana's and Pudge's. Yeah, I think something like that, right?
Love your videos, man.
Hey, thank you.
Now, if only my mechanics were better, I'd climb from Crusader/Guardian.
I guess it depends how struggling the mechanics are, but even with rough mechanics, you can do it. It might take some time. It might have to like change some of the heroes around, but we can do it. Thank you so much for the donation. Did you want a replay reviewed? I don't see one attached to that. Maybe you commented it earlier and I missed it. If you are interested in one though, let me know. I'll send it in a second. Okay, cool. We can do that one. We'll do that one next. And then I do see a couple other ones coming. Okay, we'll try to go back to some of these others, or maybe while we're waiting for this one, we can go look at, we can do this quickly. Lane, oh, out of date. Are they fixing the replay crash bugs? I guess we'll update real quick. Cloud error. Interesting. Very interesting. No problem. I also love bounty hunter, so I want you to have the good bounty hunter experiences. Let's see if there was actually, is it actually an update, or are they just fucking fixing bug crashes? That's my guess. Is Primal 5 viable? I wouldn't, it's not great right now. When he first came out, Primal B support was kind of doable, though position 4 was better. I would say if you want to play Primal support, position 4 is still better, because you have the option to creep drag, multi-stack, things like that. I think that's a lot better than position 5 Primal. Okay, because the game, I was going to take a look at that Slark game. Well, we'll try to do it after this one then. I was gonna pull it up while we were waiting for Habanow to send in this match ID, but because of the crash, it is here. So we're gonna do this one first.
less than 3.
Anti-Mage 1. Oh, thank you, Pro. Okay, well, definitely, we're definitely adding you. I feel like I just baited you. I told you that too late. You did the bits. Okay, well, we'll definitely get to yours right after this one. We'll do the Anti-Mage first. What is this? Crusader. Your Guardian. Okay, we'll put Guardian. Guardian. There we go. Couldn't type for a second there. 03. Okay, this one. So you said advice for bad laning phase, including my worst last hitting in a while. Okay, I won't worry about the timing of the last hits because I know you'll just practice that on your own. But if there are times you're conceptually like doing the wrong thing, like you should harass here, should last hit here, we'll talk about that. And then any advice for late game decision making. Especially at these specific times, 40, 46, and 41. You came with the notes. All right, we'll definitely look at that. Your friend thought split pushing at those times was way worse than just joining back up with the team to defend. I was thinking I couldn't contribute to the base defense other than TPing if they dove. Okay, that's a great question. We'll jump to that right after we look at the laning stage. Let me know if I missed any question. No, I was just recapping your questions. So that sounds perfect. The ads are done. It's time for the... review. Oops, wrong thing. Here we go. You're not usually the one starting with the blood grenade. Who are you laning against? If it's Terrorblade off lane, that's actually really annoying for you. Who are you with? The Witch Doctor? You said your friend was in this, so you partied with the Witch Doctor. Okay. So Witch Doctor Anti-Mage actually can be a pretty strong lane. If this is a Terrorblade off lane, you're going to have a lot of trouble. And we're just going to focus on getting farm and getting through this. If it is any of the others, then it's more doable. Little selfish tip here. This is very team synergy nice of you, but go ahead and sacrifice one of them. Stand a little further back so when the Pudge hook comes through here, because you're all standing in the observer range and then one of you is going to get hooked, let it be one of these guys and you can be behind the tree. Hey Peo, what's up? Maledict plus Battle Hunger is silly broken. It's a lot of damage if you don't have a way to get rid of anything. I looked away to read chat and I missed how this fight broke. Let's see if the replay bug is fixed. All right, we're in. We're good. All right, so what? How do we got hooked in, right? Jokes aside, don't stand here versus Pudge. You never know when the observer is there and he was just watching you the whole time. You guys should stand like further back. You should have your own observers down, like, you know, bunch of different things. You can just wait for these because Pudge is almost 70% of the time Pudge players are just playing the river, either right here. Sometimes there's like the weird spots on the high grounds, things like that. 70% of the time it's that one. Then the other 30% is like the aggressive play into the enemy half of the map. It's very rarely defensively their own rune. So if you want to default and you guys want to like go wait here as a group and then like go this way, you can do that. Or if you just want to like wait here, then assume that Pudge is doing the river stuff and look for the Pudge hook before you walk out, you can also do that. Your lineup is actually not that strong of a level 1. Well, it's like okay, but I don't know, with the Pudge hook advantage, kind of dicey. Okay, we got assist. Kind of worked out. TP up here. Yeah. Get up here. Don't you dare hit this creep. Don't you dare. Okay, hit your own creep. Hit your own creep. Hit your own creep. Hit your own creep!
Okay, you see how we couldn't get that deny because it like we let them both die at the same pace? You got to put them off tempo. So you got to hit your own creep to get the deny first and then get the last hit. Because no one's in our lane yet, we can do that. If you do it the reverse and you damage their creep to get the last hit first, that could work, but you are also more likely to accidentally push your lane depending on like what else goes on. So it's safest when you're given the freedom to hit your own creep quickly. If you don't even get the deny, it might just die before the people show up, so then that's still okay. Okay, we punch Pudge, but we did draw aggro for that, so the lane's kind of pushing now. So fortunately, they're kind of up here, and that's messing up equilibrium, but I do just want to highlight, before anyone showed up, we were here first. Hitting our own creep could have skewed it in our favor. Instead, we didn't do that, and then we harassed Pudge, which drew too much creep aggro, and so without anything really happening, you actually started to lose control of the lane, and it was going up. Then you started trading 1v2, and this is the result. Now Witch Doctor is here, which is why I do usually recommend people to just TP to lane and be here quickly and don't dilly-dally in the jungle. I wasn't actually watching what Witch Doctor did, if they just walked here or if they spent time in the jungle doing stuff, which happens a lot. But this is exactly why we want to be in the lane first, and we want to 2v1 first before they do. Because a lot of people will make mistakes, and now Anti-Mage has to lane with 1/3 of his health, rather than Pudge being the one with 1/3 of his health, or Ogre being the one with 1/3 of his health. Like, people will mess up, and if you just show, it's like, what do they say, like, showing up is like half the job or whatever. Like, you just have to be there. If you are just the first two in lane, more often than not, it will work in your favor than against you. And so unless there's like something holding you back, like, just get to lane ASAP. Do you play with the camera lock? That's fine. That's your own personal preference. I'm just noticing that as we like move around here. Okay, so camera lock can help, but the downside of camera lock, and this matchup in particular, is that I can't see the enemy heroes as much. And in particular, I don't know where Pudge is standing right now. So you could have your mouse further down, like, or your screen further down like this, still do these last hits, but then I can see where Pudge is. If you camera lock on the hero, it's a lot harder to know. Like, technically, this is all useless information. Like, I know there's not a hero up here because everyone's in their own lanes. So this is what I need to see. It is a little bit personal preference here, but it could get you. This lane is fixable, so just start hitting our own creeps and pulling it back. I would like to burn some mana when I get a chance, especially Ogre, who has Learning Curve. If you can burn his mana before he hits level 2, they're not going to do anything to you to do in this lane. Off of level 2, especially if you've burned a little bit of their mana ahead of time, you guys can get kills with Maledict. On your own, you will not get kills, because these guys are too stupid. They're too dumb. You'll burn through their mana and they'll still have like 500 health, and you're not gonna be able to do enough damage. So you need Maledict to kill them. So these first few waves, I'm mostly just chilling, mostly just farming up and trying to keep the lane here, burn off some mana when I can, but you don't look for too much aggression yet. So that's why, like, hitting your own creeps, getting them to stay back, right? We're getting heavily involved in this fight, and this is amazing for Maledict Cask if we had it, but Witch Doctor was late to lane, so they're not level 2 yet, and, you know, even if they're here at the start, but they just don't have level 2 yet, this is not the fight we want. So kind of knowing ahead of time, and this is where just playing more, you'll get a feel for this, so maybe you weren't sure this time, but anytime you play with Witch Doctor, usually the correct timing is level 2 with Maledict and Cask. It's just that strong together. So you don't want to get involved in this stuff until he is ready. And because that we're taking these like kind of rough trades, you would have actually just killed Ogre, right? With Maledict, that would have been an Ogre kill. This is not a bad lane to have Counterspell because you can Reflect Ignite and Fire Blast, by the way. If you want the Blink first, I do understand that versus the Pudge Hook.
we doing on last hits? Oh, we're just farming. We're farming. It should be up to the melee heroes to come close, and then it's Maledict Cask. You guys don't need to chase for kills, so you just farm otherwise. And then when he's too far up, then you can do it. Like this, just Maledict Cask kill this guy right now. Ugh, we have Voodoo Restoration. What in the world? Tell your friend to get Maledict instead. He's maybe getting this because you took a lot of damage. But you take less damage and then your friend get Maledict. See, this is what I mean. He's too stupid. He's too stupid for you to kill. He doesn't have enough intelligence for mana. That's why we need the Maledict. Boots is okay, but also if you just have, because you have the blink and this guy's got a stun plus blood grenades, you can go Gloves of Haste, Elven Skin to like burn mana faster in the Maledict, and only choose fights around Maledict. From here, without the Maledict, they're not going to be scared. You need the Maledict, which actually he is now taken at level 3, so it might work out in the end. He might be going for the Pudge, though. We have to focus Pudge now. I was going to say Ogre is safer, but since he went on the Pudge, go for the Pudge and kill this guy. Okay, we might zoom ahead now to make sure we address all the questions with enough time. We might go to the late game scenarios because I do think your lane actually can go quite well, but some early fight. He's too stupid. Some early fighting before you were at your power spike of level 2, and some bad trades has kind of like it's baited you guys to grief yourselves, right? Where he like, oh, I gotta get this, and then he's like, oh well, we have that, so like can't do this, right? So we actually want like 201 or 102 right now on Witch Doctor. You can go 111, otherwise you would be like maybe 2-1 in other matchups. This one, I think they're dumb enough that you can just do the 1 point in mana break and it's okay. But because they're double melee, like anytime they walk up to your well-balanced creep equilibrium, that's where Witch Doctor will eventually get a good Maledict into the stun, and then you guys fight. And if they avoid that, then you just keep maintaining the lane, farm up. You have really good animations, so it's very doable. And then in between your free time when they walk up, then you like hit them and burn some mana. Does this lane get fixed? Let me see. In the end, we do kind of struggle. Kind of go even with them, but you could have just done a lot better. Okay, I think we've kind of covered that. So I think maybe we jump ahead to when you will your late game questions. Yeah, for League, I think League, it's not as big of a deal to use camera lock because there's less mobility in League of Legends. As far as I remember, there's been like 40 new champions since I played. But like, their teleport ability is like a 5-minute cooldown, you know? Flash is like from here to here compared to Blink, which is like off the screen. You know, you're like from out of this left screen, you're coming into the tower kind of thing. There's way more like really long range mobility things. So it's actually more important in Dota to be like moving your screen around and seeing things in team fights. So it can take a while to get used to that, but it is something I recommend everyone push the limits on a little bit. For example, sometimes people say like, oh, Smurf games, grief games, like what is there to learn? This is one such skill you can practice, right? Just like, okay, I'm gonna really move my camera around. I'm gonna be artesian, you know, like snap back, snap. I'm dizzy from my own camera movements, you know. I'm all over the place, but the game doesn't matter. So like, I'm griefing myself because I'm barely moving my hero because I'm like moving my camera so much. But if your game is griefed, if there's a Smurf, you know, destroying you, like give it a go. Practice the mechanics. And then snap back to your hero as necessary. The Witch Doctor heal can be a viable build, but it's for like, it's either for more passive lanes or for like very long fights around like heal plus maledict. I think for pub games, there's so many mistakes in pub games that cask plus maledict is good enough to just do as a default because people will slip up and like you'll get the cask bounces. I don't mind the voodoo restoration, but I don't think it has to be done. I think, yeah, that's like the 404 is pretty safe. Okay, let me jump to the times you were talking about. 40 minutes. Okay, it's like the end of the game. And then you mentioned, didn't feel like you do anything, you were to TP back home. That does sound about right. Let's see what actually happened here. It looks like Wraith King is currently doing it. Wraith King should keep doing it though. So Wraith King right now should like go top and have cut top wave as well to get this lane pushing in further on this lane. This one has a tier 2, so it's like not as useful. This situation right now, just doing like a quick recap. So we just lost Barracks. It's not that bad actually though. Looks like it's only a 5k gold lead, so we slipped up, but still very doable. You have Anti-Mage. You are the Anti-Mage. So you can deal with the split push lane pretty easily. You got the skeletons. So I'm not that worried about it. We just reset as a team. Okay, everybody is up. And so now it's just let's group and get vision down, de-ward their stuff. Looks like that's kind of happening here. I see several heroes top, so starting to get bottom pushing out is good. In terms of who can kill you instantly, let me just double check. There's an Orchid, but you've got a Manta. And, okay, there is a Blink Sinister Gaze, which could be pretty hard to react to into Dismember, Hook, and stuff like that. So I am a little scared of the Lich, actually, funny enough. He's, like, the most scary hero because of how quick Blink Sinister Gaze could be. If I know where he is, then I feel a lot better as the Anti-Mage to push things out. Here, if it wasn't for the Orchid, feel free to like send Mantas down. If you feel you need to save it because you think they're close, that's fine. Okay, we killed Pudge. Killed Pudge. How close is Roche to being up? Could be up anytime. I would chill as a team and wait for that. I saw... Okay, so they're here, so we got to get involved in this fight. Kind of hung around to look. Yeah, I mean, Shadow Fiend is gone. If he leaves, the fight is over. If he sticks around, maybe you could do stuff, but he did use Requiem earlier. You guys killed Lich. I mean, technically, if you get out, it's actually still a fine fight here, but it is also 5v3. Even without Shadow Fiend, it's 4v3.
But it seems like you guys got scattered a little bit. I want to avoid this guy. Alchemist is respawning. I don't know. You guys got like scattered. You got separated by them. All right, it's still kind of fine. Let's go. Let's leave. Nyx could have just abandoned that sooner. So right now, 3 heroes are here and 2 are dead. So you need to move to their half of the map instantly. You need to make them come back because now it's 3v3 and they're going to want to just push. And they have a creep wave here. So you need to cut bottom and then get ready to cut mid as your next series of plays. You could send your illusions as well. It looks like Shadow Fiend is TPing here. He has bots, right? Okay, so Shadow Fiend is covering bottom. So you go through here to cut mid. If it's too scary to cut mid, then you just sit in this jungle, cut it at 41. But like, you're not going to fight them directly. And that's what this positioning is. This is like, I'm going to fight them directly. But we're waiting for meta to go down at this point. Okay, so you come top, but top is not bad, but top is not going to stop this mid push. Which otherwise, you guys could fortify this first creep wave, and then if you're cutting the next one, the push is done, and your teammates will respawn. So now they're going to keep pushing mid until someone cuts mid. So going mid would have been the better play, especially because Anti-Mage, or sorry, Alchemist had gone top-ish when killing the previous heroes. Damn, this Alchemist is whacking hard. I think your idea to split push is correct. I think the place you went was incorrect. That you have the right idea. The heart is in the right place. The hero is not, but the heart is. Felt like Anti-Mage was a bad pick for this matchup. Got too excited about playing Anti-Mage. When did you pick him? Were you the last pick? 10, and you saw what? Everything but the Terror. Wow, Terrorblade blind pick into Anti-Mage is pretty good. Yeah, I would actually, I'd probably recommend someone besides the Anti-Mage here, into like, cause you don't want. You are a mid-game hero. You hit your late-game timing in the mid-game, but that's also what Alchemist does, and he is more physical damage than you, so it's awkward. Something else is probably safer. Something that either outscales the Alch or has a stronger upfront start to shut him down. I'm open to it if you still want to do it. I think you could have played it and then won the game, just coming down to like your own personal play, which we kind of skipped over some other stuff. My friend thought I should have just backed earlier. Let me go back in time. Okay, so now let me show you with free camera, and I think it'll be a lot more obvious because we have all the vision in the world. So there's a couple reasons bottom works. 1, bottom is aggressive. It's on their half of the map. 2, they actually came from top, which means there might be wards and stuff set up as we see some. Now they actually have some defensively as well, but I definitely think there could be some top. Anyways, here's the fight that's like kind of awkward, kind of did stuff, kind of didn't. It's very strange. So in here, the fight is ending, right? We're going this way to disengage from Ogre. They're going here. So I've already kind of made my case about going mid. If anything, I would say you could go bottom and Shadow Fiend would go top, and that would have been okay. That makes more sense to me. He goes bottom, so you can go mid. That's also kind of fine. Here is where you ultimately choose to make your way top, and we can kind of see with the full map vision, like this is all empty. And we're like gonna go through the heroes. We're gonna add like an extra 10 seconds to get up here as opposed to like where we're already at. And we could have just kept going bottom. And then this is the creep wave I'm talking about. You know, you like make your way through here. In this case, they do have wards. It might have actually ended up backfiring. A lot of times you would like sneak through here, kill this in 3 seconds, and then move on this way, right? And it's going to force them to come back. The thing with oh, I need to split push. I need to waste time. You don't actually have to deal with these creeps that you came to. You don't have to deal with these creeps that are right here. The first wave in a push will be dealt with by the tower and fortify and long range spells. The thing that's going to get you is the following creeps, especially because when you try to fight this, they're ready to fight this. The time wasting thing is that this is an empty creep wave where they're not near. I mean, now they're kind of near, but like you don't need to get the one in the front. You need to get the ones in the back. And that is what eventually this will be dealt with by your own creeps and tower. And then to get you, they have to come all the way back here, as opposed to like, oh, Anti-Mage is killing him here. Let's kill the Anti-Mage, you know, just jump him here. You want to drag them backwards. That's what buys time for your team. And that's the strength of Anti-Mage with Blink. You're like one of the fastest heroes. So you want to be playing this stuff. Like when you're fighting Alchemist here, you don't even want to do this. You want to be like, okay, he came back. You keep blinking away and running away down here through the tree line to get ready to cut the next wave. And Alk, instead of dealing with this and then pushing with these creeps right away, straight into this, 10 seconds to do this, he's going to have to like chase you here, kill you here, and then like 20 to 30 seconds to run back, assuming he kills you and he's not like chasing you around the trees and then through here and then through here, then back around this way. Here we go again, right? You like blink down, Manta, run away, blink over, TP out. He never knows. You kind of like play around with him a little too long. Probably like blinking somewhere. Blinking into the trees more. You keep like blinking into open areas, but you want to be blinking into trees. That might have just been like a one-off time thing there, but yeah, you want to be out of sight. You want to be out of sight. You want to like show and then be gone. A lot of times you want to walk into creep waves too. You want to like come in from the trees, kill it, blink out. That's usually your safest bet. That particular game, I mean, you guys still like it was still doable. It just comes down to like picking good fights, which for Anti-Mage, that's one of your strengths, is shoving in lanes to like get them to split up and then you guys take a good fight. But it kind of got messed up and they kind of exploded off a couple good fights back to back at the end. Am I blind? Where is this one? Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm gonna download this one. I will be right back while it downloads, and then we're gonna do this, and then it'll be open again for anyone who wants to submit one.
Okay. Carry Slark for someone returning to the game. And you mentioned that I lost it. Here we go. Oh, here it is. The early game was really bad, especially when you're bullied in lane. What's the most important thing I need to improve on first as part of returning to the game? And earlier we talked about like some different heroes that might be easier to play while coming back into Dota. Things like Luna, Dragonite, Gyrocopter, Sven. Heroes that are like sturdier in the lane, and then whether you're winning or losing, have a more natural farm pattern. Slark is kind of on paper conceptually easy. You know, it's like, oh, you know, like I remove things, I jump at things, I hit things, steal stats. But the way you actually execute it is kind of tricky, which I think if you're coming back could be tough. It's a video game, you know, play the heroes you like. So if you still want to be a Slark player, that's okay. We'll give you advice on it and how to be a good Slark player. But yeah, there could be a couple easier things. Slark was my favorite and probably the easiest hero I used to play. I mean, that's fine. You like Slark? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm still here. Yeah, I started a little late today. I was really knocked out this morning. I haven't been sleeping that well. I usually take magnesium. A long time ago, a psychiatrist told me, like, try taking magnesium to help stay asleep, because I wake up all the time at night. So that usually helps. And then lately I ran out and I just hadn't gotten any. Went to Costco, got some, got a new one. I mean, it's still magnesium, but it's like a slightly different version that's supposedly better for sleep. I don't know if it was just that or it was just like I hadn't taken it in a while, but boy, was I knocked out. I stayed asleep, except when my cat woke me up. And then after that, I stayed asleep. Okay, I kind of rambled about sleep there, and also I realized I messed this up. Herald, not Slark. Synonymous terms, perhaps. Am I right, guys? Anyways, if you do find yourself kind of struggling as you come back into the game, don't get too baited in these early fights. Like, what is this? You know, like Medusa's behind the tower. You know, like what's going on? A lot of times, just get your rune and then get in the lane and focus up on last hits and denies. For Herald, for coming back to the game, that's, you know, very safe place to go and to be. Okay, we TP here. So, step one, don't block the whole creep wave. Either don't block it at all, or let one creep go through and then block the back three. Because, actually, it's going to happen here because I don't think anyone's blocking on the enemy's half. Oh, Centaur did it. It saved us. Okay. If Centaur didn't block the wave, your small amount of blocking would have caused the creeps to come under tower, and then we would have shoved the lane out straight from the get-go. You're going to have a hard life the rest of the game. If you block the first, or sorry, you let the first creep go and you block the back three, if Centaur doesn't block at all, the first creep will meet the 4 right here. So you're going to have good equilibrium as the rest of the creeps show up. And then the first creep will die quickly because it fought 4 creeps. And then it's going to be 4 versus 3. So then no matter what happens from here, famous last words, it can still get messed up. But mostly it should be fine from there. Like the next wave will meet around here and you'll be okay. There is a huge chance to backfire by blocking all the creeps without seeing anything. There's no guarantee Centaur will block. There's no guarantee he does like 1 creep, no creeps, all creeps, anything. So it's a huge gamble on your half, and you just want to let it go through. I thought it started further by default. Let's see if it looks like there was some blocking here. The default is like right outside tower range. It's like right here, and then you might be remembering this side used to meet by default actually around here, but nowadays they also changed it. So now the creeps also meet like right outside the tower. So now whichever lane you play in, if you're the safe lane, do not block the whole thing unless you know they are doing it. And to know they are doing it, you've got to have an observer in the lane, or your support is like looking at them doing it. Then you can like sit here, take a look and see like, oh, he's doing it. So now I will also back up and go do it. That is like the one time you should do it. The other time is like some super sick, super aggressive level 2, let's hit it, kill them kind of thing. Let's not do that in Herald. Don't worry. Let's just farm. Let's just farm, get level 2. Which is going to bring me to the next point. I think you took this as part of some of the earlier fights, so I'm just going to skip over it. But you typically want Essence Shift level 1. Just do a little poking here, get some stats. Some of this creep dragging you don't even fully need to do. You should poke him a little bit. We're kind of... There was a time there to like do a little bit of harassing. I'm not going to worry about missing the timing on some of this stuff. That'll come over time. If the creeps are under tower, you might as well aggro them to you, by the way. So like attack click the enemy heroes, bring them closer. If it's already under tower. If it's not under tower, we're going to try to keep it there, but... All right, so right here, here's a little trick you can use. So I've taken some damage. If I walk up here, I'm scared of getting hit by Centaur and Techies, maybe even killed if they've got Blast Off again. So from around where Lich is standing, how much... Yeah, Lich has 550 attack range. The acquisition range for melee creeps is 500, so imagine a slightly smaller circle than Lich's attack range. So you want to stand a little further up, and then attack click Centaur, and then this melee creep, rather than fight this melee creep, he's going to be mad at you, he's going to run this way, and then that's safer for you, right? Like, the creep being here versus being here is easier for you to last hit, and then you wouldn't have had to walk up all the way like this, and then wait, it's not even half, so now I gotta run away, and then they both hit it and they deny it, or they hit it once and then you go like, oh wait, I gotta come back, and then they hit you, right? It's troublesome. And in the end, like, we miss it because he hits it and then the tower hits it. Yeah, get that range creep. This game, by the way, you could get a magic stick into a wand a little bit sooner. Get some of the burst heal, get some of the one extra stat from the branch. Doesn't sound like a lot, but could make the difference. Deal breaker, I was comboing those. Because the way they'll kill you is just like an immense amount of upfront burst. Blast Off, Sticky Bomb, Stomp, Double Edge is going to be everything at once. You need to survive that, and then you're good to go. Either you're leaving with Pounce, or you are building up Essence Shifts throughout all this, and then you can turn the fight, because all their burst spells will be down. But you have to survive the first series of burst. So the wand, to have one extra stat, plus whatever you build up, right? Even that combo, the 4 spells, 4 charges, right? If you pick up any other through earlier in the laning, you might have even more. I would at least get the magic stick, if not more. All right, in the end, they pushed a little too hard, and then they pushed a little too hard. We got a double kill, so we're kind of back on track. We were actually really struggling with last hits and getting zoned by them, but now we've been kind of saved. And this is why, for a lot of Dota games, you know, you don't have to panic based on the start. People will mess up in some way. But how do we capitalize on this? So first, there is still a lot of laning to be done, right? We're 2.5 minutes in, so you're going to need to buy more regen. Tangos, maybe even a salve. I know you have your, like, innate, but it takes a while. We got to, like, stand out of the lane for quite a while. So I wouldn't mind one of those. You're getting close to 3 minutes. You could buy a raindrop, because a lot of their damage is burst spells, so the raindrop can eat up a lot of it. The wand we talked about, again, if you just want to do the magic stick, that's okay. If there's a whole bunch of blood grenades available, this is not usually done by carries, but I mean, kind of maybe you could maybe buy like 1 or 2 to like bulk up for cheap. You don't have to do that. You could go for the power treads, potentially get the belt of strength instead of the elven skin if you're like really worried about being burst. But I'd say you're okay with what you have as long as you buy like magic stick, tangos and or a salve, and then you can skip the raindrops or you can get them and then like go for the power treads. But as part of fixing it, I see you killing this range creep right now. They are out of the lane. We are not high enough level to shove the lane and then jungle. That will be a very good farming pattern once we are high enough level. Depends on the hero. Slark, you kind of need level 6 to do it. You at least need more points in Dark Pact. Heroes like Luna and Sven, Gyrocopter, they can do it a lot sooner, like level 4, I would say, maybe even level 3, depending on how much space they have. But for Slark, you're going to struggle. So we really need to maintain the lane here. There are 5 to 4 creeps. So you could kill this range creep right now. The range creeps also help trim things down faster because they do the most damage in the lane. So you might want to leave this one alive for a little bit. Maybe do like one more auto attack and then wait and then finish it later. But the problem with doing one more is that these creeps might focus it and then kill it before you're ready. So like leave it where it is. Let them do a bit more damage to kill off more of your creeps. And that way, as they come back to lane, we haven't shoved this lane out. It also threw you off. We actually missed the banner creep because we were killing the range creep. And so now you kind of see where it's like, oh, it's 3v3. It's kind of close. Fortunately, no, unfortunately, I should say, like this creep is already at half. So like, even though they had 5 creeps, due to what has happened, like we're actually kind of pushing this lane a little, right? We're trying to buy items, so we're actually missing a nether last hit. That'll happen. I'm not that worried about that. But you bought boots. After the initial fight, they will be on top of you. Centaur is another melee hero, so in the lane, you don't need to chase him. Like, he's just there if he's going for last hits. And then if Techies is trying to kill you, he's blasting off in. On one hand, with boots, maybe we can dodge the blast off. On the other hand, if we can survive the blast off, we can turn the fight. And I don't need to move because he just jumped on top of me. Plus, I have pounce. So I would skip the boots and buy the other items that give you more attack speed, give you more damage, steal more stats quickly, and then just make sure you live, which goes back to the raindrops and the wand and stuff like that. Lich players, or support players, by the way, as Slark is like, I gotta wait for this last hit, can't hit my own creeps. Like, Lich is literally AFK right now. Lich should be attacking these melee creeps and then do whatever shopping. Look at like, okay, how are the lanes going, right? Okay, back, attack the next creep. Okay, look around. Okay, back to my hero. Like, that's still be useful. And these kind of little pokes are good before the Techies is here. We do want to be careful, though, for this. Remember that Techies also died. He's also very likely to come back to the lane. So you can poke Centaur a little bit, but you don't want to commit too much until you actually see, like, oh, Techies went somewhere else, then that's okay. But now we have committed in. We've even pounced in. And then we go, oh, shit, wait, Techies is here. You know, and I think you should die here. Yeah. Pounce, you got to be really confident we are getting this kill. Otherwise, that's your escape tool. After you survive the burst, you pounce away and they can't chase. So I think you got a little overexcited there. You saw just a Centaur, but then forgot like, oh, well, of course, Techies is actually going to come back into the lane. I ended up typing in team chat. I thought Techies would take longer. Yeah, exactly. That's okay. We'll learn by, we make mistakes and we learn going forward. Okay, some itemization talk here. I know Wraithband seems the most obvious. Like, oh, I'm an agility hero, I buy Wraithband. You actually only finish the Wraithband if they do a lot of physical damage to you. So 2 ranged heroes, for example, constantly poking you, or someone like Slardar, who's like all physical damage. Centaur does right click, but then Double Edge is magic, Hoof Stomp's magic, Techies pokes, but then it's Sticky Bomb magic, Blast Off magic. So the Wraithband actually won't do that much for you in this lane. In the game, if it's good, like there's a TA and a Drow, you can sometimes finish it, even if it's not good for your lane, but a lot of times you don't. So this game, you would just like leave it at the Band of the Elven Skin and the Circlet. Because if you look at the stats you get all the stats. It's just the extra attack speed and armor.
But if the armor isn't going to be that useful to you in the lane, you can get attack speed in other places. For example, getting this stuff faster. So you don't really need to finish the Wraithband. And in fact, if you go beyond that even further and say like, oh, Band of Elvenskin and Circlet, or sorry, not Band of Elvenskin, the Slippers of Agility is what I meant. Slippers of Agility is 3, and then the Circlet's 2 stats. But in this particular lane, with like, they kill me via Hoof Stomp, like the Magic Burst, so the Agility armor doesn't matter. What matters is raw HP. I'm not a Slark player. I would actually say you could do double Circlet here. You would still get 2 Agility, but you also get 2 Strength, which is another good chunk of health to survive the initial burst. I don't know if you would actually finish a Bracer, like should I get Gauntlets instead? That might be too much, like unnecessary. I think like double Circlet, double Iron Branch into a wand, or at least the Magic Stick into the Power Treads would have been pretty good. And then you just sell the Circlets when you're done with it. This is kind of advanced early itemization. Like for a lot of Herald players, I usually would just say like, yeah, just finish the Wraithband. And you can, like if you want to keep it simple, yeah, just finish the Wraithband. But if you want to know like some of the higher logic, that's that. And you can decide if you want to use it or not. Oh yeah, I was gonna leave a comment on the YouTube, but I guess now you've seen it. So yeah, no problem. I forget what advice we gave to you in that Dazzle game. Find out, let us know. Oh, for some reason wait, it is player view. Okay. I guess you just weren't moving your camera. For a second, I thought I was on free cam, and then you just like weren't doing it. If you can just walk up and hit, and then use Pounce to chase, you can. Nowadays with Leeching Leash, it's not as bad to like initiate with Pounce, but still, if you're able to just like walk up and attack, and then Pounce as the follow-up, that's like the best for I'm winning this lane, and I think we can kill this guy. And some of these fights, yeah, just like, if we just last hit a little better, like you'd have the Power Treads already, right? Or because you last hit a little better, you have the Raindrop, so you can survive through the initial burst. This is where I never try to like sweat the individual last hits and stuff, but it does matter, and it limits what we can actually do. Part of the reason you're scared to be approaching is that we are missing some of that extra survivability we could buy if we had the money. Okay, no blast off. As you finish these creeps, if you guys want to fight, this is actually a really good time, because blast off is a huge chunk of the damage. He's also low on mana. If you actually click him, he can't even use all his spells. So, all right, this is where your body blocking is hurting you, right? Because otherwise it would have met outside the tower, and this is where you get to just sit and farm. Now you got to fight with your tower, and the lane will push. Which, if you're kind of done laning, you're like, lane sucks, I'm going to like deal with, I'm just going to start jungling and do my best at it. That's okay. This is a viable approach for that. I think for Slark, it is hard, and you would want to be a little closer to 6, ideally, to do that. And then just be a little careful when you're killing the range creep. A couple times I've seen you like focus the range creep and then end up missing a melee creep. You can start doing the range creep, but then, you know, just stop. Just wait, get the melee creep, and then come back to the range creep. Nothing is focusing the range creep to start except enemy heroes. And if you're worried about enemy heroes doing that and denying it, then don't hit the range creep yet. Do it later, you know? Some of that will just get easier over time. And if you haven't, as part of getting back into the game, if you've not seen the last hit trainer, I forget how long you said you took the break actually, so maybe you already know, you know, maybe it's obvious, but you know, little last hit trainer, always a great way to start getting back into the game. Yeah, I saw the observer in the small camp. I was gonna talk about other stuff, just like brush over it. But the enemy, in fact, did do this. And then we observe it. We're still missing it. Oh, God. So this is what I mean, by the way. You're a point blank with this guy. You can just hit him. And then as he starts to run away, then you would pounce after him. Now, we're actually kind of losing, so I don't know if you would want to do that. In which case, I would also say we still walk up and hit him, but we actually save pounce to disengage when this gets scary. But we just like poke a little bit for free while we have creeps near us. And then here you're close to 6, so yeah, just jungle. Just like kill things as quickly as you can. And to recover, just shove out the lane and then jungle as much as you can. So here's where you could body block. Body block, bring it under tower, kill it a little faster. So if you think you can get kills, you can go for this stuff. But this guy, if you kill him, is probably about 300 gold. And then this creep wave is about 200. Plus the catapult, which is always hard to kill. So oftentimes I don't include the catapult in the creep wave amount of money. But if you did get it, like this is 280 gold right here. So tough to kill Centaur, which might also get me killed. Or auto attack the creeps a bunch, use Dark Pact, pounce on out of here if they jump me. I have Shadow Dance if they absolutely try to kill me. Though there is some AoE stuns that you got to be careful of. Once you're losing a lane, avoid fights, just shove it, and then go jungle. Maybe you, as part of getting back in, you're like, I don't know, maybe I can still do it. That's okay, you know, try it out, get a feel for it. Thought we could do it, go for it. But over time, you'll like get a feel for it, and then you'll know this is not worth my time. I'm just gonna jungle, shove things out. Here's where you would just like farm this. The old ganking Medusa. What is on the courier? Eagle Song. This is where the magic stick helps a lot for your mana management. Slark doesn't have a lot of mana. And raindrops is also quite nice. If you don't need raindrops, a casual Sage's Mask is pretty good because to farm, you do need to spam Dark Pact. So something to give you mana is quite helpful. Raindrops or the Sage's Mask. Yeah, if you got kills earlier, I'd say you can like keep going. But otherwise, especially if you fall behind, just jungle and then work towards levels. Hopefully you have your level 6 before you start jungling, and then work towards your first item. I don't mind Diffusal. I'm not fully sure which is the best build for Slark right now. Echo Saber, Diffusal, all that stuff. But like whatever you think it is, I would do that. And then once you have that, your aggression is a lot easier. Okay, we'll start the... Oh yeah, Mage Slayer, also a viable option for Slark. Usually something with like mana, especially if you have to jungle because you're losing, something with mana helps a lot. Diffusal is like, I am winning and I can keep fighting, so I'm using Dark Pact to jungle less, and I'm farming lanes which don't need Dark Pact, and then I'm killing heroes, which is where Diffusal is good. If you're jungling a lot, I think getting one of the others first can help. Though again, not a Slark player, and he's not meta, so I don't know his build right now. Diffusal Ags, is that still it? I guess I can just look it up. Anyways, I think we've answered the laning struggles, given some ideas for that. So if we want to keep moving, anyone with the match IDs, who they're playing, questions, all that jazz, bring it on in. see. This guy's going Diffusal Blink. That's wacky. What else we got? I don't trust Dota 2 Pro Tracker as much since now it's like... It kind of occurred to me, I am slightly below the threshold, but people in my games appear on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Like, I am the beginning of the MMR range, and I'm like, I don't trust the people in my MMR range. But maybe it's because I'm in NA. The EU people of similar rank are probably more refined builds. Let's see, this one's Echo, Diffusal, Mage Slayer, Diffusal. Yeah, there's a couple varieties. A couple people do go Bracer. Maybe there is room to just finish the Bracer if you're worried about being burst. Is it normal to tread switch in Herald? I wouldn't expect it. If you can do it, it's great. It's not really the key skill to learn. Like, there's more important things than tread swapping. Like, if that's your main focus of improvement, it doesn't really need to be. At the same time, tread swapping is something you can do while, like, AFK jungling, so it's not that bad to do. And actually, if you just sit in a custom lobby or a demo mode lobby, it's actually pretty easy to build the muscle memory for. I think tread swap, like the basic tread swapping, you don't have to do it like in the middle of a team fight and then like switch to strength to tank damage and stuff like that. But just the I am AFK jungling, how do I tread swap to Dark Pact? You know, if I'm on agility, double tap, press Q, double tap for Slark. Because you switch to intelligence, activate Dark Pact, switch to strength to tank the damage, and then switch back to agility. It's just like double tapping the whole time. If you're not switching to strength, which you don't really have to because you have your ultimate, double tap, Q, single tap. You just like practice it in a demo, and it's actually pretty straightforward. Heal's been buffed, so I kind of ignore strength now. That's fine with me. Yeah, I mean, look at you. You're max health anyways, right? So... Good advice might be practicing moving cam while jungling farm to see fights join. That is true. I've been kind of catching up on chat, so I've not been looking at the Slark's farming pattern. But now that I'm kind of glancing over, it does seem true that you might be looking at the mini-map and seeing this stuff happen. But I don't know what abilities are being used, if heroes are actually low, and I could be TPing and getting free kills. So the mini-map will only give you so much information. And then ultimately clicking over will be good, especially while you're like killing a camp, right? It's not like the jungle camps don't really like surprise you. The only one is like the ogre smashers, which you kind of have to dodge. Everything else you can just like A click and then you have a chance to like go click over and then snap back. All right, let's carry on. Where can you access the last hit trainer? Yeah, let me show that real quick before we move on to the next one. I will also say you don't even need to, you don't have to use the last hit trainer. You can just go into like demo mode. So for example, Slark. Where in the heck do I have Slark on here? Here, you know, just demo mode. It is in the mid lane, so it's a little funnier. But you can still just come here, spawn creep waves, and then farm here. If you don't want to deal with this mid lane, you can also do it through the terrain, because the last hit trainer is through there, I think. You can come over to Armory, World, Terrain, and then just demo terrain, and then pick whatever terrain you want, but doesn't matter. then you can do it from your, like, the map in the actual lane, if that helps you, to whatever degree. Sometimes in this mode, the creep waves get a little messed up on timing, though, so that's, like, one downside, but it's not that big of a deal. And then the actual last hit trainer, actually answering the question, I believe it is under learning, and then, am I blind? Where is this shit? I thought it was under learning. Third tab? Oh, third tab here? Or third tab here? Oh, here. Yeah. Is this the right one, though? There used to be, this is like a scenario. There used to be like an actual just straight up last hit trainer. Anyways, I never used the last hit trainer. I always do it in like demo mode and all that stuff anyways. So that's plenty good enough. I'm sure it's still somewhere in here, but I'm not sure where. I guess this is maybe the best one you can use. Is it under arcade? I don't think so. There probably is a last hit arcade mode, but there was an actual Valve one. Anyways, let's say you can do it. You can do it in the demo mode, guys. Wherever it is, it's somewhere in there. Let me go grab one of the other. Grab one of the other replays to do. Okay, this one's also in Herald. Let's keep the trend going, and then we can switch to another rank. This one's Dawnbreaker. Okay. This one. I've lost it. Where was it? Okay, here. Couldn't keep up with farm efficiency tips for Dawnbreaker. Maybe it's the early game mistakes. Okay, so a little bit of a... It's not too bad, but struggled a little bit in the lane. And then... Okay, definitely as the game goes on, we dropped a bit. Okay, so let's see. Items. Items look okay. If you do find yourself struggling for farm, Dawnbreaker farms a lot faster with mana. So the Blade Mail can definitely work, and if you think it's good for the game, totally fine with it. It will help your farm speed a little bit, but as part of the Blade Mail nerf, the part that was nerfed was the farming speed of it. And especially for Herald, if you want to go for something that'll help you more directly, like the Echo Saber, which will give you mana, I would say that's okay. Again, though, you can do this build, and it's fine. Let's actually hop in and see like how you're playing. Hi, how do we submit replays for a chance for a review? essentially after this, anytime I pop this up, and I'll say it, at the end of a replay, I usually pop this up and just like ask you guys to submit the match IDs, who you're playing, questions, stuff like that, and then we just grab them randomly. You don't have to do anything fancy. If you want one guaranteed, I'll do it for like $5, the bits, whatever the equivalent is. But we usually do a good handful every stream, Monday and Wednesdays. So hopefully just for free. I think people who show up, you know, a couple times usually we get through everyone at some point. Okay, I'm just gonna like jump forward to around, yeah, we'll be like here. Okay, pretty good fight. You just use your ultimate. We'll just jump into here. So as part of recovering, that was a great fight to have, and we're still kind of in farm mode. I see you're finishing up the phase boots. Want to get back on track too. You know, if you want the blade mail, if you want the echo saber, whatever. Aghanim's also good. We'll give you some intelligence, mana pool, things like that. Point is, I have fought, and now I will farm. So this is, at least where we're starting, happens to be one such moment where we just go right back to the most efficient place to farm. For you could choose to help push mid with your team. I wouldn't mind. If you do just want to go back farming, here looks good. Make our way back here as this is about to get pushed in, and then farm that. Looks like you are thinking about pushing mid. Use W to clear it. I don't mind if you use W to clear this, typically, because it's a scary place to be. In this case, there's actually some heroes dead and invokers here. I think if you just walk up and right click, that could be good. But I won't stress about it too much. I was gonna say, as part of mana, making sure you're buying some clarities is nice, and it looks like you did get some. Okay, so you see how we're using Celestial Hammer here? The rewind is weird. It went through the whole noise. It like redid the entire game in an instant. I heard the Dawnbreaker, maybe not the whole game, but like, I don't know, something's weird with the replays. Creeps will help you kill creeps. That's the nice thing about the lane. So unless you are urgent about needing to kill a creep wave soon, either because enemy heroes are on the way, so I got to get out of here. Enemy heroes are somewhere else, so I got to punish them for not being here. I want to go join a fight, which I don't because Solar Guardian is down. So I'm not in a massive rush. In terms of where the enemy heroes are, I know Viper push it in, but I don't think he's going to kill me under my tower. I don't feel terribly rushed to kill these creeps, so you can save some mana and then just auto-attack them. When you do the jungling, these are going to be a lot harder because we don't have our lane creeps to help us. We have to tank more, so I am more inclined to use spells for this, if I don't have a reason to do it fast. And then the nice thing about this timing, so we auto-attack this, we run over here. If you have enough time, you could farm one, stack another, and then farm the stack with the spells as they come back up. If the timing doesn't work out, not that worried, but there's also the Wisdom Shrine coming at 14. So after this, farming here sounds good. I know another creep wave will be on the way, so if you want to, thinking about getting to the stack and I need time, if you want to auto-attack this, rush out to go find the next creep wave, use the spells to kill it quickly so that I can then get back to stack this, that would be a reason to use the spell that way, because we have something we're trying to get to quickly in that case. And I'm bringing it up because mana management is part of having good farm speed. Looks like, okay, you are trying to stack maybe? Okay, maybe thinking about the fight, but I ain't interested in fighting. I am Solar Guardian dependent, on-off switch. When this is ready, or when it's not ready, I am just farming. When it's ready, surprise, I'm actually still farming, but I'll join the fight with Solar Guardian. But I'm the whole point is that I'm farming like all the time. If you're at a point in the game where a fight will decide the game and you don't have Solar Guardian, that's when you do need to hang around your team anyways. But it's 13, 14 minutes in, we're not out of that case. So you don't have to come over for these plays. If they want you involved, then they should come to you, not the other way around. You should just stay here, continue farming. Do you do turbo replays? Yeah, I don't mind. I don't care. I know for some it's like there's no MMR attached to it, but turbo does have like a hidden MMR to some degree, and you can still get better at turbo. I don't play as much turbo, but we actually do turbo replays every now and then, so I can share what I have learned from that. Doesn't bother me. If you want a review, it's your review. IDC. Anyways, all this is like, I'm ready to fight. Yeah, we get Solar Guardian here, but then I'm right here. So I'm not making use of the global farming speed, which Pudge got baited to come here, right? Because we could have been here, you left, so Pudge is like, oh, I'll be here. So now Pudge has to teleport into the fight, or he's not going to join the fight. So as much as possible, you maintain your part of the map that you think is good, stay there, and let them do stuff, and then ult in as necessary. Right? We're like trying to force this to happen, but I'm gonna leave. Like in this fight could be happening, and I would leave to somewhere else, and then when I see it like, okay, they did catch Ogre, I'll Solar Guardian at that time. Oh, Shadow Shaman found this sniper, I'll ult in at that time. But I don't need to chase them, because if fights are not happening, we're probably winning, because Dawnbreaker has the global farming. That's the thing, you know, is that you farm and you fight, whereas most people have to choose. So you don't usually need to feel pressured to fight. If you're just farming, more often than not, you're actually out efficiency farming the enemy. What do you think about building mana boots on Dawn and then spamming hammer to farm quickly? If you're playing support Dawnbreaker, I would do that. I would say core Dawnbreaker doesn't need to do that, because core Dawnbreaker will buy the Soul Ring. And core Dawnbreaker will also build more items like Blade Mail, like Echo Saber, Aghanims, things like that, that will cover the mana needs. Blade Mail in the fact that you need to use less spells because it like reflects some damage. Support Dawnbreaker building phase boots. What's the scaling, right? You're not building Echo, you're not building other stuff, right? So there's less value on the phase, so you get the arcane. But core Dawnbreaker is bopping people, right? Not just the Echo Saber, but just like, okay, I'm willing to put points in Luminosity. I will crit people. I will attack a lot because I'm farming so much. So for Dawnbreaker core, it makes sense to go phase boots. There's more value there, and the mana will come from other items. For support Dawnbreaker, which is mostly just like farming with spells and then walking around, positioning, doing support things, you can use the arcane boots more. If you do go for Guardian Greaves on Dawnbreaker, like a real aura build Dawnbreaker, I think you could do it. But I think a lot of times you don't want to. You want to do like the phase boots. I got distracted. I wasn't really paying attention to the map to see if this was a great fight based on what information we had, but I'm not going to worry about it that much. As you respawn, repeat. I don't have Solar Guardian, so I am in farm mode. I will pick the most back-ass area to farm and try to push out lanes for my team otherwise. So right now, mid looks pretty empty. You got to be careful of this. You just lost the fight here. I don't know where they went. They could have come in here. They could have gone in here. You do have an observer here, but that doesn't see this stuff. So this is a really dangerous teleport when they are not here, right? Everyone is like really far out, not respawned yet. This is kind of scary. I would TP here and then push mid. Okay, we actually did get a kill. This one's fine though. Like, we're focusing on our own farm, even though I'm saying this was a dangerous area, but you're doing your own farming and then these guys came by. We'll do that. but I will not go out of my way to go find them across the map and like be near them. So now you push out this lane and then you jungle again. We're getting close to our ultimate. So by the time you finish farming this stuff, you'll be ready to go as they're pushing this, if they do. So you don't need to be there with them. If your supports are not here, then you do push this lane for your team, and then you fall back as it gets scary. In terms of efficiency, dragging these camps together and then trying to Celestial Hammer between them is one way you can do it. It's a little hard, this particular camp, but there's some other camps where it's a little easier. The inventory has been a little messy. I think you're starting to resolve it now. Okay, that works. I am now farming. If you're scared, farm here, stack this, farm back through here. If you're not scared, you can just farm through this. You have 2 hammers, or 2 seconds till hammer. If you are scared, you know, Soul Ring, Celestial Hammer through here. This is where I wouldn't expect you to do this in Herald, but this is where at the high levels, this is where the super efficiency comes in. That like is how they get 100 gold more than other people at a time. This farming pattern at this time of like clear 1, stack this, and then farm backwards, as opposed to like farming this, moving this way, and then like, oh wait, now I gotta go back this way and then back this way. This is where you lose like 10 seconds at a time, things like that. Or earlier, like the timing is different. Farm this, now I walk back, and then like nothing is here because I just killed it. So then we waste time. A little efficiency, things like that. But I wouldn't sweat about it in your like games for now. I will say, I don't think you even needed to come out, though. Or, like, to go back here. I think you could have just jungled this whole time. Then go home if you're absolutely forced to. But via luminosity and mana items and stuff, like, you might just, like, regen your health. And we're not fighting. So, like, if you're low health, it's not a huge deal because we're in farming mode. I need to be healthy when I have Solar Guardian, because if I ult in, I can't just, like, die on arrival. So as you get your ult, that's where it's like, okay, I haven't healed up enough, I'll go home. But I went home and I TP'd out, and I'm like, actually, I'm still in farming mode. So, like, yeah, I'm healthy, but I still don't want to join. Which, it looks like you are joining your team. To some degree, I don't mind, because, like, we kind of do need a tower, and your team has been struggling a little bit. Same time, that means we're pushing up for a fight without some of our ultimates, like Global, like Solar Guardian. Target Shaman, please. With Solar Guardian? So you only push the lane as far as it's safe to do. That sounds to be the problem. It sounds like you're going too far, and then the enemy team is TPing over to get you. So let's see if we can come up with an example in this game. But as soon as the lane is pushing, you're done. You don't actually need to get to the tower. You don't need to, like, make your way here. As soon as you know the creep wave will push forward, you're done. So here, for example, when you kill this creep wave, the lane is not actually pushing quite yet, because this creep wave is supposed to fight this creep wave. The mid lane is hard for this to work because it's the shortest lane. But technically, once you kill this creep wave, this lane will push out further and then, like, get up to here, and that'll give you better information. So, like, you don't need to kill this and then walk with the creeps up to the next one and then kill this one and then walk up to the tower. That's too far. Step 1 is just kill this creep wave and then, like, leave. And then step 2 is if you could kill the next creep wave and then leave, that's also good enough. It's easier in the side lanes because the side lanes are longer, which goes back to like, yeah, we kind of need like one of these towers to be down because it becomes easier to do what we need to do. Let me zoom if I can find a better example. We're going to take this tower. See where we're like, this is a very awkward ult. So this is where you're not making use of your global farm and you don't want to be with your team. Unique to Dawnbreaker and other global heroes. Otherwise, offlane players, please do things with the team. But Dawnbreaker is unique in this. I guess Underlord too. You know, you play somewhere else and then ult in. Okay, the top might show an example here in a moment. I'm not even looking at what's happening here. I'm trying to look at the mini-map to read a time I can use for an example for you. Okay, coming up here. So, is this lane pushing? The equivalent creep wave is actually coming up here somewhere. When this creep wave is killed, you are done. So let's say you're Dawnbreaker and split pushing, and I'm over here, and I press W, kill all the creeps. I don't even do the catapult. I kill the creeps, and then I leave. The lane will push, because this creep wave is supposed to fight this creep wave, and usually equilibrium is like right here, but because of like messy things, these two creep waves are meeting here. This is the next creep wave. This is the next creep wave. So even if I push forward just like two creeps, those two creeps will damage this wave just a little bit, which means then this creep wave will fight this creep wave, but the two creeps will have done enough damage that it will keep pushing and so forth, so forth. So when you kill this creep wave, you don't have to keep going. This is what gets you killed when you split push. If you have information to work with, you can go further. But clearly, if you look at the minimap, dealing with these creeps from the Fog of War is much safer than moving anywhere further up, closer to the tower, and then getting here. So as Dawnbreaker, as any global hero, anyone trying to split push, this is the job done. Once you kill this creep wave, then you go jungle safely and you reevaluate. Going too far is what gets people killed during split pushing. You see high MMR players literally pushing tier 2 alone sometimes. I never get to do that. So this is where it's tricky, because if you're only watching like someone's stream perspective and the camera is blocked and they're someone who doesn't really talk, and you're only looking at what they do, what you're seeing is them push a tier 2, and you're like, I want to push tier 2, but then I die and they don't die. Like, why is that happening? For the pro player, there are several things. They are keeping track internally of teleports on the map. They're keeping track of where people are on the map. You can't see a lot of it because the map is blocked for most high MMR streamers, if that's what you're watching, and not just like, I don't know, a pro match or something. But they are keeping track of like, I know it will take 15 seconds for a hero to walk over here. I know they have to walk over because I know Invoker TP'd here. I saw him top and now he's here. I know he teleported. I know this is how long it takes for him to move here. Or like, I recently saw 3 heroes here. I'm pushing this. I know they cannot one hero can teleport and it doesn't bother me. I have 3 seconds to do this and then I will get out. Like, there's a lot of internal calculations that are not obvious from a hero. Like, if you're just watching the hero move up to the tower, a lot of it is like map positions and what abilities are available, including the teleport. That is when people will push up to towers and stuff, and it feels like, why aren't they being punished for it? Probably because they can't be punished for it, and that's why they're doing it. And if they're not doing it, then they know they can be punished for it. But it's not always obvious. If a player does not like explain their thoughts and explain everything they're seeing, which is very hard to do because they're processing a lot of information very quickly, which is why so many high MMR players do just sit there kind of like quietly try hard sweat, because if you try to ramble too much, you lose focus on gathering all this information. This is a pretty deep smoke. Be careful of your courier on smokes, right? A lot of times, I'm still waiting for a pro match where they just send the courier out like this and the smoke's actually down here. But anyways, in Herald or like whatever pub game you're in, for sure it's just going to the hero. So be careful of that anytime you're smoked if you called in an item. But also, you should not be in the smoke because you are Dawnbreaker. So that's what's hurting your farm speed. You are just supposed to be farming right now, getting an extra however much 100 gold, and then you will join with Solar Guardian. Okay, I'm gonna pop this up. Submit your matches. I kind of looked away just as this broke out, but just to, when did you join this smoke? 26:15. We Solar Guardian here, join the fight, 27. So 1 minute. So in 1 minute at this stage of the game, you could farm 2 creep waves and probably 3 jungle camps. If you are left to your own devices and have enough information to work with. You will cut that down as you get scared. You know, maybe you won't deal with certain creep waves. Maybe you'll get 2 jungle camps, wait. Maybe the stack timing works out. Maybe you can get ancients. Like, there's some different things. But, like, just to put that in consideration, for the 1 minute you ran with your team and then ultimately still just ulted in, right? We could have just nonstop farmed and gotten that amount of gold. And that is what will bump you up from here to here. And then the second time you have your ult, we do that again. So now we go from here to here and like here to here. And that's the slow climb up for Dawnbreaker over the course of a long game. Like one instance of I farmed and then joined the fight and they didn't, it's not a huge deal. But again and again and again is what pushes you up as Dawnbreaker. But you gotta do it. You gotta be farming. The only time you don't is like Silencer, and he's on your team, thank God. If Silencer's on the enemy team, then you do need to join for plays. Nyx is potentially a consideration as well. You're in farm mode, so TPing back like this is okay, unless your team wants to do a major objective, because you won't have your ult to rejoin. So if you're needed for the major objective, you should stick around and help them take stuff. In this particular case, I think it's fine to come back here. Pipe's not bad, but I'd probably still do Ags, by the way. Just as a default, Ags is really good. You're like Fae, Soul Ring, 1 item into Ags. Possibly even straight into Ags. I think that's a really safe build. How do you decide to build auras versus self-enable items on Dawn? I think it depends on the game. If you have teammates who can build auras, and if you have teammates who will do the damage. So like, Drow is a hero who could do enough damage to win this game. The tricky thing is the sniper. If you can get close enough to the sniper. So let's put an asterisk on that. Let's ignore the sniper. Drow has enough damage to kill everyone. So as the Dawnbreaker, do I also need to become a hero who will have enough damage to kill everyone? Or can I just make sure Drow lives and Drow has the freedom to do the damage to kill everyone, right? That's good enough. So in that case, I am more likely as the Dawnbreaker to go for the auras to enable the Drow because she will do it on her own. There are times Drow can't do it on her own or you have different drafts and we need to add more to it. Like, okay, this guy will kill 2 heroes and I gotta help kill the other 2 heroes. That's where you're more likely to build your own damage, especially if you have teammates who will build the auras and protect Drow, right? Then it's like, well, I don't really also need to build the same auras. We don't literally need to all protect Drow. I can build other stuff. In this case, with the sniper, for example, it could help if you have some damage, because maybe this guy, Shadow Shaman or Pudge, are going to just jump the sniper and you have to ult in. And between the two of you, you need to take out sniper, and you're hoping to draw enough attention on you guys killing sniper that Drow will then be free to do the rest. Or like, okay, maybe Drow can kill everyone, but if she can't kill sniper, sniper will kill her. So we have to deal with the sniper. So I need one of these guys to get to the sniper, and then I will go in. And if I have auras and I'm jumping sniper, then the auras aren't helping Drow. So then it doesn't make sense. I need to, at that point, commit to kill the sniper. So I need to build Echo, Harpoon, whatever, Basher, BKBs, shit like that. I keep thinking if my team is super squishy range Drow, don't build Pipe, because if she gets caught, she gets dead anyway. It depends how she's dying. So like if it is magic damage, Pipe can be good, and I wouldn't say it's bad. But there are certain heroes where like you might absorb more magic damage, but you will still die. So you need something else to get you away from the magic damage or prevent it from happening. So like let's use Lich ult as an example. If Lich can jump on top of Drow and Sinister Gaze Lich ult her with the shard, she will die even if you use a Glimmer on her or the Pipe, right? She'll just take so much magic damage, especially if like any other magic damage comes in. So what's more important is to like get her away from that, to force staff her away, or to interrupt Sinister Gaze so she can Hurricane Pike herself away. I don't know if Dawnbreaker would strictly be the one thinking about doing that, but you get the idea, where keeping Drow alive is what matters, and then how you do it depends on the game and your hero and stuff like that. And it could be the Pipe. It could be that Pipe will keep her alive long enough to seal the deal, but it does kind of depend on the game. Let's see. Let me read through what you guys are submitting. We started late, so I feel I should keep going, but I might need to eat a snack because I'm getting hungry. The internal clock wants dinner. Yum. Nom, 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 nom. These are all good questions. Which one should we go to? Let me see. Let me look at the timestamps. What did we cover today? We started with a bunch of Divine and Ancient games, and now we've done a bunch of Herald and Guardian games. Who has not been covered? The middle ranks and the middle lane. All right, how about this? How about we have, I see one. This is a Guardian one, but it is in the mid lane. So let's do a quick look through this. And then maybe we'll try to get some in the middle ranks. At the same time, if the middle ranks aren't here, then, you know, what can you do? All right, this one.
So this is Necrophos mid. You're new to mid, and in this match you felt very clueless about what to do for the team or in general. And you didn't buy Radiance because Abaddon bought one. Nowadays, double Radiance is not as bad as it used to be because the map is really big, so there's a lot more to be farming efficiently if you do go that route. But at some point, if you also want to disassemble it for Nullifier, then that is also a good reason, right? So you use the Radiance for the early fighting and farming, and then later someone gets like the Nullifier out of it. So in this case, you and Abaddon could both get it, and then he could get the Nullifier. Is it always good to do? No, but, you know, if you feel like too thrown off about it, I wouldn't sweat it that much if you ended up getting two. With that said, Necrophos can go for other items. You can do Blade Mail, you can do Boot to Travel, you can just tank up. I don't know if like the Sanj and Kaya build is still a thing. I'm taking a quick look. It looks like it's mostly Blade Mails and Radiances, sometimes both. Possibly tanking up into Eternal Shroud.
Not bad at all.
I would still buy an Iron Branch. It looks like you're going double null. I don't really mind. I would buy, one, the Iron Branches to help fill out your health. Look how low your health pool is. Mid lane, it's not as bad as in the side lanes where like 2 spells could come out and just kill you. But it can still affect you. And especially when you need to tango, you're going to have to leave the lane to tango. So a lot of times the early Iron Branches on Necrophos are just to be able to tango without leaving the lane, which matters a lot at higher ranks. For Guardian, there's probably some wiggle room, but it's a good habit to build now anyways. And I would replace, say, your Mantle of Intelligence, buy 2 Iron Branches, and then you can still buy your Null Talisman with these 2. And at that point, you can still decide, like, do I actually want a second Null Talisman? Maybe I want something else. When you get the double Mantle, you're kind of forced into double Null Talisman. So you could at least replace the Mantle with another Circlet, which you would have 1 less damage, I know, but you would tank up a little bit more, get some other stats, and it would give you the room to be like, oh, I actually want Bracer, you know, go for that. So I would consider a slight change there. I forgot the timer. We always forget the timer. We're not really sticking to the timer nowadays anyways, or at least today. I don't know if we'll worry too much about the exact lane. Maybe let's speed up a little bit. If you held this outside your tower, you'd be in a slightly better spot for a while there. Broodmother, you want to slow her down as long as you can for your team. Which, now that I'm also processing that Broodmother's in the game. If you can get a Radiance, I would versus Broodmother. And if you don't do Radiance, go for a Shard at least, because we need someone to kill the spiders. You have overwhelming odds is not bad. If this guy does get a Radiance, like he can kind of do it. But you also just like Radiance plus Death Pulse or Shard plus Death Pulse to kill spiders is actually huge to slow down the Broodmother. Legends where very high skilled games start. It depends on your definition. The definition that Dota buff uses, like where it will term games very high skill or not, I think is around Legend, because that's where like the bell curve goes. The average player is between like Crusader and Archon. That's where a lot of people fall. So I think by the time you get to like Legend Ancient, that is starting to be the like top X% of games. And even though it's like very skilled, but then you compare it to Pro Dota and it's like, okay, it's not very skilled. But I mean, you know, relative to the average player pool, it is. So that's the funny thing of the massively high skill ceiling on Dota.
buy these earlier, by the way. I just noticed. Go ahead and just queue them up to buy. If you struggle to buy things during the game, go ahead and shift queue them in here and then right click to mark to buy. That's a relatively new feature, but you can make use of it. You want a smooth buildup of power in the mid lane. The mid lane, you said you're new to the mid, so let's talk through this. At the end, eventually, mid is all about pushing the limits and outskilling your opponent. That's like the appeal of the mid lane. So you never really want to be like hoarding for no reason. If there's something you're hoarding for and like the game plan is to like get by and then pop off later, that's okay. But especially at the start when you're gonna buy a null talisman, you're gonna buy bottles, you're gonna buy wands, things like that, you want it as soon as you can, and you want to like make use of it as soon as you can. Because like every little extra damage, the regen adding up, you want to use it to get more harass, get last hits, deny the enemy, use more spells, whatever. So you don't want to be sitting on money too much. If you're undecided on an item and you need a bit longer to decide, that's okay. But for things like null talismans, bottles, you kind of want to get those like ASAP. Oh, hello, Pugna. I don't think you need this windlace, by the way. I would skip it. The double null is okay with me, and I would go wand or boots. This game, you don't need, like, the wand against Broodmother's not necessary, but Magic Stick, as the laning stage breaks down into the Bristle, would be quite useful. If you ultimately decide to skip it, I don't mind. It is a really good item on Necrophos, though, so I kind of would recommend considering it. I also think you should consider a second point. Hold one of these points. If you want to get 2 points in Heartstopper Aura, so you're 202, that's okay. You can be killed by spiders because one death pulse will not be enough to kill the spiders. So if she has a bunch of spiders and then you use it to farm and then she rushes you, you will die because you're a relatively squishy hero without Ghost Shroud. So we're playing a very dangerous game here, going 3-0-2. We haven't needed it up to this point, but that's because she only gets spiders at this point pretty soon. So at level 7, then, I would say you got to hold the skill point, possibly take Ghost Shroud, but you may be killed without it. The other choice is to go like 3-1-1 as well. Here come the spiders. So she pushed it a little sooner than she should have, but you see that was close, right? Despite you winning this entire time, that was, that's the moment. If she had played that better, she could have killed you while you didn't have Ghost Shroud. All right, while she's dead, pushing this to take the tower is fine with me. And then, because you're doing well, I think going for the Radiance is perfectly fine. This game, if you get the Talisman first, also pretty good because pretty much invalidates 3 to 4 heroes in terms of the damage on you. So you have Ghost Shroud and the Talisman of Evasion. Pretty nice. You could go really aggressive with those items. Your Sentry here, if you're doing it defensively, that's fine with me. She was dead. You might as well Sentry more aggressively so you can look for Observers and Sentries on more... What was the math earlier when we were calculating what percentage was wasted up here? For this, you're not going to need it to cover any of this, right? So if you're worried about like here to here, it is okay to put your Sentry here because that's where the diameter will cover the most, but I would be more suspicious of like here or here because the guy who killed this was Pugna. Pugna like ran in over here and dropped this. So if there was an Observer, it's unlikely to be over here. Maybe here. But it's much more likely to be down here or on this side. So I'd move the Sentry like over here. Let's like, let's verify. Did they? No. So now that Brood is 6, it's going to be hard to stop her farming. Just forcing the tower will be good because she can't kick you out. She can just kill the spiders. So the more you run in, hit the spiders, hit the tower. That's good. And then set up an aggressive ward in this area because she's mostly going to be like dealing with the creeps and then jungling is what she should do as a Broodmother. Will she? I don't know. Kinda. Oh, without webs? Interesting. A bold approach. This is where the stick helps. Okay, you were queuing it up, and then I think around now you must have realized Abaddon was going for one, but I would say it's still perfectly fine to get it. You've almost finished the tower. Don't be tempted. Stay strong. Keep walking up. Finish the tower. We do have to be a little careful with some of the Q usage you're using. Because Q is not enough to maintain itself. You do need a lot of auto attack, last hits, and then just keep walking up. She can't kill you, so you should take this tower very quickly. Like, as long as you have Ghost Shroud, you cannot die. Because by the time you Ghost Shroud, walk back this way, you'll be safe. The longer you wait, the longer she recovers. Safe. And then, yeah, you gotta play safe while you wait for Ghost Shroud, but then, like, when it's up, we come and finish this tower. Catapult did it! Doing a little math. Doing a little calculus, thinking about it. I actually think that one's pretty close. I think, because Ghost Shroud does the magic amp. I think if you had enough mana to Ghost Shroud, ult in front of him, and Death Pulse in front of him, I think you could have finished that. At the same time, if you're farming really efficiently and you're on your way to Radiance, you just want to farm efficiently. This was pretty close to the tower, so I don't mind you trying, but you don't want to feel forced to make a play when you're working on Radiance. You only want to min-max your own farm. So for example, shoving the lane and then jungling this stuff. Aggressively shoving this lane, deep ward to protect yourself, and then like jungling here, forcing people to come back and deal with you, but making sure you're paying attention to the map and getting out. If you're going Radiance, we're going Radiance. We are committed. Don't dilly-dally with like, oh, I need to be ganking. If you want to be ganking, pick a ganking hero. Necrophos wins the lane and then farms. That's the Necrophos life. Push this a little. All right, see how you like ran through, got scared, so we Ghost Shrouded early? So we are full health when using Ghost Shroud. Ignoring that maybe we shouldn't be fighting right now anyways. But full health with Ghost Shroud means we aren't making use of the restoration amplification, 55%. It also means that when I use my ultimate, I will not have it for 20% extra magic damage. So you only pop Ghost Shroud super early when you think I will not get to cast Ghost Shroud if I do not cast it early, meaning they have a bunch of silences or stuns, which in this case, there is a Drow silence. It's probably level 1, so you have to do some math. Can I die in 3 seconds? It's actually a little bit close here, but part of the reason you're doing this is that you have swap. So like, in theory, if it looks close, she'll swap you out. You want to be baited. You want to bait yourself, get low, fight, then Ghost Shroud, pop Death Pulse, which will both heal you more and do more damage because you're using it with Ghost Shroud, and hopefully ult in that time as well to get the bonus damage. In this case, right, we end up taking a lot of this fight without the Ghost Shroud in a meaningful way, which is why then this ult doesn't work. But if you had Ghost Shroud to use with the Death Pulse and the Reaper Scythe, you would have had the damage to kill this Broodmother. Also, if we had the Radiance. So let's go back to farming. The time we spent like running up here, then twin gating, then running here, we've actually farmed very little. So you could at least have this. But if you were just like jungling, like push lane triangle also works. Though it's a little slow with Ancients. We'd be getting there. So here's where you did that last minute pivot. I don't mind. You weren't sure. In the future, I would just do it. Don't sweat it. I think Sanj and Kaya is not a bad option, though I would probably do one and then save the money for the shard. If we're going farming, Kaya into shard, and then the Sanj. Boots of Travel could potentially work as well. Boots of Travel into Shard, into Kaya Sanj. Because then you're like sitting yourself where the Broodmother is, and then still TPing into fights. You want to walk up and attack and then Q, by the way. You're like queuing and then trying to last hit 4 creeps. You want to go up, attack 4 creeps, and then Q to get every single creep. And that'll be easier. You'll miss less hits. Miss less last hits that way. So I am glad to get that Marcy kill, but this is the harder kill. So that's actually what you want to save your ult for. It's the tankier guy. But it worked out. And then we go back to farming. If we were doing on our way to Radiance. If you had Radiance, you would just keep fighting here and push it. And because we got kills, we can do that. And then as they come up to defend and we don't have our ultimate, we kind of like chill a little bit. But it would depend. With Radiance, you're probably strong enough to just like force it. So we did get Sanj and Kaya. We're gonna go Boots of Travel now, but you should get the Shard first. The Shard will give you a lot more farming and fighting speed. And if you're not opening with Boots of Travel, well, it's not that you couldn't still do it, but I think because of the Broodmother this game, you like really want the Shard. Ghost Shard gives you increased magic damage. Right there. Do you not? Am I crazy? You take more. Don't you also do more? Was that removed? Am I spreading lies? Oh my god, we're scrolling real far back. Am I crazy? Did Ghost Shroud not amplify the damage people took? All right, I guess I'm stupid. Is this not a thing? I mean, no, I mean, it is increased magic damage against you, but I thought it also increased damage against other heroes. Was that never a thing? It never did? I'm crazy. All right, cancel the stream. Cancel the stream. I'm a fraud. I don't know anything. Remove it all. Gonna go make homemade sushi for dinner. All right, I guess you don't need to save it to do damage with Reaper's Scythe, but it'll still help you heal up more. So that part's still good. I guess it just slows people. That's so I was so sure it amplified damage. Crazy. Maybe mix it up with Lesh. Maybe. Heart Stomper used to do more damage with Ghost Shroud. Is that what I was thinking of? Gotta go through all his abilities.
guess I did get confused. Maybe you're thinking back to when Reaper Scythe stopped you from buying back. I kind of wish that was still a thing. I thought that was so funny. Doing it to people or getting it done to yourself and then just like leaving your computer and like, all right, sorry boys, I'll be back in like 3 minutes. That was so funny. I wish that was still kind of a thing. Okay, you're doing relatively well. What do we do for the team? Since you're buying Boots of Travels, we want to like hold lanes that your team doesn't want to be in and then still show up to the fights. So for example, your team pushing bottom and then you'll be able to join them is good. Mid is in an okay location, and if you're scared, what you're doing is fine. But then as soon as you get some information, you want to push mid. So for example, they're killing Marcy, Drow is here, we saw one hero here. So you could maybe like push in mid, especially if it was like coming up here, because we want to like bait people to keep coming here. One such example. You don't want to move towards your team though, because like then we're going to conflict with farm, and Boots of Travel isn't going to be getting us extra farm. If Abaddon is pushing top and farming top, then you want to like push mid and farm this stuff. That way if they fall back, they can potentially farm here. They don't need to fall back. I actually think they could still go. What are we waiting for? Manta. Okay, with Abaddon Manta and then Blink on duel, or Blink on Legion for duel, you guys are good to go. You could maybe wait for this Aether Lens as well, but that's a really strong timing, so you guys want to pretty much group up in like 20 seconds. Or they want to group up, and then you can box to them. All right, keep going. Keep going, guys. Keep doing it. You want to push aggressively if you're not with your team, but not dangerously. Aggressively safe. This is defensively safe. So this isn't going to do anything for your team, but we are strong. We're hitting good item timings. So we want to be doing things aggressively. So make your way up here so that as soon as you deem it is safe to do, you can do it. And then if you're not sure, you like jungle here. Legion is on her own. What is happening? Get in there. Get in there, team. Go, go. And then I'm seeing heroes bottom, so we got to get out of here and we got to go like push in top to split them up. And then they come top and then we TP bottom. We are jungling. We're jungling. All right, pushing mid, we're good again. But what is happening bottom? Should I have been here? I don't know. I need to click. I need to click over. I need to click over. It's too late. So we got to go back. While we are AFK farming, jungle or pushing or otherwise, we got to be looking over and being like, oh shit, it's happening. TP here, fortify as necessary to protect. And if we're here now, then we can be running in and then maybe even steal this kill with Deathseeker. But you could be like on top of Drow, preventing her from doing damage. You could go in with Avenge right now. Ultimate, well, I was gonna say ultimate on Bristle, but Duel is being used for it, so that's fine. You could help kill him, keep her healthy. Yeah, you probably win that fight if you actually show up sooner. So that's where map awareness will get you. And if you're gonna buy Boots of Travel, you gotta be watching the minimap a lot. And not just watching the minimap, but then like clicking over to know if it's a fight you're showing up to or not. And if we're not showing up, we're pushing in the lane we are in and then TPing to another lane and pushing that in. So even as my team loses this fight, mid is damaging their tier 2, and then top is getting its way to damage this tier 2. So even though they win this fight and they want to go like down here and take this tower, or they want to go get Roche, right? Then they go, I got a farm here, Drow TP's here, Brood TP's here, and then like supports are like, I wish we could push, but my cores are jungling and farming, right? That's what we do with the Boots of Travel if we're not going to join the fight. But if we watch, we actually can join that fight.
And that'll be the hard part about building Boots of Travel, is that, like, we really got to be watching it. If you don't trust yourself, it's also okay to just, like, push with the team sometimes. Like, even with Boots of Travel, you can push with the team and then TP out, TP back in. Gotta save that one a little longer versus the Marcy. Building armor is pretty good. So I see you going for the Ags, but actually you want the Shivas first. Ags is fun, but Drow bypasses armor. Hers is armor, physical damage. Actually, she got the Revenant's Brooch, which is kind of cool, but usually it's like straight damage, physical. He's physical, Broodmother's mostly physical. So you actually want the Shivas really early, and it's also going to be good versus Pugna Heal, Lifesteal, her Lifesteal, Drow sometimes buy Lifesteal, but if not, going to get it from here. So Shivas first before the Ags. Anyone got detection? There it is. All right, I think we can collect replays for like, where are we at? 5:15. We can do like one more. It's getting late. I'm gonna get a snack while you guys are submitting games. Eat the rest of my dinner later. What? Mod alert. What is this? This is new to Stream Elements, I think. It just flashed me a red warning system. I thought we were being like attacked. It's just NPR sending a message. Quick question about something we stumbled upon in one of my recent games. Since when does glimpsing purge Yules forever? I remember you could dodge glimpse with Yules, you cannot. But now you get teleported to the spot and you lose the Yules effect. Did I remember it wrong? Yeah. Your glimpse Yules is my Necrophos increased damage. You have to be hidden to dodge glimpse. So Astral hides you. Phase, phase shift from Puck hides you. You are hidden status. Yules is untargetable status, but not hidden, because I see you spinning in the air in the cyclone, you know? So you're there. So that's why Glimpse can pull you down. Manta dodge Glimpse is because in that moment, that like 0.1 seconds, you're hidden during Manta usage. That's what will protect you. Maybe in the past you could dodge it with Yules, but as far as I remember, for a long time now, you haven't been able to. It will pull you out of the Yules. No problem. Mahi, hopefully I'm not like butchering the name, but I'm happy to help out. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you do find it useful. I'll let this just like keep playing for a moment while I refill my water, and then submit all your games, guys, and we can we'll pick like one more, maybe maybe two if we actually like stick to time, which I haven't been doing a good job of.
My son has stolen my chair. Hephaestus, how could you have done this? Okay, I want to look at this one first. Oh, wait, maybe this one. Okay, we are going to reenact no time limits, but I'm not even gonna. It's not even gonna be guaranteed 10 minutes. I'm gonna rapid fire here, and let's see what we can do to help different ones. Because I have something in particular to look for a couple of these in a row, assuming they download. And maybe we can try to help a couple people with small questions, or like with a few pieces of advice, rather than just like one person at the very end here, because I see several of you have tuned in asking for replays. Hard support, legend. Okay, this one, you said you won the lane and then the game kind of like fell out of control. We are looking to when you leave the lane on this Jakiro. That'll be number one. Then you said mid-game analysis, so we will look a little at that to help actually address your question. But a lot of times if things fall apart in the mid-game and you feel you crush your lane, that's the part that actually we need to look at, is like when you left the lane into helping the other stuff. Especially because... yeah, you're with the Juggernaut and it looks pretty good, right? So we should be able to leave and help out the other stuff. So let's take a quick look, and then once we get a clear idea here, we'll move on to another one. Okay, so already when we've jumped in, things are looking pretty good. I wouldn't say we've crushed the lane quite yet at this point, but it does look like we have like 400 gold over the NP. Just took a hefty chunk of damage there. I see we got a good amount of money. So let's buy... ooh, a lot of observers here. So because it's built up this much, I'm probably buying 2 observers, 2 sentries. Ooh, boots. If we want to change thing, boots... sentry, clarity, 2 observers. Other options: smoke, 2 observers, 2 sentries, clarity, no boots, wait a little longer because we have the windlace, or maybe we get a little bit more money from like a last hit pull, something like that. Coming for the 6-minute rune would be nice. Oh, actually we have this one. How long? I didn't see this. I can't see how long that it is left. If this was recently placed, then that's fine. We don't need to put a ward top. We can just head out, tell Jug to leave. Looks like you got the haste. Blood grenade, kill this guy, get him. Oh, he had a lot left. Damn. Oh, I thought you guys could do that. Okay, boots, and then run bottom. Oh, wait, what did we buy? Oh, we didn't buy out before dying, so we lost some money. So, I actually don't think you even need the salve at where you were. Heading bottom would have been good. Like, while you're running around, you'll be healing. All right. we'll say we set up that mid kill. We eventually got there. He's dead. Put the sentry down like somewhere here. Don't actually need to take this tower. It would be very hard into the sniper to finish this tower. So I would run over here, sentry to check for wards, and then use your quelling blade to like cut this tree and place the observer here, or come over here, place an observer, cut some trees, whatever. But an observer somewhere over here is good. And then make your way bottom. Because the mid lane, she used focus fire to get a kill, so this is pretty tough to actually finish the job. Looks like you're going back top, but this is what I was worried about seeing, is like the top lane has been won. All right, he just finished this kill before we even got here, because that's the power of Omni Slash. So in the end, actually all we really did was absorb the XP. And now we're like, oh, guess I'll leave again. But then that just means this like walk here and walk back is kind of wasted. Now you did place an observer, and it looks like the one in the lane has expired. So they got something out of it, but you mentioned like, I think my Alk ended up underfarmed and this Weaver took off. This is where we've had a chance to come to this lane a couple times. And oh, look how low a lot of people got there. So if we made our way here and we could contribute a bit, we did end up TPing, but this is where we want to, we'd like to just walk here, proactively make things happen, and that way we can always TP back to like help Jug as necessary. Okay, we walk out. But we're going mid. Maybe for the 10-minute rune. I guess I don't mind. Bottom is also a little bit hard to kill. I'm not going to lie. Your draft is going to struggle here a little bit. But you can at least, although you can't easily kill them, you can make them careful. Like every time shield is down, they have to be careful of the silence killing the Weaver too quickly. Oops. A little bit of overlap there. Oh, if he saw us a little sooner. Get a little longer. All right, now things are starting to snowball a little bit out of control. You are making your way down here though, so I'm glad it's happening now. I think it could happen like a minute sooner. Your team keeps kind of running in one at a time now. There's been a lot of close moments. Partly we can say if this lane had gone better before we got here, it would have like, you know, like it's not on us. On the other hand, we could have gone here a little sooner and that might have started the snowball our way. Because now we've seen several fights in a row where it didn't go our way and now it keeps not going our way. But if we were the first ones and proactively made it go our way, we might have started the same sequence of events, but in our favor. This one was kind of close, so it's not as clear as some other examples. I still think it's something good for you to think about, of like, when should I have left the Juggernaut a little bit sooner. From here, just keep pushing. It doesn't actually change. It's scarier now that the tower's gone, but we still want Juggernaut to be on his own. It's still really hard to kill Sniper, so we just got to keep pushing this in and making space. And then let's check power spikes. Orchid will help, though it's kind of funny, no Maelstrom. Yeah, all of these are like, they're making the play first. Although Jug got Sniper, that's actually pretty good. Okay, I'm trusting the Jug to carry us. Well, we've stuck around too long as Sniper was respawning. Pushing mid was a good idea. You just got to back out sooner before Sniper respawns. Okay. I think leaving the lane is the main thing I want to leave you with.
I do think this game is close enough where it could have ultimately changed things. Let's see when Orchid finishes if we make a play around that. I think if she just power shots him as that ends, she would get it. Okay, I am a little bit inclined to say Alka does not know his limits very well, and that is hurting you quite a lot. This might be one that is getting to be out of your control. And the most you can do is that like slightly earlier rotation and just hope it goes your way, but now at this point it's Alk was blaming the team for joining him in bot lane though, so it was confusing. Let me take a look. Where was his net worth? I mean, he wasn't even doing that hot though, so welcome to being an offlaner, Alchemist. I don't know, you know, like that's where you guys have the that's where you guys can actually do stuff. Like, even if you don't play with him in the lane, you still need to go bottom, and then you need to double stack. So you double stack triangle, and then your Skywrath double stacks the side jungle. Like, either way, you still need to be bottom, and then while he goes to clear the jungle, you guys, like, sit in the lane. It's still bottom. Like, you can't do this top, you can't do this mid. It has to be bottom, and then you hope in the windows between farming, there's a chance for kills. Or if at least you're like dragging a lot of attention there. You guys don't have... Otherwise, it's very passive farming, which you can do, but like where you farm will still be that bottom part. Yeah, it sounds like Alk didn't quite fit what you guys needed that game. Okay, I'm trying to go fast, so we can get to more people. So, this one is a new player. I don't know if you are new or only your friends are new, but you said you got some people into Dota, trying to ruin their lives. And you guys are having fun, but getting wrecked. So that's what I want to come in here for, to take a look at. Don't feel like I'm pulling my weight. So let me see real quick. Are you also... So you've played a little bit more. And then maybe it's 6 wins. Yeah, very new. People getting pulled in for the Monster Hunter. Let me try. As long as people are having fun, don't sweat it too much. There's only so much you can do to like carry new players. Someone like Dragonite is not a bad idea of like fairly self-sufficient, try to win your lane, do your own stuff. It looks like you have a decent start. I don't know if you're against Kunkka or Alk. But what I would say for new players, pick a playmaker, try to win your lane, and then make plays for the new players, because they're not going to know what to do because they're new, right? They need help of like, hey guys, I'm going to jump this guy and then throw your abilities at them. You know, I'm going to blink stun and then throw your hook at that time. Excuse me. New players will get lost conceptually of like, oh no, because this guy showed here, you're not gonna push top and then gonna back off this way and, you know, do this and that. Oh, ward game this way, that way, you know, that's confusing to new players. Press Q on this green guy. Very easy. You know, like, press buttons this way. Very straightforward. Oh my god, are we gonna live? You don't actually need to be up here. I'm not actually sure what you're looking for. Oh, you're off lane, not mid. Yeah, you didn't need to take that risk, and now we're gonna start the lane with like no health. Just like chill for your runes. You don't even need to, even if you get one bounty rune, that's enough to play the lanes. This, losing all your health, is not enough to play the lanes. So bounty runes aren't worth big risks. Fortunately, it looks like we're also playing with some new players because we've got like a Kunkka Sven lane here. We are the Cleave Boys. You are actually also one of the Cleave Boys, honorary Cleave Boy. I was in this gang before. I'm gonna zoom through. I don't mind Dragonite, but I do think, again, any kind of playmaker so that you can then get your friends involved of like, hey, stand behind me, I'm gonna hit the tower, and then if I get in trouble, swap me, or like swap, like if I see someone, I'll tell you to like swap or hook them, you know? So I think this works. How are the friends doing? I don't know how much I want to focus on the lane. Inevitably, your friends will lose their lane, right? Unless they get lucky to play against other new players, they might still lose the lane. But like, that's the new player experience. They're probably not playing against new players. So you would expect to lose the lane, and then you want to go over and help out. This is where I'm not sure if Dragonite will be the greatest, just because to make plays, you kind of need the blink. Could work. You're also a hero, though. Like, once you fall behind, it's hard to help your friends. That's it. Like, both works and doesn't work, right? It works because you're sturdy, so you can typically at least have an okay start. But if you ever do fall behind, your friends also will probably have fallen behind, and then we're gonna have problems. But here, you know, like, we're like tanking 2v1 because we're Dragonite. That's kind of okay. Don't be afraid to do like double bracer or like bracer into soul ring, but until then you get like 2 more gauntlets, like just upfront stats to give yourself the best time. Clarity in the lane will be really hard to use because it'll get canceled. Let's jump ahead. Yeah, we are kind of behind at this point. You're doing okay. This is where you want to call your friends in and like, okay, let's just kill people. You know, that's our recovery plan. Like, Pudge, come over here. I'm gonna hook, I'm gonna Dragon Tail, and you're gonna hook. You know, like, Venge Stun, hook. Ah, damn. Damn the creep. I think your 2 new players are together, though, and that's, I would be the experienced player with them. In the end, we may not have specific advice for this particular game, but playing support is the hardest. Playing core is the easiest for a new player. Core players, feel free to type your responses, but your role is dead-ass easy to explain. Hit the creeps, and I'll tell you when to do other stuff. I'll farm top, and I'll tell you when to move. It's super easy to explain to a core, like, what they need to do at a conceptual level. For a support, it's so much harder to micromanage a support. So if you're the more experienced player, I would pick a really strong laning support and a kill combo with a core hero. And tell them to just farm, and you will tell them, like, we're gonna kill this guy now. Like, throw your stun after I throw my stun, you know? Super straightforward, and then, like, okay, now go back to farming. And then you will deal with, like, block camps, pull camps, you know, roaming at this time. That's what the more experienced player can do for the new players. And then the guy's like, hey, I finished my Dragon Lance, what's next? And like, okay, go for a Manta. It's like, okay, where's Manta? And you're like, I don't know, do you just like type in the thing? And you're like, just go farm over here, leave me alone. But 2 new players is like 2 headless chickens. Like, how do we deal with this lane? I don't know. Do you know how pull? It's like, what? I too am the new player. We're both the confused new players. Some good kill combo lanes. Dragonite could actually work. Like, give a new player Dragonite, and then let's see, who's a good 5 right now that you could pick? You could be like Silencer or Phoenix if you play any of those. Snapfire. Well, actually, Cookie's a little troublesome for a new player. Let's not worry about that. It could maybe be Jakiro. Dazzle could work, although I think a Playmaker is probably safer. In the off lane, you could be like Dark Willow, Hoodwink. Again, that Dragonite could work for a new player. They could be Pudge if they like Pudge. Who doesn't like Pudge? Then you just need someone who stuns first. You know, safe lane, you could be Undying, just like bodying people, and you tell them like, hey, when I tombstone, just like throw your abilities at them. You know, and they can be any number of carries at that point, just like focusing on farming, and then you like kill them, and then like, okay. And then you tell them to go back to farming. Things like that will typically be easier for new players. Crystal Maiden. Yeah, if the new player... Don't put the new player on Crystal Maiden. The experienced player can be Crystal Maiden, and then pair it with, like, Juggernaut or Sven or Chaos Knight. And, you know, focus your farm, and then when I say kill this guy, throw your stun, and then you do your, like, cycle of spells. Because you understand positioning, you understand what CM's supposed to do. The new player is just going to die on Crystal Maiden. The new player's not going to know what to do. They're going to cast one spell. They're going to stop having fun because they're out of mana. It's not a good time anymore. Yeah, like this build, so, like... Midas on Dragonite can be okay, but thinking about playing with new players and not only A, letting them have fun by getting involved, but 2, expecting them to lose and then I need to help them. Midas is like, they're going to lose and then I'm going to farm and we're going to drag this to like 50 minutes and then I'm going to carry the game. That is not very fun for a new player. But the boys all losing and then just all blink in, press Daggons, hilarious. It doesn't even matter if you lose. It's just funny. That would be my advice for new players. Pick very straightforward kill combos that is like press button, get kill. Viper can work, you know, like, hey, when I tell you to press Q, like do it. Lich support, and then anyone with burst, you know, that kind of thing. That would be my advice. It's pretty much what your friend Venge was saying. Are they the 2? How many new players you got? You got 1, 2 new players, or like a third? Is Lycan also a new player? I would also recommend if you're 3 new players. Okay, yeah, so it's gonna be a little tricky. I would either you are in the mid lane as the experienced player, and then you pick a ganker to help the side lanes and help them. Or if one guy's like, hey, I want to be a mid laner, more power to him. I recommend you lane with one of the new players. The last new player might be thrown to the wolves with the random teammate, but I think that's probably your best bet. Is to be able to guide the new player with like a kill combo lane. And if your new player friends do end up playing support, give them a very straightforward support that doesn't have to worry about like, hey, you're gonna have to roam, you're gonna have to body block and stack and all that. You're like, hey, you're gonna right click in the lane, you know? Warlock, very straightforward. You know, it's like, I'll tell you when to press Q and otherwise press W on yourself or me to heal up. Silencer harass, Ancient Apparition, long range harass. It's to a degree, it's a little boring if you're like that.
if you're just like a heal bot. So that's why I'm like a little hesitant to recommend it. But it's also the easiest game plan for a new support player. Is like, you're here. This is the concept of creep aggro. Here is a very long range support. This is the easiest way for you to like stand back and harass, and then just do that like the entire time. One of them played Warlock and it went great. Yeah, because it's if the new players are together, Warlock Jakiro, when he presses Q, you press E and you fire your abilities, and then go to this camp and drag it, write down these times on a notepad and do it. You know, it's like very, very easy combos like that are good. Foolproof, you know? I think we're gonna stop. I'm thinking about doing more, but like, I'm tired. I want to play. Tomorrow, we're going to play. We begin our own monster hunting tomorrow. We're going to do... I'm excited to play more Chen. I got to finish Dubu's video, but I was already having fun with it. I feel like Dubu's video helped give me a little bit more insight on like stuff that felt good or bad, and I like didn't fully understand it yet. Got the cheat sheet with Dubu, you know, so now I want to go do it. And then we'll give people the Chen for Monster Hunter. How many people are getting the Chen points, right? We're gonna help people out. Where even is he? Here. How many people have this filled out? Seen in match 0. I'm gonna go in and give people the Chen entry. Diced. Sorry, I am about to end. I'm actually not the best at Chen yet. I am working on my Chen. So hopefully soon I will be able to give you more advice. Have you seen Dubu's video? Because actually he released a guide just the other day that I think was really helpful to me. So I'm sure it'll be helpful to you. You did watch the Dubu video? Nice. I'm still working on my Chen. We could maybe take a look at yours and talk some general stuff, but honestly, I am still in the midst of improving. We finally started getting some Chen wins. I was on a losing streak for a while. I'm going to be doing it tomorrow. Tomorrow and Friday, probably. We've been on a Wait, I thought we won 3 Chen games. Am I crazy? I guess I must be. It's not here. But we're turning the corner. All green coming in to fix this. I am becoming Chen. You've got the Arc Warden entry filled like halfway. Nice. 2 losses will get you the Chen point. No, we're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna fill it out instantly. I am the Chen. Okay. All right. Thanks for hanging around, everybody. Like I said, tomorrow we'll be back. Thursday, Friday. Wait, am I? Yes. Thursday, Friday. I actually don't think I'll be here on Monday. That one's in a question mark, guys. The next replay analysis stream might be on Wednesday. For sure, Wednesday there is one. Monday, we are going to have to see, because actually there's some family stuff, and I'm not sure when that's going to end. So I may not be here for Monday replay analysis, but Wednesday we'll be there, so if you want to bring the games to that one, and then tomorrow and Friday we'll be playing the Chen games and hunting down monsters, which I don't think it'll be that different, but it'll be fun to see like the little pop-ups and stuff. Okay, guys, thank you for hanging around. I'll see you tomorrow. Everyone have a good rest of your day.